And it looks like we are live now.
Good morning. I am Mark Lawrence, the Senate Chair of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. And we are here today for a series of public hearings on 3 bills this morning and 2 this afternoon. I'm going to ask committee members to introduce themselves, and then I will go over some of the guidelines for public hearings that we follow in this age of Zoom. Many of them apply to when we were back in the committee live, and some are unique to Zoom. So I am a state senator from Southern York County, representing the towns of Kittery, Elliott, York, Ogunquit, South Berwick, and half of Berwick. And I'll ask my House Chair, Representative Seth Berry, to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. Seth Berry, and I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Perkins Township, the unorganized territory of Perkins Township in the Kennebec River.
And I'll go to our House Republican lead, Representative Wadsworth, who needs to turn his microphone on.
Was that for me, Senator?
Yes.
Sorry, I was talking to our analyst. Good morning, everybody. Representative Nathan Wadsworth, House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
And then on to Representative Paige Ziegler.
I'm Representative Paige Ziegler, and I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mouthville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Wood, you're up next.
Good morning, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, all. I am Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, which is the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton. And a little known fact about Trenton, it has a portion of land on Mount Desert Island.
Wow. Representative Foster, do you have an amazing fact for us?
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Exeter, Garland, Stetson, and Charleston. And I found out this morning that pulp trucks are still getting stuck in my field. So that's the only interesting fact I have. They get him out, though.
So you have to get the oxen out to help pull them out of the field?
Yeah, I had to get the team of horses out this morning.
Yeah. Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden and Lincoln County. And my fun fact is that Aroostook is a Wabanaki name that means obstruction in the mouth of the river, or something along those lines.
Learn something new every day. Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I live in Winterport, and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville. I have 2 kids remote schooling from home today, so my internet connection is going to be shaky.
And Representative Kessler.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, you're a little bit delayed on your video.
Okay, I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is part of South Portland and part of Cape Elizabeth, and I may be experiencing technical difficulties today because I am on a beater laptop while my other laptop gets repaired.
Wow. Well, thank you, everyone on the committee, and you will see we don't have our entire contingent of 13. The Maine legislature is a citizens legislature, and many of us serve on multiple committees. Many of us are presenting bills in other committees or working on bills of ours in other committees. So you'll see members come in and out of the committee. It doesn't mean we have any less interest in your legislation. It's just in a citizens legislature where we have so many broad topics of issues, we're required to be in many different places at one time. And Zoom has often increased that demand rather than decreased it. So, but we do have a quorum to start off today. And the purpose of this public hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that is pending before this committee. The process is legislation is referred to our committee. We then hold a public hearing, elicit testimony from the public, and then following that, we go into, at some date, what's called a work session, where we on the committee begin to work the bill, discuss it, and decide what we're going to support, what we're not going to support, what we may want to change. So this is the point at which the public has the ability to testify openly at the hearing. During work sessions, it is only for the committee, and occasionally we will invite members of the public to bring some additional information to us that we heard about at the public hearing, or we have further questions. We want them to report back, but the work session is not a second public hearing. So this is the opportunity for public to submit their testimony. The committee will hear testimony from persons present, including those participating by Zoom, and we will hear from some participating by telephone. And we'll hear from those who wish to speak for the legislation, against the legislation, and neither for nor against the legislation, but wish to provide the committee with additional information. And I will separate the people testifying into those categories. In the event we do have a bill where it looks like one side is going to go on an extended period of time, I will sometimes take a break from that side to allow the other side to present and then go back to the proponents or the opponents as sees fit, as the situation sees fit. With the leave of the chair, committee members may ask questions of persons testifying today. Other people don't have the ability to ask questions. So if you're in the waiting room or have been promoted to a panelist in anticipation of you testifying, you don't have the ability to ask the person testifying questions. That's reserved for committee members. Whether or not you testify, you may submit written testimony to the committee. And we ask you to do this, please do this, because this is very, very useful to us. For the members who can't be here right now, and for those of us who we hear so many bills when we get to the work session, we'd like to have something to refer back to that reminds us of the points you made on your testimony. And it's very useful for you to submit written testimony to the committee. Jordan Merrifield, our clerk, if you get in touch with him, he'll be able to tell you how to submit testimony. There's Jordan there. He'll be able to tell you how to submit testimony through the portal, through the website. So that we will all get it and it will all be shared by us. Please be mindful that all testimony is public and is available once it's presented. So this Zoom is live streaming over YouTube. It will be recorded and will become part of the permanent record of this committee. Also, all your written testimony becomes a permanent record of the committee and is often referred to back if there is ever litigation about any of the bills we pass later on. Once they become state statutes, it's referred back to try to discern what they call legislative intent on the bill. Written testimony will be posted on the legislature's website for viewing by any person, any interested person. So when you submit testimony, or if you want to look at testimony that other people have submitted, it's there on our website. It's there for you to view. We try to have an entirely transparent process during this process as much as we can. We are at the point in the legislative session where the presiding officers, the Speaker and the President of the Senate, are putting pressure on committees to work faster, to get our work done. As I said, we are a citizens legislature. We are on an agrarian schedule, which means in the first year of our legislative service, we serve only to the middle of June. And during the second year, we only serve to the middle of April. So presiding officers are now putting pressure on us to finish hearing our bills, start work them, and get them reported back out to the legislature so the legislature can act on the committee reports. Persons testifying at this public hearing today are advised that the hearing is being streamed on the internet and may be heard by persons listening online, and it's also being recorded and archived on the legislature's webpage. So you are not only heard by the people who are panelists or the people who are in the waiting room, you will be heard live over the internet. When you get up to testify, we ask you to state your name, your residence, and then if you are here representing an organization and speaking on behalf of that organization, that you identify who that organization is when you testify. I'll ask for testimony in the following order. We will ask to first hear from the sponsor of the bill. Then we will ask to hear from the co-sponsors. Then we will go to members of the public, those speaking in favor of the bill, those speaking in opposition to the bill, and those speaking neither for nor against the bill. We do apply a 3-minute rule simply because we have so many pieces of legislation that it would take us so long to get through all this legislation that we wouldn't have time to actually work the bills. We would just be stuck in public hearings if we had unlimited amount of time. So we do ask, if you have detailed points you want to make, please put it in your written testimony. And when you get up to testify in 3 minutes, you encapsulate what's in your written testimony and hit the highlights and point us to what you want us to see in your written testimony. We ask that as much as you can to get your testimony and your interest in testifying to Jordan the day before the hearing. It's very hard for Jordan in the morning to pull all this together, to get it ready for us. If we were in the committee room, he would simply be able to print it out and put a piece of paper on our desk. Now it's much more complicated to get us all the information, so we all have the equal amount of information that every committee member deserves. So if you are testifying, please let Jordan know the day before and submit your testimony online as soon as you can. If you have not already submitted your written testimony, you are still able to submit it. And as long as this bill is in possession of the committee, you are still able to submit additional written testimony. So if there are things that come up by people testifying after you during this hearing that you want to make a point on, you can submit supplemental written testimony. If during our work sessions, there's additional information you want the committee to have, you can submit that all the way up to the time when we report the bill back out of the committee. We ask you to use respectful language during this public hearing, and we ask you to have in your background only neutral things, nothing expressing political views or that type of thing that would not be allowed normally in the committee room. With that, we will start with our first bill. And our first bill this morning, and I believe this is the order we're going in, Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong, is LD 1579. And as soon as I'm able to bring up that bill, it's an act to transition state and local motor vehicle fleets to 10% zero emission vehicles. It's presented by its sponsor, a member of our committee, Senator Vitelli. Senator.
Just shortly, that wasn't the first bill on the weekly. It was
apologize.
The first bill up was LD 1625.
Okay, let me just go over with you so I know, because Jordan sent in me in a certain order. Let me go over, which one did you say was going to be the first?
LD 1625.
Okay.
Then LD 1579, and then LD 1587.
Okay, and I apologize to the members of the public. Occasionally we change the order just before the hearing because to accommodate some legislators who need to be in different places at different times. So this is subject to change even up to the moment before we hear. And I am often the last to figure it out. So we will go on to LD 1625, an act to increase the number of Lincolnville Sewer District trustees from 3 to 5, presented by Representative Ziegler.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and fellow members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Representative Stanley Page Ziegler, and I represent House District 96, which includes Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont. And I'm here to introduce LD 1625, an act to increase the number of Lincolnville Sewer District trustees from 3 to 5. The idea for this bill came after a trustee of the Lincolnville Sewer District reached out to share with me the difficult time they were experiencing in obtaining quorum at board meetings. Currently, the makeup of the board is 3 members, with 2 needed to have a quorum. As many of us have experienced, it is often hard to balance all of one's obligations. Sometimes there's just not enough time to dedicate between family, work, and volunteer commitments. To address the concerns of the board, LD 1625 seeks to increase the number of trustees on the board of the Lincolnville Sewer District from 3 to 5. The 2 additional members would be alternates, and they would only be able to vote if a quorum has not been reached. The bill recognizes the needs of the volunteers who serve the Lincolnville Sewer District, and I urge this committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if you have any questions, unfortunately, the chair of the board is not available. He is working on a home that was damaged. So unless we hear from him within the next few minutes, we will not hear from him. Any questions then, since there's nobody coming behind me?
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Ziegler? I do have one. Is the full board in support of this?
As far as I know, they are.
Okay, great. Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Ziegler.
Thank you.
And seeing no persons interested in testifying in favor of this bill, no persons interested in testifying in opposition to this bill, and no persons interested in testifying neither for nor against this bill, I'll declare the hearing for LD 625 to be closed. We'll now go on to our second piece of legislation, which I believe was the one I announced first. Is that correct, Deirdre? Is it LD
Yes.
1579? Yes. So we'll now go back to LD 1579, an act to transition state and local motor vehicle fleets to 100% zero emission vehicles. Chair is pleased to recognize the sponsor of the bill, Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed colleagues on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Eloise Vitelli, representing Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. I'm pleased to be here today to introduce LD 1579, an act to transition state and local motor vehicle fleets to 100% zero emission vehicles. In 2019, the Maine Climate Council undertook the large project of identifying the key strategies and changes our state must make to decrease greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 and 80% by 2050, and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. Decreasing our greenhouse gas emissions is critical if we want to protect our environment and all that we rely on it for from the effects of climate change. Without action, we will see continued negative effects that warming waters have on our fisheries, that drought has on our farmland, and of known and unknown consequences yet to come. The fruits of the Climate Council's work is the Maine Won't Wait report, published in December 2020. The report is a 4-year plan comprised of key strategies to limit Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. The first key strategy outlined in the report is the need to transition to more environmentally friendly modes of transportation. This strategy holds a prominent position within the report for good reason, since 54% of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. And modernizing our transportation infrastructure is necessary if we want to meet our climate goals. Accelerating Maine's transition to electric vehicles is one critical component of this strategy. The report emphasizes the need to put more electric vehicles on the road and to develop a roadmap that identifies key policy changes, incentive structures, and pilot programs to help get us there. This bill provides legislative impetus for making this transition to electric vehicles and for designing this roadmap. LD 1579 proposes a goal of transitioning state and local light-duty motor vehicles and school buses to 100% zero-emission vehicles by the year 2040, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from these fleets by 75% by 2035. The bill directs county and municipal governments to keep these goals in mind when purchasing, leasing, or otherwise contracting light-duty vehicles as much as possible. This bill also directs the governor's energy office to convene a working group to develop a plan to meet these goals, to construct the roadmap called for in Maine Won't Wait. Making this transition will require changes to state policies, increased electric vehicle charging infrastructure to help to continue the counties and municipalities in transitioning their fleets and more. The working group and the roadmap it will produce will give the legislature the tools we need to realize these goals. A few further points on why this transition to electric vehicles is both necessary and possible. Maine is making great investments in producing clean, renewable energy. The transition to electric vehicles goes hand in hand with other climate change mitigation strategies that we are pursuing and has the potential to do great things for our economy. The goals set within this bill are designed to balance the supply and demand of our electric grid as we continue to advance policies that modernize our electric grid and improve reliability. On the national level, the current administration is advocating for decarbonization of the energy sector and for greater investment in electric vehicle technology domestically. President Biden's American Jobs Plan proposal includes incentives for public and private sectors to build out charging stations, investment in domestic production of electric vehicle products, rebates and tax incentives for private purchasers of electric vehicles, transitioning the federal fleet to electric vehicles, and more. It also calls for electrifying 20% of US school buses through a program called Clean Buses for Kids. In short, LD 1579 aligns with federal priorities and increased investment in the electrification of our transportation sector. While electric vehicles used to be expensive and inconvenient, electric vehicle technology for lightweight vehicles has come a long way in recent years. Electric vehicles are much more affordable and widely available than they used to be. And state policies have been encouraging consumers to switch to electric vehicles for years. Pilot projects for transitioning school bus fleets from diesel to electric are also happening across the country, including a large project in New York City. Electric vehicle technology for heavy-duty vehicles is not yet as affordable or accessible, and as such is not included in this bill. The science tells us we need to be making the switch to electric vehicles, and this bill offers a thoughtful approach with necessary goals and a plan for attaining them. I thank the committee for its consideration of this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for your presentation here. I'm wondering, it seems from your testimony and also from the bill language that there's no consideration of hydrogen or fuel cell vehicles under this plan. Is that the case, or is that something that would meet the requirements of the bill should that technology prove to be viable and for some applications?
Thank you for your question, Representative Foster. I would have been disappointed had you not posed a question, because I always look forward to what you have to say. I believe that even given the title of the bill, it's zero emission vehicles, and so certainly that technology could be included in helping us to reach that goal. So I would see it as encompassing what you're suggesting.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Representative Foster, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Sorry. Can everybody hear me fine? It sounded like my mic was doing something funny. Okay, we will now go on to proponents of the bill. And the chair will recognize the first person to speak on this bill, our public advocate, Barry Hobbins. Barry?
Having a tough time getting video. Sorry about that. Having a tough time getting video.
So we've been having a very tough time getting video this morning, and we had to make.
Yeah, I think you have to
everyone
make the
co-host. So if you wouldn't mind, if you could just go ahead and
Oh, sure.
without video.
Yeah, I think you're probably sick of seeing me anyway, every 3 or 4 times of public hearing. So thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm here today as public advocate Barry Hobbins to testify in support of LD 1579. The OPA would like to thank Senator Vitale and the co-sponsors for submitting this bill. And we believe this legislation will help the state achieve some of the goals that are set forth by the Maine Climate Council without increasing utility rates for Maine ratepayers. The OPA also believes this bill addresses specific initiatives set forth in the council's quote, Maine won't wait, into quote, report from December 2020. And specifically, I'll use a quote, EVs and other zero emission vehicles in the heavy duty market are also key targets for emission reductions. And early examples like school buses, garbage trucks, and public transit busing and buses arriving in Maine, hopefully late 2020 and in next year. The heavy duty market is important to long-term emission reductions. Evolving technology innovations with new electric and hydrogen vehicles emerging at both the national and international level will help support reduced emission in this sector. A timeline for this shift in EVs can be seen in a graph that I provided in my written testimony. The transition to electric vehicles is occurring, so it is sensible to develop a plan to incorporate this as the state planning progresses. More importantly, transitioning the state and municipal fleets to electric vehicles could accelerate the build-out of the charging facilities across the state, which should in turn support the expanded use of electric vehicles by other customers and therefore support the state in its achievement of the climate goals. The Office of the Public Advocate is in full support of the Governor's Energy Office's oversight of an interagency working group, but we would appreciate if the committee would consider including the OPA amongst those participating in the working group to represent the best interests of Maine ratepayers and those of low-income Mainers. Thank you for your time and attention as always, and look forward to working with you at the work session, or if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the public advocate from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jordan, what's your recommendation on how we move people in? Do you want to move them in and make them a co-host so that they can turn their video on, or how do you want to do it?
That's certainly an option. I don't know if you're interested in providing everyone testifying co-host privileges, but if not, they can speak that way and change into comfier sweatpants or whatever, so they don't have to be on the live stream.
When you demote them back to the or beam them back over to be into the waiting room, will they still remain as co-hosts?
I can remove the co-host privileges. It's just while they would be speaking, they would have that.
So let's do that.
ability.
Let's give everybody the ability to be on camera.
Okay.
So we've been having some technical problems today in the way the Zoom link was set up. So as people are moved in, you'll be made a co-host. Please don't let the power go to your head and start doing things. That's only for the purpose of turning on your video. And once you're made a co-host, down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, we will need you to turn on your video so that we can see you. And then when you're moved back to the what we call the waiting room, when you're, to put it in the words of Representative Grochowski, beamed back over to the waiting room, your co-host status will be taken off. So we'll now go on to Eric Sonishin of Falmouth. Eric, if you can, are you able to turn your video on?
I just made him a co-host, so you should be able to. There we go.
Great, we have the technology. We just need you to turn your mic on now.
Like that?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to try very hard to keep this short because I'm essentially going to echo what Representative Vitelli has said, and also Barry Hobbins. I won't waste your time by
You
reading.
could just introduce yourself, tell us
Sure.
where you're from, and if you're representing an organization, what organization that is.
Certainly. I'm Eric Sonicson. I'm from Falmouth now, used to live in South Portland. Long, long ago, lived in New Jersey, but that's behind me, well behind me. I'm an aerospace engineer, and I look at these things from a technical point of view. And that's why I'm here today. My particular focus has been electric vehicles on a volunteer basis. I have done other things for my career, and now that I'm past my sell-by date, I continue to do some of those things, but I've become increasingly interested, particularly in school buses. I drive by schoolyards in the morning, and I see diesel buses idling and pumping out junk for our kids to breathe, and I think we have to stop that. This bill is an important step. We really need to get started on this. And I'm here to advocate for getting started. And I believe that's what Senator Vitelli's bill does. I hope we do it. As she said, the cost of changeover is falling rapidly. The world is adopting electric vehicles at an increasing pace. It kind of makes my head swim when I see what's going on elsewhere, and we have to catch up. We only have 4,000 school buses in Maine. It's not that heavy a lift for us to get them transitioned to zero emission vehicles. And in response to Representative Foster, hydrogen is going to be an important part of our economy, an important part of transportation at some point. It's building rapidly. Hydrogen vehicles are becoming more and more used in public transit in California, where I'm sorry to say they're way ahead of us on the East Coast. Around the world, people got this sooner than we did. In 2024, there will be 12,000 electric buses in Europe. By that time, we hope to have 3,000 or 4,000 in the United States. In China, now they are running 500,000 electric buses. They got more people to move around, obviously, but they are way ahead. There are 5 companies in China that are building electric buses. And one of the reasons we need to get this plan going is so that we can catch up. And I hate the idea of trying to catch up. But we won't ever catch up if we don't start. So I urge the passage of this bill. I urge the committee to report it out favorably. And I would be very happy to answer any questions. I have lots of colleagues who know a lot more than I do about both the technology and the economics of these things. And when I don't have an answer, I can get it. So I appreciate very much the opportunity to talk to you. And I hope that we can continue the dialogue Happy to talk about hydrogen, happy to talk about batteries. They both offer opportunities and are probably suitable for different applications. And lastly, don't
We're
give
at
up
the
on the
3-minute
attitude of
mark.
trucks. We're good.
At the 3-minute mark, so we'll
Thank you.
open it up to the committee for any questions. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today to testify. We'll now go on to our next individual testifying in favor of this legislation. It is Kevin Miller from ChargePoint. Kevin?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee. ChargePoint is the world's leading electric vehicle charging network with thousands of independently owned charging spots around the country and hundreds in Maine. And we wish to testify in support of Senator Vitale's LD 1579. This bill will put Maine in the position to truly lead by example in transitioning public fleets to zero emission vehicles. Supporting this transition will significantly contribute to carrying out Maine's 4-year plan for climate action. In order to ensure, though, that this bill is successfully implemented, we respectfully urge the committee to include private sector perspectives in the proposed interagency working group and to mitigate the operating cost burdens on state, county, municipal, and public school and transit bus fleet operators by reporting out a companion and complementary bill, LD 347, favorably from the committee. So first, on the private sector perspectives, we're really supportive of the provision in Section 6 that would establish an interagency working group. Achieving the goals of this bill is going to require considerable and thoughtful preparation. No two vehicle fleets are the same, and all operators have to know that they can rely upon the vehicles when they need them. So the decision to electrify fleets can't be made or mandated without taking into consideration a wide variety of operating needs that are specific to each fleet and also unique to different types of vehicle technology and charging technology. So while Section 6 doesn't preclude the interagency working group from considering a wide range of perspectives, we do recommend that the committee require that working group to incorporate those perspectives more explicitly from the EV and EV charging industries. And so having those views with expertise in electric transportation will be invaluable to developing an efficient and effective plan. And then lastly, in reference to a session earlier of the committee, there was consideration for Rep. Kahowski's LD 347, which would, as the committee learned, help to mitigate the high costs associated with traditional demand-based electricity rates, which can pose significant barriers to the actual deployment of EV charging stations, which are particularly acute for fleet operators on the public sector, especially those running medium and heavy duty vehicles like transit and school buses. So these types of vehicles are really going to be key and core, as we heard previous testifiers speak to ensure equitable access to the benefits of zero emission and electric transportation. So by passing that bill and reporting that out favorably alongside LD 1579, we'll have not only the plan and the path forward, but the means to achieve and implement that plan. So we really applaud Senator Vitale's offer on this bill. It's a great opportunity for Maine to lead by example. I'll leave my remarks there. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but really appreciate the committee's consideration for this issue, for electric transportation in general, and for considering how to mitigate the operating costs for public sector fleets around the state.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Miller? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could, in regards to vehicle size of, for instance, a school bus, is there any difference in the cost of the charging station for that type of vehicle, recognizing that obviously most districts have a fleet of school buses that they would have to charge probably at the same time? But I'm wondering if the actual charging station itself is any difference in cost than what would be for a passenger-sized vehicle. Thank you.
That's a great question. I think the cost of the charging infrastructure has more to do with how quickly you need to turn around the vehicle for its next duty cycle. So does the school bus have an hour to turn around, 2 hours, or does it have all evening or even 18 hours? So depending on what the answer to that question is, will open up different opportunities for whether you can have longer term charging, like the same kind of equipment that would plug into your dryer, plug a 240 volt outlet, which would be our level 2 charging infrastructure. Or if you need higher power charging, that starts to become more expensive. And that's particularly when you've got a large fleet or you're trying to charge a larger battery for a bus or a truck. That's when not only do you have to take into consideration those higher capital costs, which I'd be happy to follow up and provide some resources for the committee to consider during its work sessions for rules of thumb for what those costs are. But important to that is not just the capital costs, but also the significantly higher operating costs, which will pose a burden to municipal budgets and county budgets unless the committee takes steps to allow for those costs to be considered and mitigated through thoughtful consideration at the PUC.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to our next person testifying in favor of this legislation. It's Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Hey, good morning, Senator Lawrence.
I don't know if you heard my prior statements, but we've made you a co-host. We need you to turn on your video down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, it's still saying the host has stopped it.
Try one more time. I think it just might have gone through the co-host privileges.
There you are.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie. I'm the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. I'm testifying today in general support of LD 1579. I will be submitting written testimony, and in an effort to stay in my 3 minutes, I will just say there's additional information setting some state and federal context in terms of efforts related to clean transportation and fleets, including the Climate Action Plan, the executive order directing the Clean Transportation Roadmap, the Lead by Example report, as well as an overview of strong federal action to accelerate the clean vehicle transition across the US, and major electrification announcements by auto manufacturers like GM, Volkswagen, Volvo, and Ford. So there's more information on all of that in my testimony. Against this backdrop of strong statewide lead by example and federal transportation actions, the GEO commends this legislative initiative for striving to advance meaningful transportation emissions reduction goals. We do have a few areas for further discussion that we would like to be considered. The first is related to targets and timelines. Given the existing vehicle targets in the Climate Action Plan and the Lead by Example goals, as well as the forthcoming targets and timelines to be informed by the Clean Transportation Roadmap and Strategic Transit Plan, we believe that the proposed targets within this legislation may need further adjustment, and we recommend aligning them with the state's aforementioned Lead by Example targets that focus on a percentage of new vehicles purchased. In terms of cost considerations, there are more than 15,000 combined municipal vehicles. This includes on-road vehicles, some but not all transit vehicles, school buses, and some trailers and non-road equipment statewide. At the present moment, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection is working to further decode this data and develop a detailed municipal inventory that I think will help inform components of this legislation. While technology is advancing and costs are decreasing and federal support should accelerate affordability, there may need additional work to better understand the cost impacts for local governments, transit operators, and school districts. In terms of the emissions component of the legislation, we do have some further questions about the 75% emissions reduction targets by 2035 across all fleets contained within this legislation and how that would be incorporated. It remains unclear about the process for emissions reporting envisioned by these reduction requirements, as current state emissions reporting does not account for these specific subsectors. And then in terms of the work group process, we do believe that near-term federal action may directly impact and surpass some of the targets set in this legislation. Federal funding may alter these targets as well. And as is referenced earlier, there are many processes currently underway to inform these targets. The creation of another distinct work group process may be unnecessary to achieve transportation electrification at each of these levels. Again, the roadmap process, the transportation working group, and the state lead by example process and mandates provide for forums for analysis, stakeholder input, and action steps. So in conclusion, while the GO is supportive of the proposal of this legislation and we agree with putting certain targets in statute, we'd be happy to work with the committee on these goals. We believe it may be prudent to wait for the conclusion of ongoing planning processes, data analysis, and federal announcements, which are anticipated by the end of this calendar year, prior to establishing ambitious electrification targets across all the categories suggested for the state. We recommend that these and other considerations be made by the committee, and we look forward to working with the sponsor and stakeholders on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Winnie? Seeing none, thank you. We'll continue with persons testifying in favor of this legislation. I'm not sure, Jordan, do we also have Steve Hudson who wants to testify on behalf of ChargePoint? Steve, are you there?
I just beamed him across, yeah.
Yes.
Great.
You can't see me right now because I'm still working out where to turn that back on.
So
But
we just made you a co-host, Steve.
Yes, I
Down in
understand.
the lower left-hand corner of your screen,
I see it. I've clicked
the
it.
start video button.
Start it again.
There you are.
Thank you, Senator. Kevin Miller, Kevin was worried about conflicts today, so I was standing in to be his substitute if necessary. We are all set. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your graceful way of dealing with this. I suspect it was an unannounced update to Zoom that is messing us all up today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Steve? Thank you very much, Steve. We'll go on to people wishing to testify neither for nor against this legislation. Chair will recognize the Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust, Michael Stoddard. Mr. Stoddard, the routine today is you've been made a co-host. Down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen is a button to turn on your video, and we have the technology.
Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust. I appreciate your stick-to-itiveness to deal with technical challenges and for the opportunity to testify this morning, neither for nor against this bill. I do appreciate Senator Vitelli's bringing this forward. As you know, Efficiency Maine was authorized by your committee through legislation a couple of years ago to run programs to promote both EV charging station infrastructure in Maine and also rebates for electric vehicles. And in this past year, we've had a special promotion trying to focus on government entities. So state government agencies, as well as municipal vehicles and school vehicles. And it's been really successful. And I just wanted to let you know that they're really warming up to it. And we've done just about 100 vehicles now in the last 3 months for government entities. I think what I like most about Senator Vitelli's approach here is taking a reasonable time frame and setting targets. I agree with what the Governor's Energy Office suggested, which is to make sure that those targets line up with what's in the Maine Climate Council. I'm sure that was the senator's intent. And I also think that given the fact that many of the vehicles in state fleets and in municipal fleets are larger vehicles like cargo vans, SUVs, and pickup trucks. As you all probably know, those vehicles are a little bit behind the smaller light duty passenger vehicles and sedans in terms of coming to market. But all the major manufacturers, and certainly led by General Motors and Ford and all the kinds of cars that we're accustomed to in Maine, they are announcing that their intention is in the next 5 years, most, if not all of their models will be switching to EV. So I think this timescale that is in the senator's bill is reasonable. It looks out 15 years and 20 years, and I think that's the right timescale. I don't think we have to do this all at once, but if we're patient and we have a good target at the end point, we will get to that target and we'll be in line with the goals in the Maine Climate Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Stoddard? Representative Kessler.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Good morning, Michael. This is a question about just how you envision rolling out these goals, and particularly as it pertains to rural Maine, where in my observation, there seems to be a skepticism about the effectiveness of electric vehicles in a cold climate where many miles have to be traveled before the next charge. And so when it comes to like school bus fleets on the municipal side, what do you think is the best approach in helping to further adopt electric vehicles in rural Maine and increasing that adoption percentage?
Great question, Representative. I think it's mostly an issue of education. And I say that because I think this issue, I totally agree with you that there is this perception that there may be greater challenges in rural areas. I personally think that it's a red herring. I think that may have been a valid concern 10 years ago when the first Nissan Leaf came out and it had a range of 80 miles on a good day and maybe half that on a bad day. And that's a problem. I get that. But that's not the case anymore. These new generation of electric vehicles have ranges of 200 or 300 miles on a good day. And we've done quite a bit of research showing that the average Mainer travels 35 miles a day. The 90% of all trips taken in Maine are less than 40 miles, 90%. So for municipal officials, I mean, you got to know what your business is. And if your business requires you to drive 250 miles over bumpy rural roads in the woods, then right now, this is not the car for you. That's fine. Don't buy this car. But for just about everybody else, it's going to be perfectly adequate. And it's going to do great in rural Maine. Now, I think you raise a good question with school buses and other things like that. And it's quite right to be concerned about what the impacts of low temperatures are. In my experience, as big or bigger is whether you're traveling highway speeds. That also will drain the battery a little bit faster. But from rural Maine, most people aren't on the highway going 70, 75 miles an hour. And so the electric vehicles love that situation. They love to go 45 to 55 miles an hour. So I think it's really more about having the model vehicles that we all like to use in rural Maine that have a little bit more suspension, a little bit more heavy duty. And those vehicles are coming. That's not what the manufacturers started with. They started with the little ones, but they're working their way up to the big ones. And I think over the time scale that you see in Senator Vitelli's bill, we'll be just fine. So I really think it's about education more than anything else. The folks from ChargePoint raised some good points about charging fleets and how to have a rate system that can make that affordable. But I also think we'll figure those things out.
I think anything to follow up, Representative Kessler? I think we have Representative Berry next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Stoddard, good to see you. My question is about any federal assistance in these kinds of procurements that you may be aware of. I do know that private purchasers are eligible for a tax credit. I think it's is that right? $7,000 up to $7,500.
That's correct.
How does that? What is there for public entities?
Well, the workaround that exists is that if a public entity leases the vehicle, then the lease company takes the tax credit and passes the cost reduction, the price reduction through to the customer. So if you bought a vehicle that was eligible for a $7,500 tax credit, that price would come off the top of your lease. So that's a totally suitable way. I think there actually also is an allowance for dealers to pass the tax. There is some way that they can take the tax credit, I believe, also on behalf of a public entity. So the feds seem to have recognized that this is an issue and made provisions for it.
That's great. Thank you.
Is there any follow-up for Representative Berry? Any other questions for Mr. Stoddard? I do have one, Michael. Have you been following? I know Versant Power is talking about its plan of converting its utility fleet vehicles over to electric. Have you been following that as kind of an example for municipalities of and state-owned vehicles for converting its fleets over?
I like to think of myself as keeping tabs on these things, but I'm not familiar with that one, Senator Lawrence. I'm not. So they may be. I think that anyone that's got fleets is going to be interested in electric vehicles because, as somebody who came before me said, they do have lower operating costs. And if you log a lot of miles, you're going to want to save the money. So I think businesses in Maine, like a utility, are going to want to manage their costs by switching to electric as soon as the vehicles are there in the models that they like to use. So it doesn't surprise me that they would be doing this. In fact, they should. It would be the most responsible thing to do for their ratepayers.
I'd encourage you just to check it out and look into it. They impressed me by the fact that they're saying, well, you know, we see two effects of this. Number one, we're essentially buying our own product now by buying electricity, but we're also setting the kind of framework for a lot of other corporations and municipalities and governmental entities to do the same. And I think they're going to be, obviously, they've talked about the difficulty in the power trucks, the heavy duty trucks reaching that goal. I think they're starting off with the easier, lower hanging fruit. But I think, you know, they're going to be looking at the market and figuring out ways to push to get heavier vehicles sooner that are electric. So I'd encourage you to take a look at that.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Stoddard? Next, we'll go on to Neil Goldberg of the Maine Municipal Association. Neil?
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony, neither for nor against LD 1579 on behalf of MMA. Our Legislative Policy Committee will convene next week and establish a position on this. And if that significantly differs from the comments I offer today, we will submit amended testimony. But for the time being, we are happy to offer our insight. Many of our members, many municipalities are already trying to transition to low emission or no emission vehicle fleets. As was just mentioned, there are known operating savings. And we would support any effort that provides assistance in our goal to do so. But we do see some barriers, and we've encountered them in the past. The first, has been mentioned, is cost. Often when municipalities are talking about purchasing or deliberating purchasing new vehicles, it's really not new that they're talking about. They're buying used trucks or cars for their services. And so the upfront purchase of a new electric vehicle or low emission vehicle is a lot to taxpayers when they are looking at used vehicles frequently. The incentive programs and rebates that exist haven't really been enough to convince taxpayers to go for the higher upfront price tag, even if there are long-term savings. So something should be done about that, and the working group might identify a solution. A good example would be school buses. I did a quick napkin exercise, and according to a recent report, there are over 3,000 school buses in this state. And so at a very conservative price of 100,000 each, that's $300 million for municipalities to fork out just for school buses. And that doesn't contribute $1 towards the infrastructure cost, which is the final point. Any assistance for the creation or expansion of electric vehicle infrastructure is going to be just as vital as handing the keys over of a brand new vehicle to our members. And so we support setting goals, and we think the timeline makes sense. But municipalities, many of them may not be able to meet those goals unless they're given a little bit of help. So thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
We appreciate it, Neil. Are there questions for Mr. Goldberg from the committee? Similarly, Neil, what I spoke to Mike Stoddard about, I'd encourage you to talk to Versant, because they are going through this as a company, and they have many similar vehicles to what municipalities would have. So rather than reinventing the wheel, I think you may want to suggest to your policy committee and others that, you look at what major companies who have made a commitment to this are doing, and how they're doing it, and how they're locating, good vehicles that will serve the purposes they want.
Sure. Absolutely happy to reach out. Is there an individual at Versant that you'd recommend, or should I send it?
I don't know of one I would recommend, but I heard this directly from John Flynn, who's the CEO of Versant. So it's very much top down, and it's very much they want to set an example, and they also want to buy their own product, which is electricity. So, they're very attuned to doing this. They realize the challenges, the ones you outlined here, but they're finding ways to meet those challenges.
I will reach out. Thank you.
Great. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I would just maybe add to that I'm aware that Hydro-Quebec made this transition a while ago with a lot of their vehicles. And I think if you're going to talk to Versant, you might see if they've already made this transition at NMAX, which is their City of Calgary owned corporate entity, to see if they've made the transition in Calgary and if they're learning from that, because I think it might be beneficial to actually learn from organizations, companies that have already done it, as opposed to are talking about starting doing it.
Sure, that's a great idea.
And as usual, Representative Grochowski is much brighter than I am to think further down the line. Other questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think, Jordan, are we at the end of the testimony on this bill?
That is it for 1579.
Okay. So I will close the hearing on LD 1579. That was my water bottle clunking the table for the closing. So I will go on to our final bill this morning for this hearing. And it's LD 1587, an act to remove the municipal ordinance exemption for the development of non-essential transmission lines. I believe it's going to be presented by the sponsor, Representative Landry. Do we have Representative Landry here?
Representative Landry is not on currently. I have sent him an email regarding his testimony for now.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest it's a little bit early for our break, but why don't we take a 15-minute break now, and we'll be back at 10:30. And Jordan, you see if you can track down Representative Landry.
Will do.
Okay, everybody, if you could stop your video, turn off your mic, and we'll be back at 10:30. Welcome back, Nicole and Paige. I think Jordan is off trying to figure out our Zoom issues to see if we can get them resolved by this afternoon. I'm not sure there's a way we're going to be able to do it, so we'll just have to kind of work through it. The hearings for this afternoon, I think will be, I think on one bill, we have about 30 to 40 people who will be testifying. So my concern was having to make everybody co-hosts as we move in. And especially where we have, I think on that bill, we'll have some people testifying who aren't used to testifying. So I just wanted to make sure nothing went wrong that would stop the Zoom in the middle. But I think we're fine. We'll have to make them co-hosts as we go along. And kind of what I'm going to do during this afternoon's hearing is go back and forth as we discussed. I think this is the first bill where we'll have enough to go back and forth as we go along. Jordan, did you find out from Legislative Information Office if there's any way we can correct the Zoom at this point?
So unfortunately, since the Zoom is started, there's no easy way to do it. And there's no like guaranteed way short of making a hand list of everyone who's currently registered to like duplicate it for this afternoon and fix the settings. It's not that hard for me to, when I move people over to make them co-hosts. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
I think we'll keep it the way it is because I don't want to start a new Zoom and have anybody excluded that we forget to send the new link to for this afternoon. So we'll keep them on, keep on with this Zoom for this afternoon. And I'll just remind every people to be cautious not to click any button that says stop the Zoom.
Yeah, that would, I mean, in that case, we'd have to make a new one anyways, but
we'd have to stop the hearing and restart the hearing, and that's
would prefer not to have to do that if possible.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back on. So I think we're ready to start, excuse me, start back up with the hearings. So we will go back to our final bill. Do we have Representative Landry with us? Jordan? I'm sorry, Steve, you had a question before we began?
I think he just didn't have co-host privileges.
Correct. Thank you.
He should be able to turn his video on now, though. There it is.
You all set? Did you find Representative Landry? Good. That's great. So we'll now go on to our final bill for this morning, which is LD 1587, an act to remove the municipal ordinance exemption for the development and non-essential transmission lines. And the chair recognizes the sponsor of the bill, Representative Scott Landry. Representative Landry?
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence. I'm so sorry. I was in ag and I lost my connection. But
we've been having to do that all day, and it's going to just get worse as the session goes on because we're all pulled in so many different directions. But we were happy we could accommodate it.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Representative Scott Landry. I serve House District 113, which includes the towns of Farmington and New Sharon. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1587, an act to remove the municipal ordinance exemption for the development of non-essential transmission lines. I'll only try to say that once. As members of the committee are aware, Central Maine Power has proposed a high voltage transmission line corridor, which will run from Quebec through Maine and to Massachusetts. This corridor passes through the towns I represent, both of which have voted overwhelmingly to oppose the project. Needless to say, this issue is enormously important in my district. Under the current statute, Title 3A 4352, subsection 4, outlines circumstances under which a project but a public utility will be exempt from municipal ordinance. It reads, in part, that exemptions apply only when reasonably necessary for public welfare and convenience. This exemption could be important in instances where transmission line projects are transmitting power within the state and are essential to the grid. In those instances, it is a vital service, and it makes sense that the state would have the ability to ensure that no single community is compromising the public good. However, for projects that do not significantly contribute to the state grid and its power supply, it should be a local decision, just as it would for any other for-profit project proposed within a municipality. It seems clear that the CMP corridor is such a project. It is not for the benefit of the state or any of the towns within it. The bill clarifies statutes by defining non-essential transmission lines and specifying that such projects are not subject to the existing exemption. The definition as drafted reads as follows. Non-essential transmission line means a transmission line that is not constructed primarily to provide electric reliability within the state and not constructed primarily to provide electricity to retail customers within the state, as determined by the Public Utilities Commission. A generator interconnection transmission facility, as defined in section 3132, subsection 1B, is not a non-essential transmission line. LD 1587 would change the rulemaking authority under this section of law from routine technical to major substantive to allow for legislative oversight and deliberation. Current law leaves the towns in question at the mercy of the developer, who can threaten towns with an appeal to the PUC and litigation. For example, I have attached testimony to this testimony, a letter written to the town of New Sharon, and would direct your attention to the third point therein. Small towns like New Sharon don't have the financial resources to fight large multinational corporations, and those corporations know it, which is why CMP sent New Sharon this letter. LD 1587 preserves the state's ability to intervene when a project is essential, if necessary, while giving municipalities a say in how they will be treated in the future. Thank you for your consideration. I will be happy to take questions, but I would recommend, if you want to talk to someone who really knows the details, my constituent, Senator Tom Saviello, is in the waiting room. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee for Representative Landry? And I want to just point out for anybody listening from away, Representative Landry spoke correctly when he called the people constructing the project developers. That's the way it's pronounced in Maine, and that's the correct pronunciation is developer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Landry. We'll go on to people testifying in favor of this legislation, and I will recognize Elizabeth Caruso to testify in favor. Elizabeth, we've been having issues with there you go. You have to actually turn on your own video, so we appreciate that. And you have to turn on your microphone too, Elizabeth, if you would. Yep, still can't hear you.
Okay.
Now we can.
Sorry. My phone was just ringing and I was trying to get it to stop. I wasn't thinking I would be right here so soon. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Caruso, and I'm the first selectman of the town of Caratunk. I am testifying in support of this bill. Local control is a key factor to public safety, the local economy, and overall public welfare. Obviously, no one relates with and advocates for the local town better than its own boards and residents. With the passage of this bill, the citizens' democratically enacted ordinances would be unethically nullified for a non-essential for-profit development providing no benefit to the main ratepayer. Unfortunately, the PUC opened the door for the NECEC, the first commercial merchant or ETU project, to be able to receive exemptions with its CPCN. This was and is a dangerous precedence and treacherous to the state and its citizens. An ETU should be treated like any other development project because it's not a utility project necessary for reliability or to meet any other main need. What other business or homeowner has the power to seek an exemption from local permitting requirements? Wind and solar projects were not eligible for exemption, and there's not much difference between the ETU and any other energy project that competes for an RFP. Considering how 25 towns have now voted to oppose the project, it is unethical to take away their permitting rights as well. For example, Caratunk residents had and still have grave concerns over the destruction that this NECEC project will have on natural resources and the tourism economy, view sheds, and property values. After extending our moratorium 3 times, once due to COVID, while the planning board members and KVCOG worked diligently, our townspeople approved the Caratunk Energy Systems Ordinance, which incorporates new solar and electrical transmission factors into our current wind energy ordinance. The goals of the ordinance were in part to protect the town from DC line fault fires, to eliminate or reduce acoustic or flickered hazards, to meet all setbacks, to allow for dismantling and decommissioning funds to be held in escrow, to require expert analysis and legal support be paid for by applicants, and to ensure that future development is consistent with our comprehensive plan. Why would the state hinder local citizens from these protections which they voted for? In Maine, local town government is truly democratic. Citizens enact these ordinances for good reasons. The Caratunk Planning Board members have repeatedly expressed their concern that their hard work would be futile if a PUC exemption eradicates the town ordinance and the will of the voters. For what? Not for Maine ratepayers' benefits, but for the profits of corporations and their shareholders. The legislature should clarify the statute to make sure that any ETU or merchant project is required to abide by the same standards we expect from any other company that does business in our communities. No one cares more and knows more about the safety and welfare of our citizens, our lands, and landowners than our local government. Thankfully, our municipal democratic processes ensure that we are governed locally by the people and for the people. We respectfully ask you to vote to support LD 1587. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Caruso? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to our second person signed up to testify in favor of this legislation. It's Matthew Rhodes. And Matthew, if you could turn on your video down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, we would appreciate it. Is your microphone on, Matthew, too? If you, down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, if you could unmute and turn your video on, that would be great. You're getting there.
Okay, and please start video. And I'm a little bit of a Luddite here.
Zoom was set up today. There you are. You have to turn on your video yourself down in the lower left-hand corner. We can see you now, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, my name is Matthew Rhodes, and I live in Parsonsfield, Maine. I'm not from Maine. I'm from away, and I'm slowly learning your accent and your language. Very exciting. And I'm a little bit of a Luddite, so thank you for your patience about the technology thing. I appreciate that. And so I'm kind of new to this whole thing, so bear with me. I've never given public testimony, so I appreciate your forbearance and everything. So I wrote something up here last night, and I just wanted to read through it. And you know, my feeling is that America is a nation of communities, And these small communities in Maine, from what I've seen, set the tone, the example of what it means to be American. I've never really realized that until I moved to Maine. And I feel that they act as custodians of this great land, that God has given us. And I also believe that the CMP and similar foreign powers have no desire to protect American lands and serve the American people. The proof is which is in the vast destruction of Maine's woodlands. It's from being from New Jersey, I'm kind of watching Maine go down that path of being turned into this just barren wasteland. And Robert Woodson once said that America is the land of second chances, and all across the globe we're watching this awareness being made about the importance of saving the planet. Save the planet. We were just talking about electric cars about an hour ago and about how that's important, zero emissions, but at the same time we're like, oh, okay, let's tear down the woods. So I think that this bill, if we support this type of bill, we will find that the people in Maine will take care of their own land. They'll take care of it the way it should be, the way it's always been. Maine is a land of mystery. It always has been. To the rest of the country, Maine is this beautiful, wonderful, mysterious place. And when you look at what they're doing with just bypassing these towns and just plowing on through, it just seems like they're saying, hey, we don't really care about that anymore. So I think that we have to pass on a legacy. I'm not going to say that this is going to be something that this is a very important thing, because Maine has a chance to set a global precedent here today to protect the environment, to protect nature. And everybody here, I don't know, I thought this would be a slam dunk. I think you guys are mostly Democrats. I didn't really read your bios, but we really have to set a precedent here as being, a place that we're going to stand up to it, what do you call it? Progress, as they like to say. So I think that that's really just my passion. I don't have any proof that I'm right. I don't have any proof that what I'm thinking is the best way. But I think, I'm not a biologist or a botanist, but I think like tearing down trees and stuff like that, that's really bad for the environment. And leaving them up is good for the environment. That's what I guess. That's what my 8th grade biology tells me. And then I also believe that, communities know what's best for themselves, like the young lady was just saying. And I think that that is, represents more of what America is. We let people take care of their own. And, little or no government is the best. And we should, if everybody's not benefiting from it, it's not really a good plan. That's my belief. I'm a kind of a hybrid Democrat Republican. And I believe that, if everybody's not benefiting from it, then we should just get rid of it. Period. The end. We shouldn't be supporting CMP. We shouldn't be supporting electric car people or anybody like that for that matter. We should be supporting.
We're at the 3-minute mark. So
I appreciate that.
Bring your comments to conclusion.
My conclusion is that I hope that the committee supports this bill and gets rid of the CMP. Thank you very much for letting me share.
And Matthew, just to let you know, you're free to submit additional written comments through our website. If you go to our website, you'll see a selection for submitting written testimony. So as long as we have this bill in our possession, you can continue to submit comments.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Rhodes from the committee? So Mr. Rhodes, a couple of observations. We are both Democrat and Republican on this committee, and I'm a Democrat, but I can tell you there's a lot of people who are great conservationists and people who are great protectors of property rights on the other side of the aisle. And I always remember what Ed Muskie once told me. He said, there's a difference between a Mainer and a maniac. He said, a Mainer is somebody who chooses to live in the state. A maniac is someone who has lived here and then moved away. So you are, by definition, if you choose here to live here, you are a Mainer.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. We'll go on to the next person testifying in favor of this legislation. And I believe it's a former member of the legislature, former member of the Senate, Tom Saviello. Tom?
Well, hello. How are you guys?
We're doing well.
That's good. I'm Tom Saviello. I'm still a recovering politician, and I thank the chairs for chairing this wonderful meeting. I'm sorry you have so much trouble with Zoom this morning. I am representing myself sitting here in my easy chair in Wilton. As you all know, I served in the legislature for 16 years, and at that time, I had 22 rural towns requiring my attention while serving. I'm here to support Representative Landry's bill, as I've seen firsthand how this statute can be used to threaten those small towns that do not have the financial resources to fight big transmission companies. Now, let me be clear. I don't think this legislation actually addresses the NECEC. I think it addresses what the future might hold. I believe when this law was first enacted, it was to ensure that electricity would be distributed to all rural communities. That Wilton, even though we were in great controversy with the town of Farmington, we couldn't stop Farmington from being lighted up, even if we wanted to. I do not believe the original bill was to deal with an merchant line or a line for profit like is being discussed in this bill. In other words, a line that would simply be an extension cord for electricity passing through that community. Yes, the NECEC, the quarter, has brought this to light. This extension cord, will pass through 6 of those towns I used to represent in Franklin County and a whole bunch of those in Somerset County. Planning boards, as Liz, I think, well told you, in these communities are working hard to figure out how they can do the best thing for their communities with special requirements and conditions. In doing so, they have received threatening letters from Central Maine Power stating the present law doesn't allow for this deliberation, that if the town continues, they will bring them to the Public Utilities Commission for their ultimate approval and rejection of what the towns have wanted. Unfortunately, these towns don't have the resources to fight this litigation. Personally, I think the towns can fight the litigation and would win if they had those resources. I base that on the Maine Constitution, Article 8, Section 1, and Maine Statute, Title 30A, Chapter 111 on home rule. I also base this on 2 court decisions, Central Maine Power versus Lebanon, Maine, and Town of Jay versus International Paper Company. Both cases the town won. In these cases, the legislature had delegated responsibilities to different state agencies, and in both cases, the law court overruled these laws. I can provide the links to those findings if you so desire. I'm sure someone will point out that home rule in the Constitution can be overridden by the legislature if it says so. As I said before, I think the law court would stand on our side. However, the towns don't have the resources. That's why we need this bill to be passed. So let me close. I support his bill. It clarifies the law and makes sure that our small communities, our small rural communities, are protected into the future for other lines similar to the NECEC. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Saviello? Seeing none, Tom, it's great to see what life after the legislature awaits all of us is like. A nice, easy chair.
That's right. I got it. Good seeing you all.
That's very good. It's good to see you again, Tom. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We'll continue with testimony on this bill, and we will now switch to people wishing to testify in opposition to this bill. And a reminder for everyone, you need to turn on your video and your microphone yourself today. So we'll recognize Jim Mitchell, who's here to testify against the bill on behalf of Central Maine Power. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. Jim Mitchell on behalf of CMP, respectfully opposing LD 1587. We tend to think and do big things in the US, and if the folks in Washington can find some middle ground, we're about to do a lot more big things as a nation. Infrastructure, roads, rail, ports, pipelines, electric transmission are public goods. They help create opportunity for many. They help us achieve prosperity and plenty. They connect us as a country, as a people. But like most things in life, building infrastructure comes with a price. Big projects can and do affect individuals and communities. They can negatively impact private property and sometimes change the character of a community. So wise policy makers like you, your elected colleagues, and those you entrust with administering the law seek to balance the benefits to the many with the harm to the few. Lawmakers insist on establishing principles, methods to determine the public interest and to protect private interests. This is not easily done. It takes lots of time, lots of evidence, and sometimes, unfortunately, lots of pain. But it can and must be done if we are to advance as a society. LD 1587 upends that balance. It seeks to place near unlimited authority in the hands of the few to the detriment of the many. In a democracy, that's wrong. Of course, community values matter. Of course, individual rights matter. But so does the public interest writ large. Some will say, well, this bill is particular, not general. It's only about the corridor. Maybe that's so. But I've found that the actions of your predecessors influence your actions, and your actions will influence your successors. If we are serious about building a strong economy that does not depend on carbon for its health, we will need to build electric transmission, lots of it. LD 1587 is squarely aimed at Chapter 885 of the PUC's rules. The principles behind the law and these rules are plain. Municipalities have rights to regulate land use within their borders, but those rights are not unlimited. They must be reasoned, and they must not thwart the larger public interest of adjacent communities or of the state at large. Should a certificated entity seek a PUC exemption, the Commission must give due notice to parties of interest, hold a hearing, and allow for the presentation of evidence and arguments. The legislature directed the Commission to protect private interests while promoting the public interest, not to act capriciously or carelessly, but judiciously on behalf of all, not just the few. We can still think big, but only if we allow the American system to work for all of us. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Apologize. Thank you. Are there any questions for Jim Mitchell from the committee? Seeing none, that's a great American flag behind you, Jim. Is there a history to that?
That's a gift from my husband years ago, and I actually have two of them because the first one arrived broken, I repaired it, and then the second one came. So one in my home and one in my office.
It's very nice.
Thank
you. We will continue with people testifying in opposition to this bill. And we will go on to Tony Buxton from Freddie Flaherty, who's testifying on behalf of the IECG. Tony, we need you to just turn, there you go.
Finally, I got it right. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Good morning, everyone. Representative Berry, distinguished members of the committee. I'm getting strange messages across my screen, but I'll depend on you to let me know when I disappear. Based on previous testimony, I'll modify somewhat my written testimony. As the committee is aware, the IECG supports CMP's power line as an essential transmission line to get New England more rapidly to zero carbon. In fact, we have supported this line since 1987, 34 years ago, when it was first proposed, because it makes sense in our view for Maine to have a direct interconnection to the largest battery system, Hydro-Quebec's hydro system on the North American continent. And the line is quite clearly in the public interest, and thus far 5 state agencies in 2 states, 2 federal agencies, and 13 agency and judicial decisions have held that is the case. The irony here is that the town of Caratunk has asked, for example, today, for the right to veto all those decisions. And that raises some very important questions for all of us as consumers and for you as public officials. We ask you to recognize that all transmission lines, whether categorized technically as essential or non-essential, provide essential reliability because they all provide energy to consumers. That's how you determine that the power has gone out. It's not coming into your house anymore. Reliability is a real issue for New England because ISO New England has told New England's governors and all of the rest of us that by 2024, we will be at risk of rolling brownouts and blackouts if New England does not add 2 things: additional regional interties and additional generation. And I must say, despite your effort in legislation and others, we're not doing very well in that regard. It may be worth noting the public fates of the responsible, or you might say irresponsible regulators in Texas following the Texas rolling brownouts and blackouts this winter. I mentioned Caratunk for the same reason that Mr. Mitchell did, because as you know, Caratunk voted 12-5 to enact a moratorium that has been previously mentioned to you on transmission lines. There are several remarkable things about that. First, it means that 4 persons held in their hands a regional light switch when they voted that day. They would have switched their vote. If they had switched their vote, the vote would have gone the other way. And if this bill were law, they would have had the ability to block any transmission line like the NECEC going through Caratunk. But secondly, and more importantly, this kind of power in the hands of a small municipality or any municipality is a temptation to abuse power. And as you know, the adage is that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And absolute power in this sense is the simple ability to say no when you are a tiny minority of the people to be served in the public interest. I don't want to imply that Caratunk is corrupt, but I do want to point out other facts to you. And that is that Caratunk actively supported an identical transmission line to be built by NextEra, because NextEra also promised to build a solar array in Caratunk. So the decision may have been not based on high principles of life and liberty or even aesthetics and view. It may have been based on the bid that was made by the highest bidder. That is not the basis on which New England should have to worry about its electric reliability. And we would strongly urge that this legislature not create the opportunity and the temptation for a developer or developer, as some say, to tempt a town with a solar array or something else, and the town to be tempted to take it and thereby to impair the reliability of a grid upon which all of us depend. The temptation is simply too great. The opportunity is too real from time to time, and the results are too dangerous. We strongly urge that you do not change the statute in question. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Buxton? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Buxton, for appearing and giving a testimony. As the state of Maine goes further and further down the road of installing renewable energy generation in the form of wind power and solar power, and continuing to rely on and maybe even becoming more reliant on power stations, generation stations such as gas and oil fired units. I'm wondering if you could tell us how this line will help in our efforts to back up those renewable energy forms with this one, and also to at least try to keep some reliability in the ISO New England system that feeds Maine. If you could touch on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you for your question. As you are aware, other states have criticized the Maine grid as being a weak grid. And that's because it serves so many miles of people distributed broadly over Maine with what are called radial lines. We have 2 interconnections with New Brunswick, which help us sustain reliability. We have interconnections that go south into New Hampshire and then Massachusetts. Remarkably, we have no direct interconnection with Quebec, despite having a 250-mile border, and Quebec having this huge supply of power in reserve that can be dispatched instantly because it's hydro. So just let me give you one example, if I may. I don't want to abuse this privilege. When the great blackout occurred in the 1960s, CMP executives saw it coming up the coast. They saw it by telephonic communication, and they literally cut the lines. They flipped the switch at Kittery, and Maine did not have a blackout. The rest of the East Coast did. That kind of event is a great deal of intelligence and a bit of luck. And more recently, when there was a rolling blackout that began in Ohio, we all watched it. You know, I had Mills calling saying, are we going to lose our power, as it started to roll in through New York and so on. A line to Quebec gives us the ability to cut that line at Kittery and still have all the power we need available immediately. Now, we can fight over whether, you know, there should be this line and respect one another in the battle. But there's absolutely no question that in terms of keeping the lights on, we are far better off to be connected to Quebec than not to be. And right now, we're not directly connected.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Other questions from the committee? I'm pleased to see you have the pronunciation of developer down.
Well, you know, unlike Mr. Saviello, I grew up here.
Someday I'll teach everybody to say Quebec instead of Quebec, so I'll be working on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to people testifying neither for nor against this legislation. And we'll go on to Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Senator Lawrence, I just want to jump in. We did have 2 people sign up against, 2 additional folks. Benjamin
I
Dudley.
apologize. Is that Benjamin Dudley I see?
Yep, Benjamin Dudley, and then Orlando DeLogue would be next after that.
Oh, okay, good. So why don't you promote Orlando, and I'll take Ben Dudley right now. Ben, why don't you go ahead?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. My name is Benjamin Dudley. I'm the Director of Mainers for Clean Energy Jobs, and I testify today in opposition to this bill. Mainers for Clean Energy Jobs is a coalition of businesses, labor unions, trade associations, environmental leaders, noted economists, and policy experts who support the New England Clean Energy Connect. The voices around our table are not always unified when it comes to public policy, but we are now because the Clean Energy Connect is $1 billion investment in public infrastructure in Maine. It will suppress electricity prices in Maine and throughout New England. It will annually deliver enough clean energy to displace 3 million tons of climate changing carbon emissions, and it's required to place 40,000 acres of Maine forest into permanent conservation. These are findings of fact and the consequence of orders by multiple and impartial regulatory agencies, state and federal. We oppose this bill because in its goal of killing one specific project, it distorts principles of local control and it carries dangerous potential consequences for our energy transition. This bill turns Maine's tradition of local control on its head. One of the key functions of state government is to set policies that resolve potential conflicts between local jurisdictions that might harm the larger public interest. Public infrastructure like roads, telecommunications, gas lines, water supply, and electricity transmission are great examples of vital services that routinely cross municipal boundaries. The state exercises broad authority with these services because there's a collective interest in them. Under this legislation, however, any single municipality through which certain transmission lines might pass would be in a position to hold hostage benefits that could otherwise accrue to the entire state. Benefits like economic growth, electricity rate suppression, environmental benefits like significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. This legislation could give a single town control over the interests of every person in the state. That's not local control. As we tackle this energy transition, the challenges we face are of a scale that is truly beyond imagining. By virtue of our shared grid, the New England region is bound together as we seek to decarbonize our existing electricity generation and then set about the task of beneficial electrification of the rest of the economy. There's broad agreement among energy analysts that to achieve regional decarbonization via beneficial electrification, and to do so by mid-century, will require a doubling, at least, of regional loads and infrastructure. The annual demand for electricity on New England's grid today is about 120 terawatt hours. About half of this load, is served by fossil fuel generation that decarbonization goals aim to retire. About a quarter of the load is served by aging nuclear power plants with looming decommissioning. So facing a future with at least 240 terawatt hours of load, a doubling of the current load, and the necessary retirement of oil, coal, natural gas, and nuclear power plants, today's energy mix includes no more than 33 terawatt hours that we can expect to still be available by mid-century. That's less than 14% of projected demand. It is difficult to overstate the scale of infrastructure, including transmission lines, needed to deliver 210 terawatt hours of electricity. We also need to plan, permit, and build it all in an alarmingly short period of time, about 30 years. New transmission lines will inevitably pass.
Let you know we're approaching the 3-minute mark.
I'm wrapping up now.
Okay.
New transmission lines will inevitably pass through many towns, no one of which should be allowed to frustrate statewide clean energy goals by the passage of a local ordinance. In this context, can any of us claim to fully comprehend the harmful potential of legislation like this? With respect to the sponsor and his sincerely held concerns, we urge you to move this legislation ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Dudley? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm pleased to see we're now going to be joined by my former land use professor in law school, Orlando DeLogue. Orlando, if you could turn on your video down in the lower left-hand of your screen, that's great.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee, I've submitted a brief single page of written testimony. I won't read it to you. It is already at your disposal. I would point out that the present legislation, LD 1587, though ostensibly not focused on the NECEC project, certainly would figure in the actual carrying out of that project when pending cases and challenges to the range of approvals that they have in hand are ultimately concluded. And when the initiative that is now before the citizenry is decided one way or another, and if favorable to CMP's NECEC project, this legislation, should it be in place, would certainly trigger a further effort to stop the project. I think in the 2 points that I made in my written testimony are important. The first makes the point that others have made and that I would reiterate, and that is that the purpose of the exemption in current legislation is to allow statewide interests to be recognized, particularly in projects that involve linear developments. Power lines are an obvious example, highways, water lines, gas connectivity from provinces in Canada north of us into down East Maine. All of these pass through several towns, sometimes as many as 10, 15, 20 or more. The NEC project is no exception. At the same time, the benefit of these linear projects can hardly be denied. The argument that there are no statewide interests being served by the NECEC project is simply incorrect. All of the regulatory agencies within Maine and at the national level of government that have permits that were required to be obtained have recognized the statewide, the region-wide we are part of a New England grid system. The benefits to that system to larger statewide areas beyond individual towns is clear to everyone except the proponents of this bill. I don't understand that.
Orlando, just to let you know, we're approaching the 3-minute mark.
I'll stop on that point. The second point really touches the question of whether a piece of legislation such as this can focus on a single corporate entity. In the recent Avangrid case, which struck down the first effort at initiative, the law court pointed out that the legislature may not enact a private resolve singling out an individual for unique treatment. They cited several other Maine cases. I would simply point out that LD 1587 is indirectly aimed at stopping the NECEC project. That's its purpose. It violates equal protection principles to focus on a single entity in passing legislation that is unique to that corporate entity. And for that reason, I would urge that LD 1587 receive and ought not to pass by this committee. I think it ignores statewide interests, and I think it violates equal protection laws of the state of Maine and the federal government.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Professor DeLogue from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll now go on. Jordan, does that complete the people testifying in opposition to this bill?
Yes, that is it. We can move on to neither for nor against now.
We'll now go on to people testifying neither for nor against, and the chair will recognize Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office.
Okay, good morning again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I'm the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office, testifying today neither for nor against LD 1587. As was identified in our recent State of Maine Renewable Energy Goals market assessment, transmission is a key component of Maine's renewable energy future, particularly as the state pursues beneficial electrification of heating and transportation to meet greenhouse gas reduction targets. The state and the New England region will need to generate significant amounts of additional renewable electricity. In order to provide that power to the grid and to customers, transmission infrastructure will be required, especially considering the amount of congestion and constraints already on Maine's electricity grid system. The GEO is concerned about potential unintended consequences of this legislation and the proposed definition of non-essential transmission lines. Specifically, we express concerns around the possibility of this legislation creating impediments to clean energy deployment in the state. Across the region and nationally, it is recognized that transmission will be needed to be upgraded and expanded to meet our clean energy targets. Just last week, the Biden administration made several announcements related to supporting the expansion and modernization of the electric grid, including new financial tools and guidance to build transmission lines. Careful consideration should be made to understand the outcome of this proposal and recognize any impacts this may have on the ability for the state to meet its clean energy requirements. As others have noted, it should also be recognized that Maine is part of a regional electricity grid, with New England states also pursuing significant clean energy goals. Particularly, the GEO is concerned about how the definition of non-essential transmission lines may impact our ability for regional coordination. It is important to ensure that we are continually able to allow for opportunities for that regional collaboration in meeting goals and that we do not hinder that ability. We recommend that the committee fully and carefully consider these concerns before moving forward with any changes to process for necessary transmission development. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now continue with people who are testifying neither for nor against, and I will go on to Neil Goldberg from the Maine Municipal Association.
Hello again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony, neither for nor against, to LD 1587 on behalf of MMA. Again, when our LPC convenes next week, if they determine a position to be significantly different than the comments I offered today, we will submit amended testimony. We, at the moment, do see value to this bill and limiting the extent to which the PUC can kind of overlook the interests of communities, especially when it comes to, as the bill defines, non-essential transmission lines. These are originating from outside the state and the community. And again, as the definition states, not primarily benefiting the residents in that community. And so we'd like to point out that these transmission lines can be very intrusive to communities in many different ways. Environmentally, they divide habitats. They have an economic impact. They can influence property values of neighborhoods that are nearby that have this as an eyesore. They can also dissuade economic development from coming into the area. And so although there aren't benefits, there are definitely consequences to these developments. And so if the state is in a position to define them as non-essential and determines them to be so, then maybe it's right for communities to have the final say. Giving them this power does not mean that they're going to suddenly say no to every development, but they might start digging deeper and asking what the value is to them. And so I think, we'd like to give them that opportunity. So for these reasons, we at the moment are neither for nor against, but we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for the committee for Mr. Goldberg? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go on to continue with people testifying neither for nor against this legislation, but interested in providing additional information. And the chair will recognize the chair of the Public Utilities Commission, Phil Bartlett.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and members of the committees. I am Phil Bartlett, chair of the PUC, here to testify neither for nor against LD 1587. My written testimony walks through the standard that we apply to CPCN applications, so I won't repeat that here, but did just want to make a few comments on the bill. Maine, as well as many other states in the region, have adopted substantial climate change goals, which include a significant increase in renewable energy generation, as well as electrification of our transportation and heating sectors. To accomplish these goals, there must be a transition to a modernized electric grid that can accommodate larger amounts of both grid scale and distributed renewable resources. This transition will inevitably include major transmission construction projects throughout the state. In the context of future grid modernization, it may be difficult to neatly categorize projects as essential or non-essential based on whether they are primarily for reliability or to serve Maine residents. For example, the construction of a transmission line to connect northern Maine with the New England grid may allow for significant renewable power generation development in northern Maine to be sold, at least initially, to other New England states at little or no cost to Maine ratepayers, while also transmitting some amount of power from out of state. Such a transmission line project may serve Maine's climate goals and offer reliability and renewable energy supply benefits to Maine over the long term, but could be considered a non-essential transmission line under LD 1587 based on its initial use at the time of construction. The committee may want to clarify or more precisely define the definition of non-essential, as well as consider how this legislation fits within the larger context of the state's climate goals. Transmission policy is necessarily part of any renewable energy or climate change policy and should be viewed in that context. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Chairman Bartlett? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe we're on to our last person testifying neither for nor against. It's Sean Mahoney from the Conservation Law Foundation. Sean?
Good morning, Chair Lawrence and Chair Barry and members of the committee. I'll keep this short as I know you're a bit behind. We're neither, Conservation Law Foundation is neither for nor against this bill. We recognize that the process to plan, finance, and develop transmission lines is far from perfect and would be greatly improved by more opportunity for community input. However, we are concerned about some of the unintended consequences of this bill and would like to have further information about it concerning the following. First, it's unclear why this would only apply to investor-owned utilities. I know that there is a movement for a different kind of utility, or consumer-owned utility. So one question would be whether or not this would apply if a consumer-owned utility were to come to pass. Second, this applies to energy generated outside of the state of Maine. I assume that includes Canada, but does it also include offshore wind that is outside the territorial waters of the state? Moreover, how does this apply when you have a combination of projects that might be located in Maine and outside of Maine, perhaps in Quebec, New Brunswick, or New Hampshire, or federal waters? And third, we share the concerns that you just heard from Chair Bartlett, as well as from the Governor's Energy Office, about how this legislation would fit with the regional nature of our electric grid. And our last concern is one that you heard from several of the opponents, which is giving essentially veto power to one community with its municipal ordinances over a large-scale linear infrastructure project, really serving the best interests of the people of Maine as we try and come to grips with the climate crisis. I thank you for listening to these, and obviously would be open to any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go on to, I'm sorry, Jordan, I believe we've completed all the people testifying on this bill. Is that correct?
That is what I have, correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll declare this public hearing closed. I believe Senator Vitelli had to leave the public hearing and come back on. So could you make sure that she's a co-host? So if she wants to turn on her video, she can, Jordan?
She is a co-host currently.
Okay. So Deirdre, if you could come on, and Jordan, come on. Deirdre, are you there? Great.
I'm having trouble.
That's okay. We're all having trouble today. So we're at the end of the hearing. It's 11:30. Normally I'd give everybody an hour for lunch. We have hearings at 12:30, but I was wondering maybe if we could take 15 minutes to just try to do a little work session and clear some things off our table. Deirdre, do you have some things to suggest?
So my understanding is these three bills, LD 426, LD 754, LD 807, and LD 1190 are four concept drafts that all sponsors have indicated that they were okay with an ought not to pass report from the committee. And so that's why those were scheduled this morning on our calendar.
So what's the proper procedure for that? Should I open a work session on them and then we just have a vote?
Yeah, I would open a work session on them individually and vote on them individually.
Okay. So give me the LD numbers again.
426, 754, 807, and 1190.
Okay, so we can improve our batting average today by getting 4 bills out of committee. And I think we have a quorum to vote on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do. Great. Super. So I'll now open a work session on LD 426. Could you just tell us the title of the bill and the sponsor?
Sure. Let me get that up. 1 second. Hold on. So 426 is an act relating to solar energy installation, and you are the sponsor of this bill.
And you've had a request from the sponsor to kill the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Jordan, if we could just open a roll call on this vote, and a reminder, everybody has to be on screen in order to vote.
Do we need?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion first. So if somebody would kindly move ought not to pass, that would be great. Representative Barry,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
is there a second to that? So Representative Wadsworth. Okay, Jordan, if you could, any debate or discussion? Okay, if you could open the vote, Jordan.
All right. So the motion is ought not to pass. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignan is also absent. Representative Foster, I believe, might be absent as well. And then Representative Carlo is absent as well. So that is one. There's 9 in favor of the motion with 4 absent.
Great. So the motion prevails. I'll open our next work session on LD 754. And if you could just announce the title of that bill, Deirdre, and who the sponsor is.
So the title of that one is an act to promote municipal climate action, and the sponsor of that was Representative O'Neill.
And Representative O'Neill has said she is not interested in this bill anymore. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I will take a motion on this bill. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
Representative Wadsworth, is that a second? Seconded by Representative Wadsworth. Debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
All right. The motion is ought not to pass, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignan is absent. So is Representative Foster and Representative Carlo. So that, again, is 9 in favor with 4 absent.
Great. So I'll declare the motion is carried, ought not to pass. And we'll now open the work session on LD 807. And if you could announce that bill to the committee and tell who the sponsor is, Deirdre, please.
So it's an act to ensure equitable access to mobile hotspots for Maine students, and this is Senator Dill's bill.
Okay. And Senator Dill has requested that it be ought not to pass. Is that correct?
Correct. We had sent an email out to all those people with concept drafts before the committee and asked if they had language, we're okay with an ought not to pass report or something else. And these were the responses to that email.
Super. Is there a motion on this bill? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
Great. Is there a second? Representative Wadsworth, seconds. Any debate or discussion by the committee? Jordan, if you could call the roll.
Right, the motion is ought not to pass. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. I'm sorry, Senator Vitelli. You might have been muted.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes, and then Representatives Grignon, Foster, and Carlo are all absent. So again, 9 in favor, 4 absent.
Okay, the vote is 9 in favor of ought not to pass and 0 opposed, so this bill is ought not to pass. Our final bill is 1190. If you could just announce that to the committee, Deirdre.
An act to support the provision of universal affordable broadband internet, and this is Representative Berry's bill.
And Representative Berry, you've requested that this receive an ought not to pass.
I have.
Great. Is there someone who wants to make a motion on Representative Berry's bill?
I move ought not to pass.
Senator Vitelli moves ought not to pass, seconded by Representative Wadsworth. Debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, if you would call the roll, please.
The motion is ought not to pass. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. And then I do believe Representative Grignon, Foster, and Carlo are still absent. So 9 in favor, 4 absent.
Okay, I'll declare the motion to prevail. This bill is ought not to pass. Any other, excuse me, Deirdre, housekeeping matters we can deal with in a brief manner?
Yes, I have two final fiscals for LD 143, an act to make arrearage management programs permanent, and LD 507, an act to improve consumer protections for community solar projects. So I'm going to send those now and I'll pull them up on the chat screen. On the share screen. So here's LD 143. This is the act to make the arrearage management program permanent, which obviously has a title change based on your amendments. We have done a language review on this, but this is the final amendment. Nothing new in that process. And so this came back with a fiscal note. And here that is: minor cost increase, other special revenue funds, and any additional costs could be absorbed within existing budgeted resources.
Any questions from the committee for Deirdre? Okay, great. Thank you, Deirdre. So this bill will be reported out.
Yes.
Why don't you bring up the second one, Deirdre?
Yep. Let me just get that screen ready. All right. So this is LD 507, an act to improve consumer protections for community solar projects. Again, you had done a language review for this bill already. There's nothing new there. This one, however, does have a fiscal note that projects increased costs from other special revenue. And basically, here's the fiscal details. The bill directs the PUC to adopt consumer protection rules for customers who participate in or solicited to participate in community solar projects through a net energy billing arrangement based upon a shared financial interest in a distributed generation resource. The PUC has indicated that will require additional staffing to carry out enforcement provisions, and the bill includes allocations of $263,723 in fiscal year 2021-22 and $357,287 in fiscal year 22-23 to the PUC for one staff attorney position, one senior consumer assistance specialist position, and associated costs. And this would be funded through the assessment. So I don't know if there's any questions on that. I did give PUC ahead of time a heads up that we would be doing this today too, if you had any further questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? So it looks like this one for committee members, info will end up on the appropriations table, and those that care about it will have to find a way to move it successfully off the table. But if there are no questions, we'll get that bill reported out of committee. Any other housekeeping matters, Deirdre, we can take care of?
No, that's all I have for right now.
Okay, great. I appreciate you all hanging out for an additional 10 minutes. That allowed us to get 6 more bills out of committee and we are feeling a bit of pressure to get things out. We do have a good size afternoon of hearings to go. I believe, Jordan, there's about 30 people signed up on one of the bills, and how many on the other?
There's about 40 people on LD 101, and I just had there's like 15 or so on the other one, I believe.
Okay. So I would expect, just for people's information, we're going to start at 12:30. The first bill will probably last for about 2 to 2.5 hours. Senator Vitelli has to step off at 3 o'clock, I understand. Are you going to be available to chair at 3 o'clock, Representative Berry?
I am. I do have a hard stop at 4, so
Okay.
We'll see where we're at.
So we'll get over to my bill. We'll take a break probably in between the bills, and then I can present my bill. You can chair. And if we need somebody to finish up, we may enlist Representative Wadsworth or somebody to help us finish up that hearing, if that's okay. But my estimation is the first bill will probably take us up close to 3 o'clock. We will then have a break, and the last bill will take us about an hour to finish up. So we should be finishing up somewhere around 4:30 this afternoon would be my guess. So I'd encourage all committee members to get away from the computer, get off Zoom, resist the urge to do Zoom things during the lunch, and allow your brains to refocus and get off your cell phones. Go walk your dogs, go outside. Remember to turn your video off and mute your microphone. Have a good lunch. Hey, Jordan, you're back on?
I am, yes.
Okay. And you sent me the list of people testifying today? This afternoon?
You should have received it, yeah.
Okay, let me just get on my Outlook account, my legislative account, and see.
It there's definitely a few updates to 1619 already.
Did you send me it at 9:24 or?
Nope, you should have gotten it at 11:52.
Okay, let me check again.
Representative Barry, did you get the testimony list that I sent?
I got it at 11:51, Jordan.
Okay, my apologies. I'm so sorry.
Is that, and are you saying it's still going to be updated?
I think that at least for 101, the way that Leap reads everything out, it's pretty hard to like squeeze more people in. Okay. I keep getting testimony submissions at this point, just like rolling into my inbox.
So here's my suggestion, Jordan. I'll go with what we have and go 10 on each side as we talked about. And then I'll check with you before I get to the neither for nor against, just to see who else you may have to add on. And then we'll go back for and then go back against.
Okay. Because I was going to recommend that, you do what I have listed basically. And then we can, if you can ask the attendees that, if you haven't testified yet and you haven't heard your name called, like just raise your hand.
Yep. And that way you can let me know who they are.
Yep, exactly.
I'll bring them over. Okay. That sounds good. And I'm gonna, since we have so many new people who haven't testified before, I am just gonna go over the introduction on hearings again, so they know kind of how the format is gonna be.
Good idea.
And can you think, Representative Barry, is there anything else we need to do?
No, I think that should cover it. So you want to do 101 first?
Yeah, we're going to do 101 first. It looks like it has about 40 people, so I'm going to switch back and forth as we talked about, so people don't feel like their side is being ignored, and we'll get through it. My guess it's going to be about 2.5 hours. So, and we are live, Jordan?
We're still live, yes.
Okay, good. So for everyone who's listening in, we just had a little brief discussion of how to proceed this afternoon. And I am going to do another brief introduction on hearings, since we have so many people testifying whose names I have not seen before. So they are new people testifying to the committee. And I'm going to ask the committee members just to introduce themselves. So I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I'm the Senate Chair of the committee. I represent Southern York County, which is the towns of Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, Berwick, and half of Berwick and South Berwick. With me is also my House Chair on the committee, and if he could just introduce himself, that would be great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seth Berry, and I represent House District 55, which is northern Saginaw County.
Great. And Representative Wadsworth, are you there, our House Republican lead? He's not here yet, so I'll go to the people I can see who have their screens not on screensaver. We'll go to Representative Ziegler.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County. It consists of the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Great. We'll go to Representative Kessler.
Hello, I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Next to Representative Foster.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 104, which includes Dexter, Garland, Stetson, Exeter, and Charleston. Thank you.
Representative Grochowski.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, which is the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton.
Senator Vitelli.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County.
Representative Wood, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Why don't you, and just as a reminder, you need to turn on your video.
I cannot.
I had to make her a co-host first. Sorry about that.
Okay, she's going to make you a co-host, but why don't you introduce yourself first?
You should be all set now.
Okay.
Great.
There's the top of my head. Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Our House Republican lead, Representative Wadsworth, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Nate Wadsworth, and I represent House District 70, Hiram Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell.
And I see Representative Carlo. Are you there, Representative Carlo? Doesn't look like it. Jordan, I'll just ask you to come on the screen for a second. I'll introduce you. This is Jordan Merrifield, who's our committee clerk. He's the one who gathers all the information and assists you in submitting written testimony to the committee. So if there are questions you need, you can join us today. And with us today is our legal analyst, or our analyst for the committee, Deirdre Snyder, who is on and will be taking notes. She does not really have a role at the public hearing other than to take notes, and she will do a summary for us at the work session when we get back on. I see we're now joined by Representative Cuddy. Representative Cuddy, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Great. So I'm going to go over just the procedures on legislation, hearings, and work sessions. So each bill that's submitted to the legislature has a public hearing and then a series of work sessions before it's voted out by the committee. The purpose of the public hearing is to invite members of the public to testify on the committee and present information to the committee. We do limit public testimony to 3 minutes simply because we have so many bills and so much information to get through that we would be here all year if we allowed it unlimited public testimony. But we also have the ability for you to submit written testimony. So if you have testimony that goes beyond 3 minutes, we ask you to submit it in writing, send it to us, and then in your 3 minutes, summarize it, hit the high points, and tell us what to look for in your written testimony. I can't emphasize enough that written testimony is very important, especially for this committee. We will go back, we will review it. Periodically, we will look at it. When we get to the work sessions, we'll be reviewing it again about points you raised in your public testimony. And this is not the end of your ability to submit testimony to the committee. After the public hearing, or even after you've testified, you can submit additional written testimony to the committee if you want to rebut things other people say, or during the work session if you want to provide additional information. When we get to the work sessions are time for the committee itself to meet and discuss what they want to do with the bill, how they want to vote, what potential motions there are. That is a meeting of just of the committee, but all the public is allowed to watch. We invite people who we may have questions for to be in the attendees list, and members of the committee may ask questions of those people on the attendees list who will be given an opportunity to answer that question only, and then before they get beamed back across to be an attendee again. And we sometimes hold multiple work sessions on bills, so there may be more than one work session before we finally reach a conclusion and report bills out. All bills are reported out by committee. Unlike many legislatures around the country, we are not allowed to hold bills into committee to kill them. We have to affirmatively do something one way or another on a bill before the end of the legislative session. We are getting pressure from the presiding officers because the end of the session is coming up the middle of January, and we're getting pressure on to get bills out of committee. The committee is going to hear testimony from persons present today via Zoom or either by telephone. And you'll be allowed to speak for, against, or neither for nor against each individual bill today. And we have 2 bills to hear today, which we're going to get to. It looks like on the first bill, we have enough people testifying that it's going to be a couple of hours, maybe 2.5 hours. So we'll probably go up to around 3 o'clock. Then we'll be taking a break from the committee session. I encourage members to take a break and get off Zoom so you're not constantly on Zoom, focus on something else. And then we'll come back and do the final bill after our break. With leave of the chair of the committee, committee members may ask questions to persons testifying today. Other questions are not permitted, meaning if you're in the waiting room or you've been promoted to a panelist, you're not allowed to ask a question of other people testifying. It's solely reserved for the committee to be able to ask questions. And once you've testified and presented your testimony and you're transferred back into the waiting room, you will not be able to speak again. But as I said, you can submit written testimony or written comments about what you hear today or any reaction to things going on today. Whether or not you're testifying today, you may submit written testimony to the committee. Excuse me, and please be mindful that testimony is public and is available to all once it's presented. Excuse me. The testimony submitted through our portal is available to all committee members and excuse me, available to the public. So once you submit that testimony, it is public. Persons testifying before the hearing today are advised that their hearing is being broadcast over the internet. It's also being recorded and will be part of the permanent records of the committee. So oftentimes people on the committee come back and review testimony afterwards, and it'll be available on our webpage. Excuse me.
Senator Lawrence, would you like me to jump in? Or? You okay?
Sorry, just had a frog in my throat. So if you wish to testify, excuse me, please state your name, your residence, and the organization you represent and you're speaking for, excuse me, if any. Testimony will be heard today in the following order. We will hear from people testifying in favor first, then people testifying in opposition, then people neither for nor against the bill. If you have written testimony, please submit it online and your testimony will be read. This is one committee that goes back and rereads testimony, often multiple times before the work session and throughout the work session. Because of the number of people we have today, so that each side does not have to wait a long time if you're down on the list, what we generally do is go for about a half an hour on each side and then switch over to the other side and then switch back to the other side. So we've set up the list so we'll hear from 10 people on each side before switching back and forth with 3 minutes for each person. That will be probably sufficient enough to do a half an hour on each side. We do use a timer. You're not going to be able to see it on the screen, but I will give you a gentle reminder when you approach your time. And we're generally pretty generous with people who don't commonly testify before the committee. Give you a few minutes to go over and just to wrap up your testimony. During this hearings, we ask that you use appropriate language. Remember, this hearing is being recorded, and we ask you also not to have any political statements or anything behind you. Have a very neutral background. In the committee room, were we in the committee room, signs, things like that are not allowed in the committee room. And obviously language has to be appropriate for a public hearing. So with that, I'm going to go on to the first bill, and I should say everybody is limited to 3 minutes, with the exception of the sponsor and the co-sponsors. We give them extra time, but all legislators know that if you can't say it in 3 minutes, it's probably not worth saying because people have stopped listening to you. So, so we are going to recognize the sponsors and the co-sponsors of the bills first. So we'll go on to our first bill for this afternoon. It's LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind development. Chair is pleased to recognize the sponsor of the bill, Representative Fockingham. Representative, why don't you proceed? And I should tell everyone, we've been having problems with the Zoom today. You won't automatically get video. You have to go down to the lower left-hand corner of your screen, turn on your video, and unmute yourself in order to testify. Representative Fockingham, can you hear me? Oh, there you are. Great. Can you hear me?
I just got brought up at the last second.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and present your bill?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I'm here to proudly present LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development for the people of Maine. Recently, the Portland Press Herald posted an editorial titled, "Our View, Lobster Industry Needs to Contribute More Than Crush Mills." We'll get your notepad out because here it is. This offshore windmill debate is an issue that was put to bed in 2017. That is when the Maine Public Utilities Commission completed a 5-year study into the feasibility of offshore wind. The conclusion was that the cost was so far out of reach for ratepayers that it was totally unfeasible. The findings of the extensive study were that energy derived from offshore wind would cost around 22 cents per unit, compared to the current rate of 3 to 4 cents per unit. In fact, of the main renewable energy technologies, offshore wind is the most expensive, far more than solar power. The U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates the cost of offshore wind projects will average $115 per megawatt hour. By comparison, the Energy Information Administration estimates that emissions-free, always-on advanced nuclear plant entering service in 2026 would cost less than $70 per megawatt hour and won't require extensive battery storage. Not only will consumers billions of dollars more per year cost billions of dollars more per year for the energy than if generated by more reliable nuclear and natural gas generators, but the intermittent nature of offshore wind will require building vast quantities of battery storage, which is likely to cost hundreds of billions more, as well as depending on slave labor for the minerals to produce. This is to say nothing of the abundance of hydropower opportunities within the state, or the current plan in effect for to cut through Maine's western wilderness, an extension cord that would run carbon-free hydropower from Canada to Massachusetts. It boggles the mind that the state has just halted an attempt to tear out 4 hydropower dams on the Kennebec when it was revealed that state agencies had violated the rules and that the owners wanted to retain the dams and upgrade them to supply our state with carbon-free energy source that has low environmental impact and a never-ending green fuel supply. In addition to forcing ratepayers to buy electricity at 3 to 5 times the average market price, Avangrid of Spain, Mitsubishi Corp of Japan, Shell Oil Corporation of Holland, and other foreign corporations will also be showered with billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars based on estimated construction costs of $5,000 per kilowatt and the Biden administration's new 30% investment tax credit for offshore wind. All told, constructing 30,000 megawatts of offshore wind is likely to send $50 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars to giant European corporations. And for what? The reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from building all that offshore wind will be minuscule and will have no impact on world climate whatsoever. In fact, studies on cold pooling warn that overdevelopment of the offshore windmills could lead to increased warming in the Gulf of Maine. In literature published by University of Maine describing the potential benefits of offshore wind, they characterize a mid-sized commercial wind farm as one that produces 500 megawatts and includes 64 turbines. If the 12 turbine research array requires 16 square miles, then a mid-sized commercial farm with 64 turbines would require 85 miles. In 2009, Maine's Ocean Energy Task Force released a final report that set a goal of 5,000 megawatts of offshore wind power generated in Maine by 2030. So in order to generate 5,000 megawatts of power, you need 10 mid-sized 500 megawatt wind farms, which would require a total of 850 square miles. The whole of Casco Bay is approximately 200 miles. So where in state waters are we going to be able to give up an area 4 times the size of Casco Bay without destroying the sustainability of our fisheries? The entirety of state waters is 3,000 square miles. The list of negative impacts from offshore windmills is extensive. Following is an extremely abridged list of some of the impacts and areas of concern. Vibrations and noise from turbine construction and operation are detrimental to marine mammals. Cold pooling. Rotating turbine blades and their bases in the water disrupt the natural cycling of water temperature that fish and shellfish depend on to migrate, breed, and flourish, thus driving fish out of vast areas along the coast. Electromagnetic fields disturb fish migration patterns as well as catastrophic impact on marine mammals. Loss of commercial and recreational fishing grounds, radar and navigational hazards, Coast Guard high sea rescue issues and potential interference, environmental hazards, disposal of turbine blades, having only a 15 to 25 year lifespan, after which the 175-foot non-recyclable blades get buried in the ground. Leakage hazards of hazardous materials. Oil leakage from turbines is not uncommon. Electromagnetic fields, safety concerns for coastal residents and wildlife. In considering the comprehensive cost of offshore wind turbine production, manufacturing, transportation, and installation, we must also consider the carbon footprint involved in these processes. Wildlife and their habitat. Negative effects to marine mammals and sea life during construction, cable trenching, and anchor placement. Negative effects on protected species, the endangered right whales, the endangered piping plovers, roseate terns, least terns, and the threatened Arctic terns, Atlantic puffins, harlequin ducks, and razorbills. Harm or death to birds, estimated at 500,000 a year in the US, bats, fish, dolphins, sharks, sea turtles, whales, etc. Negative impact on tourism and coastal economies. The turbines are projected to be 700 feet tall and wider than 2 football fields. Turbines will be visible from the beaches and negatively affect fishing. Industrializing our natural ocean views will decrease tourism, affecting small and large businesses, everything from lobster roll stands to real estate sales. Night skies will include blinking and continuous light required for navigation, creating visual pollution. Financial impact. Electric rates will increase in Maine in order to absorb the cost of the project, which is totally unknown. Unproven number of permanent jobs, most likely a very low number of permanent jobs. Turbines will never operate at maximum efficiency. During long periods without wind, turbines must be turned by diesel-powered engines to prevent blade warping. The main grid is currently incapable of handling a new flow of energy. Without having both short-term and long-duration storage solutions, the technology isn't there yet, as well as an updated grid, the development of offshore wind farms faces major transmission issue. The development's cost will be a huge burden to ratepayers for the next 20 plus years. Right now, the return on investment is at this point very much unknown. Tens of thousands of Maine jobs are directly connected to commercial fishing. Tens of thousands of jobs are indirectly connected to commercial fishing, including entire communities along the coast. Commercial fishing is directly or indirectly responsible for over $1 billion in economic revenue in Maine. The Atlantic coast contains some of the most productive fisheries in the world. Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is supposed to work with fisheries interests to ensure offshore wind development does not adversely affect habitat and the livelihood of fishermen. In fact, in December of last year, the Department of Interior issued a detailed memo stating that the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act prohibit offshore windmills in a project if a project would interfere with fishing. But just a few weeks ago, the administration reversed those findings. It is time to put a permanent halt to offshore wind development. If at some point in the future there's a strong and convincing evidence that this energy would be a worthwhile endeavor to the benefit of the people of Maine, then we could have that debate then. But right now, this is a science project proposing to turn the Gulf of Maine, her marine life, sea mammals, ocean bottom into a test tube for the benefit of foreign corporations. Right now, all the evidence, all the science says no. I'm just going to leave you with this one final truth. Environmentally, economically, and culturally, this offshore windmill proposal is as bad as it gets. Maine has too many environmentally friendly, carbon-free, green options for energy to be pushing a destructive idea like this. We have endless hydropower potential, both domestically and from our neighbors in Canada. We have the potential for a nuclear power source, such as the one that powered half of Maine in the past. We also have the potential for clean natural gas-powered electricity. We also have the potential for land-based wind and solar. All of these options have higher rewards and less environmental damage than offshore wind. Listen to the people of Maine. Vote ought to pass on LD 101. Thank you for your consideration. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Oh, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Buckingham, can you just remind me, we mostly deal with generation built on land. Can you just remind me how far out the state waters go and where the federal waters start?
That's 3 miles, Representative Wadsworth.
And so this bill would cover just the 3 miles of state land?
State waters, state territorial waters, yes.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Buckingham, for your very detailed and thorough presentation of your bill. I'm wondering, we're faced on this committee, and I'm faced as I look at these issues from my own personal perspective with plans or what are supposedly plans of developing renewable energy that include up to 45,000 acres of solar panels on Maine soils, 450 to 500 more wind towers on Maine soil, and then which I'm told occupy a space of up to 45 acres per megawatt produced, and also now offshore wind. My question is this, and also we're faced with arguments against bringing hydropower down through from Quebec to ISO New England. I'm wondering if this is not merely a not in my backyard issue, or in this case, not in my territorial waters case for your bill and those that support it. If you could just touch on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. This is, of all the environmental concerns, this is the absolutely most concerning type of green energy proposed. And I am 100% for green energy. As a matter of fact, I would propose moving this state to 100% green carbon-free energy in the next decade. It's well within our reach. But offshore wind, when you're talking about the risk of endangered species and environmental impacts, there's absolutely no comparison. Even you suggested something about solar panels on land. Even if it came out at some point in the future that was a bad use of the land, those panels could be cleaned up and trees planted. But when you're talking about putting these in the ocean, we're talking about 10,000 ton concrete structures. I don't even understand how you could contemplate bringing something like that back to shore. So I assume that the only plan in place, if these things are to turn out to be a failure, is to somehow leave these pieces of garbage in the ocean. And there's many endangered species out there in the territory where these things are going to go that could be put at risk from this type of energy. So it's definitely much more concerning than as you suggested it in someone's backyard.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fockingham, will you be submitting your thorough written testimony for us on the portal? I think what we see right now is contains blah, 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 quite literally. So I hope we can have for the record your actual testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, by actual testimony should be submitted by now. And that was a demonstration that ended up getting put on the on there.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to co-sponsors, and I'm going to first go to co-sponsors, and then we have a couple of other legislators who want to testify too as well. So I'll take them first so that they can get back to their other business. But I believe Representative Toole is a co-sponsor on this bill. So we'll go to him first.
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you fine, Will.
Great, thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent the coastal fishing communities of Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubec, Machias, Machiasport, Roque Bluff, Whiting, and Truscott Township. And I'm here today to speak unequivocally in 100% support of LD 101 and Representative Fockingham's efforts to ban offshore wind as long as Maine fishermen are making a living in our waters or on our waters. I do so because I've proudly lived my entire 43 years in a small fishing community down east. Had the honor of representing that community and many others up and down the Washington County coast on marine resources the past 3 legislative terms, and know many, many fishermen who just don't believe offshore wind is right for our state and right for its industry. Fishermen who have never set foot in the State House, never paid much attention to politics, and never really paid much attention to anything other than the traps they fish, are now charged up to support this bill and end once and for all the debate over whether the industry they love will be pushed aside by development project after development project. Fishermen have worked our coastal waters, not just in close to the shore, but further out past the 3-mile line, which Representative Fockingham alluded to, for generations. As lobster migration patterns change, many fishermen are chasing their catch into deeper waters and cannot afford to lose an inch of bottom. And that is one point I will make as an aside. If there are indeed fixed platforms in the ocean and lobsters are moving, that could raise a problem not just down the road. Every fisherman here today testifying for this bill has seen their share of tough times, rough waters, horrible catches, uncertain market conditions, increasing regulations, and soaring costs, just to keep their boat on the water, and a sternman or 2 employed. Each and every one worked their way up and never asked for much along the way. Now these men and women, our friends and neighbors, are in dire need. We have a chance to help them to pass LD 101 and stand staunchly on their side, on the side of the fishermen who are keeping our small coastal communities afloat with every dollar they bring in. And it's not just fishermen. It's people who live and work around the water, people who depend upon this billion-dollar-plus industry for their livelihood outside of fishing, and their families who have lived here for generations, raised kids, coached their sports teams, giving money to their schools and help many pay their way through college and/or trade school. There are many more behind me who will do a much better job than I explaining why this bill is so important. But just like the people of central and western Maine who have resoundingly rejected the CMP energy corridor, these fishermen and their families are fighting for a voice, for a say, and for their livelihood. I join them as I do my friends to the west, lifelong Mainers who believe that the core natural resources-based economy of our state must remain strong if we're to prosper, in stating clearly and decisively that we do not need or want this. In short, you could sum my support for this bill up with one short, simple phrase: fishermen were here first. We must remember and respect that as we deliberate the future of this legislation and take clear, decisive action, just as we have on so many other fishing-related issues in recent years. Our fishing industry needs us, so I ask you to join me, Representative Falkingham, and many others behind me, and many others in supporting the legislation before you today. I pray we can make it to the floor without delay and garner a unanimous ought to pass in both chambers there as well. The thousands of fishermen up and down the coast expect nothing less. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Toole. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much.
And I will add,
I'll go on to another Washington County representative, Representative Alley, Robert Alley. Bob, you need to turn on the video in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. We don't have the ability to turn on video today. There you go. And now you unmute yourself.
How's that?
Great.
All right. All right. Thank you. Yes, I am Representative Robert Alley from Beals, District 138. And I have 12 communities that I work with. And that is Addison, Beals, Cherryfield, Columbia, Columbia Falls, Harrington, Jonesboro, Jonesport, Icefield, Millbridge, Whitneyville, and the territory of Centerville Township. I support LD 101. I firmly oppose offshore wind development anywhere in the Gulf of Maine. The term three-headed monster is exactly what fishermen are facing, and I will do everything in my power to protect all commercial fishing industry. I am not a green environment. However, it appears that potential for negative impacts regarding this proposed footprint far outweighs any beneficial factors. In my opinion, other options needs to be seriously tabled. Using valuable fishing grounds for untested technology such as offshore wind turbine just doesn't seem to be rational. Without precise data for exact same scenario, offshore wind development has the potential to pose irreparable damage both above and below the water. Anyone that is familiar with the commercial fishing industry, whether it be lobstering, dragging, scalloping, clamming, worming, know that we are a unique, hardworking group of environmentalists. Protecting and encouraging sustainable fisheries management of the commercial fishing industry has been a way of life for many generations. Commercial fishing is a sense of identity, and keeping those values and traditions alive is of the utmost importance to every one of us. Long story short, the commercial fishing industry would not be the only business to feel the effects of offshore development. Should it actually move forward, that would most likely be a trickle-down effect for every other type of business in the state of Maine. I stand strong with our commercial fishing industry in saying no offshore wind anywhere in the Gulf of Maine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Representative Alley? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to our next legislator testifying in favor of this bill, Representative Sherm Hutchins. Here we go.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee, I appreciate the chance to speak with you here today on this issue. And Representative Fockingham and others have brought up great issues that I think speak to it very well. But I think there's a couple of other things that we need to think about. We've got the coast of Maine is cut up into 7 different fishing districts, I should say. Offshore, there are 7 A through G districts. And if these wind turbines were to go into practice, they would probably end up being in one district, maybe 2. And you can just imagine then what those fishermen would want to do about moving into other districts. I mean, it would be an absolute nightmare, because trying to fish around these things would be next to impossible. In fact, probably they would be prohibited from it the first time a cable got hooked onto or something. And to further bring that point home, these 7 districts where the lines come ashore, picture yourself, each of those lines running right straight up the state. And anybody that's, say, an electrician in one of these zones can't work in the next zone, or anyone that is a plumber in one zone can't work in the next zone, or an attorney in one zone can't work in the next zone. That's the handicap the fishermen work under now. And it was done in a way that tried not to hurt any of them too bad. There are certain chances where where they live right on a line, can fish, some in one zone, some in another. But they already have worked for decades and decades to protect their livelihood. A few weeks ago, we had a hearing in Marine Resources, and it was about the right whale and what is happening with the right whale. And in some of the questioning and testimony, it talked about the endangered species. And I happened to bring up one of the endangered species was the lobsterman. And that's evidently struck a note, because in the next 10 days, I received 343 letters, which are sitting over my shoulder right here, in support of LD 101. I don't ever recall receiving that many letters on anything legislatively before. One batch came from Vinyl Haven, was trucked over in his boat by a friend of mine, Arthur Farnham, who fishes out of Vinyl Haven, who lives in the area on Vinyl Haven where there are 3 turbines already. And these turbines moved his family because they were so, the noise from them was so objectionable. So he ended up moving. I had a lady tell me once that her dad and friends of his had windmills on their farms just north of the Dakotas in Canada, of North and South Dakota. And any place that one of the windmills, the large type windmills, was running, killed the ground for 3 acres around each one. Not even angleworms would live there anymore. And of course, we on the coast here, we talk about lobsters as being bugs. And quite often, just jokingly, we call them bugs. But if the vibration from these turbines can kill an area 3 acres in the water where sound travels so much more, it seems to me that it's extremely dangerous to try this experiment in an area that already has a tremendous working history. And I know that they're talking about they would employ quite a few people in the wind turbine industry, putting them up. But for every person that is probably employed in that industry, it would be way more than offset by the losses in the fishing side of the industry. And Maine is vacation land because of lobsters. Don't make a mistake on that. There are lots of things that, Maine, that attract people to Maine in the summertime. But lobsters is probably number one. And if we cut our throat and devastate that industry, when we're not looking, not going to look very smart, I don't think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Hutchins. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Seeing none, thank you. We're now going on to members of the public testifying. And remember, there is a 3-minute rule. As you get close to the 3 minutes, I will warn you a little. We do allow you to go a little bit over, but not much. So we ask you to keep it within 3 minutes and submit anything beyond that in writing as your testimony. I'll recognize Christopher McIntyre of Orr's Island, who wishes to speak in favor of this legislation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to submit testimony in favor of LD 101. I believe that it's a bad idea for the commercial fishing industry in the state of Maine and for the state of Maine as a whole. I think it's important that people understand that it's not, it's hard to object to, putting a turbine or 3 turbines or 12 turbines in the water. But in order to achieve an affordable energy source, you would have to have hundreds, if not thousands of them in the water. There's no point in putting 2 or 3 or 12 or 10 wind turbines out there in the water, because the people of Maine would never be able to afford the energy that comes from them. The only way for these energy companies to achieve, creating affordable energy is to scale up to a footprint that the commercial fishing industries in the state of Maine and the wind farms wouldn't be able to coexist. Billy Bob Fockingham alluded to, the issues with scaling and the coexisting of fisheries. You won't be able to fish around. They keep trying to say that we'll be able to fish around them. I don't know how they can say that. I asked the Department of Marine Resources, how close do you expect us to try and get to the turbines? And she said, well, however close people feel like they can get. And I mean, that's just a laughable answer. I mean, there's going to be, safety exclusion zones around these turbines. You won't be able to get, you can't fish close to the moorings on them anyway. They'll take up a massive amount of fishing ground in order to have a commercial sized wind farm. And I want people to be aware that this is not a not in my backyard issue. If the only choice I had was, being for offshore wind or allowing a wind turbine to be built in my backyard, I'd let you build it in my backyard. And one of the representatives alluded when he alluded to that, talked about, the land that might be used for solar farms or whatnot. And it kind of made it sound like the Gulf of Maine needed to do its part. Well, I guess I would ask, whether the land that the solar farms would go on support billions of dollars in economic opportunity to Maine people currently. It's not an appropriate usage for Maine state waters. The state has limited capability to influence, leases in federal waters, but protecting Maine state waters for, the historical
That's your
users.
3-minute
Yeah.
limit. So if you could just wrap up.
Yeah. Well, I hope that the members of the committee will strongly support this bill and help to preserve Maine's historical fishing grounds for people of the state of Maine. Thank you very much.
Great. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. McIntyre? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to the next person testifying in favor of this bill, Amy Simmons. Amy?
Hi.
Hi.
So Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am here today to ask you for support of the bill LD 101. My name is Amy Simmons and I am from Friendship, Maine. My husband is a third-generation lobsterman, and I am here today as I am highly concerned with current events that are taking place in the lobstering industry. The lobstering community feels unheard and unsupported. The effects that the windmill project will have on the fishing families and fishing communities will be devastating. The windmill project won't be devastating to just the lobstering community, but it will also be destroying our ocean's habitat. An example of this is Eastern Egg Rock, where all of the puffins nest rest. The windmills have been shown to kill birds. The windmills can kill the puffins, bald eagles, and any other birds near it. And what about the ocean floor? Not only is the natural ocean floor going to be blasted, but then what about the huge chains that are connecting, that will be holding down the floating windmill? On rough days, these chains will be slamming against the ocean floor, destroying anything under it. Our governor has stated she wants to ban more windmills from coming into state waters for the next 10 years, where this is just where 75% of the lobstermen fish, but put them offshore in federal waters. There are more than over 1,000 lobstermen who fish in federal waters year round. They employ 2 to 4 crew members year round, and this is going to be thousands of good paying, sustainable jobs that our governor is willing to risk. There has been a lot said about these hardworking men and women in the fishing industry from the people who are in support of the windmills, from how these men and women should just go and start up new businesses from the relief money they've received, to how they are monsters and should just learn to share the ocean. Yes, they are fighting for their livelihoods, but if you stopped and listened to what they are saying, they are telling you all the reasons why these windmills would destroy the ocean. If you talk to most of these lobstermen, they're for green energy. They want to preserve the ocean. It is their livelihood, and they would not want to destroy it and would want to do whatever they needed to protect it. They have shown this over the many years by following all the rules and regulations that have been put on them. This is why Maine has the most sustainable fishing industry. Our governor won't listen to the fishermen and doesn't even have the decency to meet with them. In fact, she refuses. The fishing industry generates more than $500 million a year and brings many tourists to Maine. Why don't these men and women deserve more than just a comply or else? Please understand, windmills aren't green, from how they are made to how they are deconstructed and buried in landfills. Listen to these men and women who spend their lives on the ocean. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Simmons? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to Crystal Caney. Crystal?
Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Crystal Caney, and I am the Executive Director of Protect Maine's Fishing Heritage Foundation, a 501c3. Protect Maine's Fishing Heritage is supporting LD 101, which would pause all wind energy projects in state waters. Responsibly developed offshore wind energy done in a way that addresses concerns of the state's vital fishing communities is an essential part of efforts to address the climate crisis. Currently, Maine lacks a comprehensive plan on how to share our common ocean resource, and the needs of Maine's fishing communities continue to be sidelined. That's why we're joining a number of organizations who do not support putting wind energy in Maine waters without a planning process of where and how that should happen, in conjunction with all the other pressures currently facing the industry. Protect Maine believes the state has failed to have the necessary conversations around siting ocean-based projects in Maine, whether it's wind or industrial aquaculture. Right now, lobster men and women face a three-headed sea monster: right whales, industrial scale aquaculture, and wind. As a result, the inshore fishery is about to get even more crowded. In speaking with numerous lobstermen and women who support our organization, they talk about leaving the offshore fishery, which is beyond the 3-mile line, and coming inshore because of the changes around right whale regulations. This is coming at a time when aquaculture leases are growing and individuals, businesses, or corporations can lease up to 1,000 acres of the water. Maine needs to start having a statewide conversation around how to move forward with Maine's coast, a protected public trust. I urge this committee to slow it all down and have a comprehensive review of all the issues currently facing Maine's coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming to testify. We'll now go on to Douglas McClellan. Douglas? There is a video on the bottom left-hand of your screen that we need you to turn on, as well as your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. And if you can, your video down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, if you want to turn that on, that'd be fine.
I'm on an iPad here. It's on the right-hand side, but
Okay.
it says unable to access camera.
You should be able to disable it. Jordan, did you make him a co-host?
I did. There's a chance that there's like a security,
Okay.
he has to allow like the iPad to.
We're
use the
fine,
camera.
Douglas, if you just want to go ahead verbally and testify.
Yeah, well, thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and the members of the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. I'm speaking here today in favor of LD 101. I'm going to keep it short. I'm a commercial fisherman. I represent my lobster zone council for District D, Zone D, District 7. I just want to say that Billy Bob Falkenham pretty much said everything that I got on my mind. I got all kinds of papers here that I wrote up and was going to try to speak this long thing, but he pretty much said it, what needs to be said. I really don't want to see windmills in the ocean at all, especially the Gulf of Maine. He will, the bill he put forward will take care of the state waters, but the federal waters is going to be a battle too, because that's not very far offshore from the coast. These cables going to run through our bottom. It's more than just lobstering that takes place out here. We go scallop dragon. There's a groundfish industry we've been trying to rebuild for the last 30 years, which is, there's not many boats left that can go ground fishing, but this is going to take up huge tracts of bottom with cables running in all different directions. And he pretty much said everything that's on my mind. So I'm going to keep it short, and there's a lot of other people want to speak here today. So I'll be submitting a written comment also that will have a lot more in it. So thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Douglas. Any questions from the committee? We just need to know, Douglas, for the record, what town are you from?
I'm from Sprucehead, Maine. It's not a town, it's a little village. It's in half of it's in South Thomaston and the other half's in St. George. But I actually am from Sprucehead, which is in South Thomaston side of it. So
great.
Only in Maine, right?
Thank you.
Thank you
We'll
for
go
your
on
time.
to our next person testifying in favor of this bill, Dustin Delano. Dustin? There you go.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Dustin Delano. I'm a fourth-generation lobster fisherman from Friendship, Maine. I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 101. I want to thank Billy Bob and thank those who testified prior to this for their support for our oceans and for our communities along the coast and for our fishermen. These wind farms that we're talking about, I've been involved for probably about 10 years with the siting and with the project that was located off of Manhegan Island. And there's been lots of ups and downs. There's been lots of misinformation. There's been lots of, it's been quite a haul along the way. And the project has changed many different times. But the biggest issue is the negative impact on the Gulf of Maine itself. and the many ecosystems within it. Industrializing the habitat that's crucial for marine organisms to survive in is a slippery slope. We're also not talking about traditional wind industrialization either with these projects that have been proposed. The proposed fields and projects that have been brought up are for giant floating platforms. Each floating platform is over 300 feet by 300 feet. A 450-foot piling will go on top of the platform and have 3 blades stretching 100 yards each attached to the hub. Overall, the structure is going to be at least 700 feet. Each base will have 3 sets of chains anchoring it to the ocean floor at 7-to-1 or as much as 9-to-1 scope to the depth of water. Each chain link is the size of a large pickup bed, and the diameter of the link is expected to be at least a foot. Each of those monstrosities will take up 1 square mile of the ocean. 1 whole square mile. It's inevitable that the thousands of pounds of extra scope around the bottom will crush any habitat in its path. There's no way around it. If you're talking, that you're in 100 feet of water and there's 900 feet of chain, that chain's going to lay there. And that chain's going to move around when the tide changes and everything else. Any habitat under there isn't going to survive. And any marine species isn't going to survive. The disruption to the ocean, habitat, and the thousands of marine organisms who call it home is completely unknown. These projects are a gamble. They're a gamble with one of the most unique bodies in the world, one of the most unique bodies of ocean in the world. And it's just not a good direction for Maine to go in. Offshore wind goals, as we've read in different articles and different press releases, are expected to include over 800 square miles of bottom in the coming years. That's a huge area. You look around the country and you look at the cities and all the development that's happened over the last couple hundred years, New York City and just all the skyscrapers and the buildings. And do we really want to do that to the Gulf of Maine? Is that what we want to do? Do we want to treat our oceans that way? I'm part of the Maine Loves Fishery, one of the most sustainable fisheries in the world. Most of the regulations we have all been brought on by us. We've gone to Augusta, we've gone to our legislators, and we've put rules in place to preserve and protect the species of lobster and the environment that we fish in. I'm just here today to urge you to vote in favor of LD 101, to respect our oceans, and to preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? And Dustin, did you happen to say which town you're from?
Friendship.
Friendship. Great. Thank you. Representative Foster, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dustin, for being here today. Could you restate your the area that you said that with the anchor chains that you calculate will be needed for these, what we're talking about? In previous testimony, I was told that these, or in previous information I received, I was told that the diameter that these wind towers would take up would be 600 feet. That seemed a bit small to me, knowing how anchor chain has to be laid out and what that might be. Could you just restate what you had?
We've been told basically from the beginning that we're talking 1 square mile. I mean, things definitely change. Dr. Habib Gauger from the University of Maine, great speaker. He has great technology, great ambitions, but he's also promised us over the last few years that his technology would never be used in the Gulf of Maine as long as we let the one test site happen. And right now, there's a 12 turbine project being talked about off the Gulf of Maine with his technology. So promises change, and so doesn't the information. But right now, that's what we've been told is 1 square mile.
Other questions from the committee? Are you all set, Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, other questions from the committee? Thank you, Dustin. We'll now go to Edward, and I believe it's Cedars.
Hello.
Great.
Senator Senator Lawrence, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to ask for your support of LD 101. My name is Eddie Sayers and I am 11 years old. I work for the lobstering industry on the coast of Rutherford Island in South Bristol, Maine. I've been helping my dad on his lobstering boat since I was 3 or 4 and got my own license when I was 8 for my first 10 traps. I have a 12-foot skiff and haul my traps by hand. This year I built my own traps over the past 2 months and I'm excited as I am almost finished. My grandfather hand knits the twine heads used in my traps and I love watching him make them. I hope he can teach me how to knit them so I can do my own next year. I know that I'm a lucky kid. There are only 5 or 6 other kids in this small town that also lobster either on their own or with their parents. These boys and girls have told me that they want to lobster when they grow up. I do too. I am worried that the cable from the offshore wind turbine will destroy the lobster fishery. I'm also worried that it will hurt more than just the lobsters. I know that it is all connected and that this ecosystem will be really hurt if the cable is laid on the floor of the Damascotta River. Our river is filled with amazing fish, shellfish, super rich in plankton, horseshoe crabs, and animals that go all the way from the sea up to Great Salt Bay. Dredging the lower part of the river will stir up the heavy metals left from World War II boat construction right across from my house. The stirred up mud will suffocate the sea life, and the power running through the cable will drive off the lobsters. I want a future lobstering, but I also want a future for the rest of the for the community, my friends, and also the lobsters, fish, and other creatures in the water. We don't need renewable energy captured from winds on the sea that will ruin the sea. I want to keep the ocean clean and protected. The ocean is the last place we should put the wind turbines or run cables that warm the bottom even more. I really want to stop the Mohegan project. I hope this bill, LD 101, and your support of it will help save our precious river. Respectfully submitted, Eddie.
Eddie, thank you very much. And I think you've stopped your video, which has actually helped your audio, but we really appreciate your testimony. Are there questions for Eddie from the committee? Representative Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Eddie, thank you for your testimony. It's always wonderful to see young people and to hear from young people who are participating in the citizen legislature. I know those waters well. I've farmed oysters in the Damascotta River and sold vegetables from a floating farmers market that my family's run off of Ocean Point, Heron Island, Christmas Cove, etc. So congratulations on your lobstering work there. And Eddie, my question for you is this: do you need do you need faster internet where you live?
No.
No, you're good with what you have?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Other
Well,
questions for Eddie? Great, Eddie. I will tell you, I started out a few years older than you at 14 with an Amesbury skiff, lobstering by hand like you, and building my own traps and knitting my own heads. So it's a great experience. I ended up as an attorney, not a lobsterman, and many a day I dream about being back out on the lobster boat again. So enjoy it. It's a very, very pleasant way of life.
I will.
Thank you, Eddie. Are there any other questions for Eddie? Good. Thank you. We'll now switch over to taking people testifying against the bill, and the chair will recognize our public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Barry Hobbins, and I'm the public advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate. And I am here today to testify in opposition to LD 101. The Office of the Public Advocate has long supported Maine's effort to make Maine an international hub for the building of the University of Maine's patented technology. This effort has been endorsed by multiple governors, numerous legislatures, scores of institutions and businesses, and thousands of Maine consumers. Floating offshore wind is in the public interest, and it will obtain local high load factor renewables at reasonable cost, and according to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, will continue to have decreasing cost. I know these facts because I served on the 2008 Ocean Energy Task Force. I sponsored the 2010 Ocean Energy Act, and I chaired this very committee very proudly in the 124th legislature when we enacted the Ocean Energy Act. We amended the act, as I said in the Senate debate, as a member of the Senate, when I said to the Senate, quote, we addressed all of the concerns with the different stakeholders group. The record for that was said by me on April 5th, 2010, and it can be found on page 5-1745. This included the concerns of Maine Lobstermen Association and others. With both Republicans and Democrats in 2013, I sponsored the Omnibus Energy Act and negotiated the related bill to keep the promise alive of offshore energy in Maine. Now, 11 years later, as the public advocate, I still acknowledge the concerns regarding offshore wind development of the lobstering industry here in Maine. Lobster men and women are integral parts to Maine's economy, and we understand the difficulties they have faced in recent years. However, the OPA believes the potential opportunities of offshore wind development is significant and will provide benefits to the people of Maine for years to come. And an outright ban on future projects will not help the Maine ratepayer. In February, I submitted an op-ed piece to the Maine Sunday Telegram and the Portland Press Herald. You can find the link on my testimony in support of the governor's offshore wind initiatives, in which I said, quote, this is a right course to protect Maine's consumers from higher costs in the long term, safeguard our coastal communities from sea levels, and mitigate the rapid warming of the Gulf of Maine. With all due respect, I urge this committee not to pass LD 101 and to stay the course Maine has set. Let's create an international hub here in Maine for floating offshore wind. Let's protect the Gulf of Maine from haphazard development. Let's anchor those good jobs here in Maine. Offshore wind development is a key component in achieving Governor Mills' ambitious climate action goals. It is an outright ban, and the outright ban, which we're talking about, would set Maine back for years to come. I want to thank you all for the opportunity and consideration in presenting my testimony, and I'll be more than happy to work with you at the work sessions when that occurs. Thank you very much. Answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Barry. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
With opponents to the legislation, and I will go next to Ben Brown of the Business Network for Offshore Wind. Ben?
Great, thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Brown. I live in Gray, Maine, but I'm testifying from my parents' house in Charleston, Maine today. I work for the Business Network for Offshore Wind. The Business Network is dedicated to growing the offshore wind industry and economic opportunities here in the US. We have staff nationwide, and I'm one of 2 employees here in Maine. At the Business Network, I'm the Director of Industry Education. I love what I do because I get to have candid discussions with business leaders, elected officials, and local stakeholders from across the US about offshore wind. I have the job I do today because of Maine's early leadership in offshore wind, world-class research, and having attended the University of Maine. I'm testifying against LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. I'm testifying because I believe that passing LD 101 would hurt Maine. It would deny Mainers access to good paying jobs in coastal communities, cripple our university as it's at the forefront of monumental innovation, and it would take us further away from tackling climate change. I have 2 points of opposition that I'd like to talk about, and then 1 point for thought. First, prohibiting offshore wind in Maine will inhibit economic growth and opportunity. Pilot, research, and commercial offshore wind projects will directly bring tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to Maine's maritime economy, and hundreds of millions indirectly. We should not prohibit this economic opportunity. Second, there is a robust state process and a robust federal process for controlling offshore wind development. This process already prohibits permitting offshore wind farms in many areas reserved for other ocean usage, and heavily reviews its development in proposed areas for environmental and stakeholder concerns. We should be utilizing this process to ensure the best possible outcome for all Maine residents. My point of thought that I'd like to share is in the offshore wind industry, first movers have an enormous advantage. Prohibiting Maine from permitting offshore wind projects in Maine waters will not prohibit the development of offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. It'll just exclude Maine voices from shaping how offshore wind is developed in the Gulf of Maine by other states. And I'd like to conclude my remarks with an offer to the committee. Call me if you have questions about offshore wind. I'm happy to talk about the technology, the business, the environmental science, and the socioeconomic impacts. I've invested in offshore wind knowledge so that I can live and work here in Maine, and I'm here as a resource, so please let me know how I can help. Thank you for the opportunity, and sorry for my folks' phone in the background.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Chris Weissman from New England Aqua Ventus. Chris?
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and committee members. I really appreciate you all taking the time to really hear about this issue. I was going to say I represent the developer, but I understand that term has been patented by Tony Bucks, and I've got to work out the license agreement with him, so that might take some time. New England Aqua Ventus is a joint venture between Diamond Offshore Wind and RWE Renewables. Combined, the two companies are responsible for nearly a quarter of the offshore wind development capacity really in the world. We've been selected by the University of Maine to develop and build the Monhegan project. I think we are a direct outcome of the Ocean Energy Act. This is the type of developer that was intended to be found to invest in Maine. We are very interested in the University of Maine's technology because it creates local jobs. NEAV, as we refer to ourselves, is ready, willing, and able to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in Maine. In 2021 alone, the NEAV plans to invest more than $10 million in offshore wind projects in Maine, and we've already spent more than $6 million. The challenge of LD 101, as we see it, is that passing it sends the message to developers like us that Maine is in fact closed for business. The message is that Maine does not welcome investment in project ports, harbors, and jobs related offshore wind, and the developers should go elsewhere. With passage of LD 101, the development of the state's planned research array will halt. Now, needless to say, our investment would stop, but more important, what LD 101 will not stop is development of offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. Leasing of the ocean is up to the Bureau of Energy Management, right? And leases would simply be more than 3 miles from shore. They would have electric cables that would then not land in Maine, they would land in New Hampshire or Massachusetts. So really the key issue of LD 101 is that with passage, Maine will cede leadership of the development of offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine, right? That will be ceded likely to, obviously, the federal government, but also urged on by Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So what LD 101 does is it diminishes Maine's influence over how offshore wind is developed in the Gulf. Maine will no longer have the research resulting from the research array to provide the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management with data-driven arguments for adopting the state's best practices, and the key is, for coexistence with fisheries. So it doesn't really seem to make sense for Maine to relinquish stewardship of this key heritage industry to the federal government. So I urge the committee not to pass LD 101. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Wiseman? Seeing none, thank you. We will go on to Clifford Krolik. Clifford, are you there? Cliff?
No, sorry, coming.
Great. Take your time.
Yep. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence and Representatives Berry and other committee members, and really appreciate all the hard work and time you're all putting into this. As we face the growing need for truly clean energy, LD 101 appears to be nothing more than a preemptive attack on Maine's energy independence. Through its vast stores of offshore wind and PV energy, I think that Maine will be able to provide valuable help with the decarbonization of our planet, and at the same time increase jobs and overall economic security and well-being for Maine citizens for generations to come. I understand the concerns of the lobster industry, and they have a good point. However, substantial wind farms along the coast will most certainly be located way offshore and way beyond the lobstering efforts. As for the fishing industry, well, we're sort of in a pinch right now. What's going to kill it first? Carbonization of the water in the atmosphere, or will the wind turbines hurt it? My guess is that we're in a science project on the wind turbine side. We don't know, and as far as we can tell, we could be looking at a dead sea if we do nothing. To date, there is no real clear evidence of long-term studies that show long-lasting negative effects that are affecting fish populations. There are numerous studies that show carbonization of waters and atmosphere is negatively affecting human and aquatic life worldwide. So we're in a time crunch. We need to act. As we all know, time has come to look at the future of electric power. Natural gas, coal, oil, and mega hydroelectric facilities will shortly become relics of an industry that has historically taken zero responsibility to protect the precious resources of this planet. When will those boats that our great fishermen use become electric? None of us expect these relics to disappear overnight. However, the present requires us to move rapidly to transition into our clean energy future and discontinue further support for dirty energy. Unfortunately, our present is still littered with obstructions in that path, and our people are often offered misinformation. LD 101 is nothing more than the same ongoing obstructionist to our progress as a human race. And I must say, on the side, if I have another minute, I live in the recreational industry and I live off the land. And I know many fishermen and I respect their hard work. And I tend to believe that we're really in a bind and we all have to do our share. We all have to give a little. And committee to vote ought not to vote on LD 101. And thank you very much for your time. I know there's a lot of people here.
Thank you, Cliff. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Dan Bosley from the Northeast Clean Energy Council.
Unfortunately, Dan is not currently with us, or that Dan at least. So Dan Burgess would be the
Dan
next
is
person.
not currently with us. So we'll go on to another Dan. And I do apologize. I have somebody here servicing my furnace in true energy efficiency. So I may have to slip out and just speak to him a second. So I'm looking at Senator Vitelli. So I may need you to pinch hit if Dan is really brief. So Dan Burgess, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Representative Berry and members of the Joint Standing Committee. I'm Dan Burgess, Director of the Governor's Energy Office. I may be joined by Selena Cunningham, Deputy Director of my office, who I think is standing by to assist if there are additional questions that come up. The GEO testifies in opposition to LD 101. The proposed legislation, as you've heard, seeks to prohibit any development of offshore wind energy projects. And as defined, would include community-based offshore wind, deep water offshore wind, pilot projects, offshore wind energy demonstration projects, and offshore wind power projects. And we stand in opposition to LD 101. As you've heard, as Maine has a decade of experience in considering offshore wind and is well positioned to create a strong offshore wind industry that can create good paying jobs while playing a vital role in meeting the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction requirements. The industry is poised to present significant economic, supply chain, and workforce opportunities for Maine, and prohibiting all offshore wind development. The purpose of the bill would severely constrain these economic and energy opportunities. As you know, the governor has announced the state's plan to create the country's first floating offshore wind research array in the Gulf of Maine. As envisioned, it'd be 20 to 40 miles offshore into the Gulf of Maine and contain a dozen or fewer floating wind turbines covering approximately 16 square miles of ocean or less. By comparison, commercial offshore wind lease areas are frequently greater than 10 times the size of that. So this is an approach which puts the research first, and we think is an approach that makes sense. However, in recognition of the concerns raised by Maine's fishing industry during some of these stakeholder conversations, the governor announced legislation LD 1619, which is being heard later, to establish a 10-year moratorium on state projects in state waters. And we believe this approach strikes the appropriate balance between preserving state waters and valuable fishing and recreation, while reaffirming our opportunities for offshore wind development in federal waters. In relation to lobster specifically, it's important to note that up to 75% of Maine's commercial lobster harvesting occurs in state waters. And so we think the efforts to prioritize areas for offshore wind that are well offshore in federal waters, it's our belief that fishing and offshore wind can coexist for the benefit of all Maine people. Now, there's much more in my testimony around renewable energy, the climate action plan, the economic development plan, and other opportunities in the role that offshore wind can play within that. So I won't read that. But I did want to underscore that the bill would not ultimately prohibit development in federal waters in the Gulf of Maine. Development in federal waters is run through the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And instead, this legislation would remove our ability to move forward with the proposed research array, limit the ability to deliver future offshore wind energy to the people of Maine, and reduce Maine's opportunity to benefit from development off the coast, particularly at a time when the federal government and neighboring states are moving forward to take steps to advance offshore wind. So that we believe the potential for offshore wind is great, and I won't read the entirety of my testimony, but have additional information within it and on the GEO's webpage around the state's offshore wind opportunities. It's maine.gov/energy. So would strongly urge the committee to vote in opposition to 101, and I'm happy to take any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the director of the Governor's Energy Office from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will continue with people testifying against this bill. And I will now recognize
Another broadband casualty. Well, I'll take over and recognize David Costello.
that allows him to change things so things are turned on by him. So are you all set, David?
Yes, thank you, Senator Lawrence, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the committee, my name is David Costello. I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. And I am testifying today in strong opposition to LD 101. Harnessing a portion of Maine's extensive offshore wind energy resources is key to our efforts to address climate change and to maximizing the tremendous economic opportunities associated with accelerating Maine's clean energy transition. This transition is already supporting hundreds of Maine jobs and businesses, lowering electricity rates, increasing state and local revenues, and helping to build a more reliable and a resilient electric grid. LD 101 would undermine this vital work and hamper Maine's employment and revenue growth in the years ahead by needlessly prohibiting offshore wind development. LD 101 would also significantly hinder the state's ability to meet its statutorily required renewable portfolio standard and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. NRCM recognizes that offshore wind development may have impacts on existing users of the Gulf of Maine, but we also believe that the Gulf is large enough, 36,000 square miles enough, to support multiple uses, including power generation. We strongly support efforts by the Mills administration, the University of Maine, and others to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potentially harmful impacts and ensure that offshore wind energy is developed in a way that works for all Maine families and communities. Importantly, we share a commitment to a future where clean energy, fishing, lobstering, and many other uses coexist and flourish in the Gulf of Maine. LD 101 would unreasonably impede such a future. For these reasons, NRCM strongly opposes LD 101. And thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer questions. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for David? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will now recognize Dr. Habib Dagher from the University of Maine.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy Utilities. My name is Habib Dagher. I'm the Executive Director of the University of Maine's Advanced Structures and Composites Center. It is the largest university-based research center in Maine with about 260 full and part-time employees. The center, through its grants and contracts, has financially sponsored over 2,600 student interns who get paid to work on research projects in the laboratory that would transform their education. This includes dozens of students who've worked over the last decade on offshore wind, and many of them are now leaders in the industry. I am testifying against LD 101. A bit of history, how we got here. Back in 2008, when heating oil prices and gasoline prices reached $4 a gallon, the average family in Maine was spending close to $10,000 a year just on energy costs. Mainers spent $4 to $6 billion a year on fossil fuels, and most of these dollars leave the state of Maine. That's why at Maine, we worked very hard to develop technologies that can keep some of these energy dollars in the state of Maine and protect the environment. We have a lot of offshore wind in Maine, and here's the facts. If we just harness 3% of the Gulf of Maine area, we can heat every home and drive every car, just 3%. And the question is, within 50 miles of the coast of Maine, which 3% we want to pick? We have developed a technology, and now it's been patented. We have over 60 patents that essentially the state of Maine owns. We've attracted over $150 million investment to develop the first demonstration offshore wind project in the United States. The technology was approved by the American Bureau of Shipping and by independent engineering firms. The Department of Energy has decided to invest $50 million in the technology because it's of national importance. And two major companies have agreed to invest $50 million each in the demonstration project. But we're not alone. We're trying to be the first and the leader in floating offshore wind in the US because Maine has deep waters. We can't put fixed bottom turbines in the Gulf of Maine. We have to float them because our waters are very deep. But by floating them, we can place them very far offshore. Think about turbines 20 or 30 or 40 miles offshore. Because of the curvature of the earth, you're not going to see them anymore. And we're not alone. Europe actually built its first offshore wind project in 1991, 30 years ago. And guess what? After 5,000 more floating turbines in Europe, they want to build more. They found out that the prices are really low and they're banking on more offshore wind turbines. They determined that the environmental impacts are minimal, that the fishing impacts are minimal. And south of us right now, there's a number of states are proposing to build significantly more offshore wind. Massachusetts, for example, plans 5,600 megawatts of offshore wind capacity. How much did it cost? The very first bid came in last year, the Mayflower project. Guess what? 5.8 cents a kilowatt hour. Not 10 cents, not 20 cents, not 30 cents, 5.8 cents a kilowatt hour. Look it up. Okay. So the prices are going down. And it could be an important part for the state of Maine. President Biden last month announced a 30 gigawatts by 2030 plan that will bring $100 billion of investment to the East Coast of the United States and create 44,000 jobs.
We're at the 3 minutes, Habib.
So essentially, I'm done to say here that we can work together and stay the course. The governor's approach to crawl before you walk, walk before we run is the right approach. Without doing the Aquaventus project, the research array, essentially we're going to stop over a decade of progress in the state of Maine and forego the jobs. We know offshore wind and fishing can coexist. We have a lot of respect for everybody who earns a living in the water. They're part of the DNA of the state of Maine. And our goal is to be able to work together to benefit all of Maine. Let's roll up our sleeves, stay the course, and find the answers.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Dr. Dagher? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dagher, for your testimony. I'm wondering, you mentioned during your testimony about these units being offshore so that they wouldn't be seen. Do you know what the actual distance to the horizon will be? I believe these are going to be 600 to 700 feet off the water to the top. What distance are those viewable from?
Yeah, it's a function of the size of the turbine that you use and how far up above the water you are, if you're on the mountain or not. But typically, if you're near the water on land, if you're 25 miles or so offshore, most of these will disappear. You won't see the hub of the turbine. So we've done some simulation studies to show that. So if we built these farms in that neighborhood and beyond that neighborhood, we're not going to see them from land.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are going on to Hannah Reed from Environment Maine. Hannah?
Thank you so much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Hannah Reed, and I'm a Clean Energy Associate submitting testimony on behalf of Environment Maine and our thousands of members across the state in strong opposition to LD 101. As you know, this bill would prevent Maine from pursuing offshore wind development and therefore severely limit the state in its ability to effectively transition to renewable energy and respond to the effects of climate change. And I'd like to first start out by saying that all Mainers need clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and a livable climate. And in a greener and healthier world, we would only be relying on sources of energy that are clean, renewable, and leave less environmental damage in their wake. Offshore wind checks all of those boxes, and through this bill, we would thwart the opportunity to see those benefits come to reality. Maine has some of the best offshore wind resources in the world, as has already been noted, and it's uniquely positioned to take advantage of them. We recently released a report called Offshore Wind for America, which shows that we have the highest ratio here in Maine of offshore wind potential to the amount of electricity we use every year of any state in the country. And we could power our current electricity demand 35 times over with offshore wind alone. So even tapping a small percentage of that potential would be a total game changer for our energy system. And in order to best develop those resources, we should not make the mistake of hindering development through this ban. We also know that reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and transitioning to renewable energy is one of Maine's best weapons in the fight against global warming. And unfortunately, Maine still produces and consumes much of our state's energy from fossil fuels. And we know that this continued reliance will have devastating effects on our communities and our infrastructure as sea levels rise and extreme weather events become more common. And we need to take an active role rather than a back seat in combating those effects by proactively developing renewable offshore wind, which will benefit all Mainers, including the fishing community, since any negative impacts on our fisheries from climate change would be far worse than any impacts from offshore wind turbines. And offshore wind will also need to play a large part in meeting our emissions reductions as outlined in the Climate Action Plan, but this bill would leave us vulnerable and without one of our most valuable energy assets to do so. We also cannot afford to fall behind our neighbors, as Maine has the chance to become a leader in renewable energy, and discounting offshore wind through this bill would be a serious mistake. As Dr. Dogger already pointed out, Massachusetts recently increased their own offshore wind commitments, and more is on the way up and down the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. And the Biden administration recently demonstrated their commitment to developing 30 gigawatts by 2030. And Maine stands to play a big role in helping the nation reach that goal. But if this bill passes, we may not be able to do so. Mainers deserve to power our lives with energy that fosters a healthy future and builds climate resiliency, and it makes no sense to prohibit the state from pursuing that opportunity through offshore wind. We must keep our renewable energy options open instead of shutting the door on them. So we respectfully urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 101. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reed. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Jason Shedlock of the Laborers International Union. Jason.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Jason J. Shedlock, and I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and Southern Maine Labor Council, and a resident of South Portland. I also serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council, as well as the State Workforce Board. I appear before you in firm opposition to LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. As we ensure a sustainable future for Maine's environment, so too should we ensure a sustainable future for our workforce. We do not do this by taking the intellectually lazy way out by simply stating no. No is not a strategy. No is not going to position the state of Maine to address the needs of our future generations to meet our energy demands, nor is it going to address climate change. No isn't going to ensure our economy benefits from the offshore development that is and will continue to occur in waters adjacent to the Gulf of Maine and down the eastern seaboard. No isn't going to cut through the emotional hyperbole and gather stakeholders to learn how family supporting careers for Mainers, traditional maritime industry, and the undeniable need for clean energy can very well coexist in the vast 36,000 square mile Gulf of Maine. Functionally, this bill would not prohibit offshore wind development. What it would do is export thousands of Maine jobs and undercut Maine families' way of life for decades upon decades to come. Union members and businesses in other eastern states from Massachusetts to Virginia are already finding high quality, high paying jobs in connection with over 22 gigawatts of commitments to offshore wind and shallower waters, with New York and New Jersey benefiting from 38,000 direct and indirect jobs in development and construction. These are jobs with good wages, health coverage, and retirement benefits. Offshore wind development in the vast Gulf of Maine promises similar opportunities for working families. By voting for this bill, members of this committee would essentially be saying no to their constituents and their access to this middle-class way of life. The laborers union stands ready to meet Maine's energy needs of today and tomorrow while employing today's workforce and that of the future. LD 101 is short-sighted, knee-jerk approach that does nothing to address anyone's needs, not our workers, not our environment, not our maritime industry, and not our energy demands. I urge the committee to reject this proposal as it lacks the seriousness the Mainers desperately need and should expect from their deliberative bodies. I urge you to vote not to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Jason? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go back to persons testifying in favor of this legislation, and I'll recognize Jason Joyce. Jason? There we go.
Hey, can you hear me good?
We can hear you just fine.
Yep, fine as kind. Okay, well, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Energy and Utility and Technology Committee, I appreciate you letting me speak here today. My name is Jason Joyce. I'm from the town of Swans Island. I'm a selectman. I'm the third selectman here on the island. I guess in the course of life, I picked up a bunch of different titles, but on behalf of the town, we circulated a petition probably 2 months ago, and 70 of our residents within a weekend signed that petition stating they supported LD 101. I just get through listening to 10 testimonies in favor, in opposition to LD 101. Maybe I shouldn't speak into that, but it's a lot of what we speak in favor of. We're an unbridged island with a year-round community of about 375 people. And we just got the power back on right now because of our cable. One small cable that runs 5 miles, and she got a chafe spot. And we had some people here have been out of power since last Friday. The 3-phase was affected. So we had, over the course of the last 4 days, multiple Versant trucks. Versant is great. They've done a good job for us. Coming out here and addressing this, they isolated it to the cable. Well, if that had been on land, they could have fixed it in 2 hours or less. But that cable going across 5 miles, it's basically unburied. It should be as accessible, much more accessible than any of the cables coming in from offshore wind. That's taken a long time for them to come up with a plan to fix it. And that's chafage issues. And, when I think of I hear a lot of glowing things on, well, we're going to do this. This is going to do this for climate change. And that's, there are a lot of great causes out there, but to contemplate that we are better off as citizens of the state of Maine, people in the Gulf of Maine, that we're better off and we'd be further ahead by having 10,000 ton structures located, say, in 300 feet of water. That'd be 2,100 roughly feet of chain, 3 of them, 8-foot lengths, dragging on that bottom. So as you have that structure that's up in the air, well, not up in the air, on the surface of the ocean. That's the other thing too. A lot of residents, people who don't spend time on the water, they look at the ocean, looks flat. It's far from flat out there. These structures will be mounted on sea mounts, and those sea mounts are where all of the habitat is. Well, if you have habitat with 8-foot chain links holding a 10,000 ton structure in the tide and the wind, that's why that little structure, if it was fastened hard fast, would cause less destruction, because those, it'd be if you're in 300 feet of water, that's 1,900 feet or 1,800 feet of chain that is dragging back and forth, northeast, southwest with the tide. All depends on the wind.
Just to let you know, Jason, we're at a little bit over your 3-minute limit.
That's what my wife tells me every night when I come home and talk to her, and she says, get it out of the way. So in conclusion, I urge this committee to support LD 101. I know that the majority of the fishing community is in favor of this, and this is a chance to pump the brakes on, you're headed on a course, which I heard a fellow say, we're on a course. Well, that course, if it's off by 1 degree, by the time you get to your destination, you've arrived in a different place, and you can't turn around and go back. Now's the time to pump the brakes or hit reverse or turn.
Thank you.
And thank you.
We appreciate it. Are there questions from the committee? And just to clarify, Jason, you mentioned the petition that was circulated. Has the town of Swans Island taken a vote? Have the selectmen taken a vote in opposition or in favor of this?
Yes, we have. We are in favor. We did take a vote on this, and we are in favor. And we sent a lot of testimony was sent to EUT, your email address,
Great.
2 months ago, and we tried to resend as well.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now continue with opponents to this bill. And I'm sorry, proponents of the bill. And I'll go on to Logan Ratcliffe. Logan?
Looks like Logan is currently connecting. Just might be a moment.
Okay, give him a minute. He'll be here. Are you able to speak, Logan? Are you unmuted? Jordan, if you want to load the next 2 people in, load them in, move them over. That would be great. I think we did lose Logan. So we'll come back to Logan when he's able to connect. So I think we have Peyton Simmons and Tenley Cedars. If you can move either of them over, Jordan.
Peyton is not currently on, so Tenley would be up next.
Tenley, are you able to connect?
I am, sorry.
Great, thank you. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, it just logged me out for half a second. Okay, thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm speaking to you today asking for your support of LD 101, the Act to Prohibit Offshore Wind Energy Development. As stated, my name is Tenley Cedars. I'm the wife of a lobsterman, the mother of a student license holder, whom you may have spoken with earlier, and a marine biologist and economist by education. So sort of covering a lot of the different perspectives here. The lobster industry, as we all know, touches so many aspects of our state economy, from processors to roadside lobster roll food trucks, wedding venues to t-shirt shops. Our economy is fundamentally tied to the fishing industry and the health of the Gulf of Maine waters. And while I do believe we should seek green, renewable energy sources, we also need to do so in a way that does not destroy one of the most productive ecosystems in the world, the Gulf of Maine. I implore you to protect the natural resources and communities that make us unique by supporting LD 101. Renewable and green don't necessarily go hand in hand. And there is data beyond data out there suggesting, obviously, that wind turbines are not green. Much of the data is included in various letters I have written to my local representatives, as well as the testimony that I submitted for your written and reading pleasure later on. I'm not going to waste anybody else's time going through all of that. I did want to just touch briefly on the myriad issues of the seabird fatalities, including the amazing puffins. I used to work for Audubon Society. And it's not just the blades that would decimate their populations that Steve Kress and Pete Salmonson brought back to our coast, but the electronic magnetic force that would destroy the herring, the food source of the puffins, would absolutely remove these critters from our waters, as well as many other seabirds. We have neotropical migrants that come up that amazing corridor. This is specifically talking about the Monhegan project. And looking at future development of wind turbines, let's say in federal waters, that's fantastic. We're not going to see them. This is great. Unfortunately, the Monhegan project is only a couple miles off Monhegan. It will be visible. It will have detrimental effects, both scenic as well as ecological, biological, economic. And I really urge you all to take a quick look again at some of our DEP and DMR chapter rules. Specifically, I bring your attention to the constant language, no adverse environmental effects standards, whether it's site location of developments, the Wind Energy Act standards, wetlands and water bodies protection. Again, I put all of these in my letter, so I'm not going to weigh this down with numbers and subsections. So again, in closing, I just ask for your support of LD 101. The health of the fishery in the Gulf of Maine waters is vital to the health of Maine as a state. I believe that this bill would help protect these priceless waters from the destruction that would result from industrializing the ocean with offshore wind turbines. Thank you for your time and your consideration and going through all this amazing collection of perspectives and data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tinley. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I saw, Jordan, that Logan was trying to get back on, but it looks like we lost him again. So I will go directly to Virginia Olson. Virginia, can you hear me?
She should be available now.
Give her a second. I can see her. Can you hear me, Virginia?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm in my car driving into Maine now. So again, my name is Virginia Olson. I'm a lobsterman from Stonington. I sit on the executive board for Local 207, and I work for the district office for the district office in Lisbon. So we are in support of LD 101 and wind energy. We are not opposed to energy. Just not willing to risk over $1 billion industry on experimental energy in the Gulf of Maine. We believe Maine's energy needs can be achieved on land at a much cheaper rate to the taxpayer. Emerging from a pandemic into the richest energy per kilowatt without a completed roadmap to tell us if we should be moving forward or pushing pause. We just feel like this is really putting the cart in front of the horse. Every day we're hearing of new technology, and we must be able to find an option that is truly green, and offshore wind is not. You can't move away from fossil fuels with turbines. You need crude oil in large quantities for construction, for all the pieces that you need to assemble them, the gearboxes, the wire, the transmission cables to shore, all require smelting. You can't do this another way. The process needs to be smelted. So we're told how successful offshore wind is overseas, yet when we speak with fishermen there, they do not agree. I sit on the ROSA and ROTA committees, which is Responsible Offshore Science and Responsible Offshore Development Alliance. And when speaking with the fishermen down by the Block Island area, the array down there, they're experiencing a 50% reduction in their crab fishery. And that's not something that would be sustainable for our lobster fishery. So we're repeatedly told how we can fish around these arrays by the cables. And then we see an article pop up by Norstead, the Orsted cable problem in the UK. And then we just heard from Jason Joyce the cable problem they had. The article on Orsted discussed, who was going to pay for that. Would it be the company or the ratepayers? Those are real concerns for us as well. We don't know, those type of negotiations and things, where we would sit and if that would end up being more cost to the ratepayers.
Great, we're at the 3 minutes, just to let you know.
Thank you. So we also have concerns with right whales, staging. Would we have ship strikes? There are just a lot of questions. We would urge this committee to support LD 101, and thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Virginia? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Wayne Delano or Delano, depending upon which way you want to pronounce it. So Wayne, why don't you turn your microphone on and turn on your audio, video if you want.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Hi there. Hi. Good afternoon, committee members. Wayne Delano from Friendship, Maine. I'm a third generation lobster fisherman. On April 28th, flat, calm, sunny day, there was several hundred of us showed up in Augusta. That's a pretty rare occurrence on a flat, calm day. That's just how passionate this LD 101 is to us, it's a big deal. I've been fishing for 34 years, and I've never been as worried as I am now about the things coming at us. You guys as a committee can and have the power to help us out. Put this offshore wind thing to rest. You can help us out by supporting LD 101. Please, if you can, leave the politics aside. I mean, a lot of these decisions are being made down party lines. And this is just way too important of an issue to let that happen. As a 52-year-old of those so-called new jobs that's going to be created from this offshore wind. I mean, I don't know a single lobster fisherman that's in support of this project, these wind projects, unless, they happen to be on the payroll for offshore wind. I mean, please support us, support the Gulf of Maine, help us protect it, and us as fishermen. Don't sell us out to these foreign offshore wind companies. Earlier there was a comment, I think the guy's name was Cliff, he said misinformation out there. He said one of his comments was these things are going way beyond where we fish. That's just absolutely untrue. These things are going where we fish. As it was earlier stated, there's over 1,000 of us that fish year round outside of that 3-mile line. And it's not just lobster fishermen this is going to affect. It's going to affect every fisherman in the state of Maine. The trickle-down effect is going to be huge. I'm just urging this committee to please, help us out, stand behind us, support LD 101. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Patrice, Patrice McCarran from the Maine Lobstermen's Association. Patrice?
Hi there. Okay, there's my camera. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the EUT committee. I am Patrice McCarran. I'm the executive director of the Maine Lobstermen's Association. We have submitted lengthy written comments, and I intend to provide you with a summary of our testimony here in support of LD 101. Offshore wind development became a highly charged issue in Maine when the Mills administration announced in November that it would apply for commercial offshore wind lease with BOEM before it begins the comprehensive planning process it announced the previous month, along with a $2.2 million federal grant to do that work. The fishing industry supports Maine's efforts to transition to a clean energy economy, but we don't share the vision that offshore wind will play a prominent role in that portfolio. I'm here today to ask you to hit the pause button on offshore wind to complete important baseline work to inform how Maine will achieve its renewable energy portfolio, what role offshore wind will play in that mix, and to answer some fundamental questions about what offshore wind development will mean for our fishermen, the environment, and the people of Maine. The fishing industry sincerely believes that if we commit to an honest and transparent review of the costs and benefits of offshore wind, you will agree that this is not in the best interest of Maine. The Mills administration has done a great job of creating a sense of urgency around the need to build a floating offshore wind farm, but they have not asked at what cost. The Biden administration supports the deployment of 30 gigs of offshore wind by 2030, and floating offshore wind technology is taking off around the world. Maine is not the first. Given the tremendous investment and support for offshore wind, Maine does have time to properly plan for how and if it will include offshore wind in its renewable energy portfolio. The winds of the Gulf of Maine and the jobs that it promises, they'll still be here. The development process itself has been extremely frustrating. Poor communication, misinformation, and tight control of what information has been shared have been its hallmarks. Fishermen and industry association leaders have diligently attended meetings, asked questions, and received too few answers. We have yet to receive a satisfactory answer to many questions, including why the state must apply for commercial lease site with BOEM before it conducts the offshore wind roadmap. The vast size of offshore wind turbines, equipment, cables deployed at the scale to be cost effective will undoubtedly industrialize the ocean. It will alter and cause harm to the environment. We must better understand the significance of these impacts on habitat, marine life, birds, and ocean circulation. During the outreach meetings on the state proposed research array, lobstermen asked, what would happen if there are negative impacts on the lobster resource? We were told that this commercial wind development will continue for 20 to 30 years and the impacts will be documented. That's an inadequate answer to a really important question. The Maine lobster industry is going to be required to reduce our risks to endangered right whales by 98% over the next 10 years. There's a push to achieve this by removing all of our rope from the water. Yet the state wants to build a floating wind farm right in a right whale migration corridor. How will this impact right whales? How can the state propose to add new threats to right whales when the future of the lobster industry literally depends on the recovery of that species?
We're over the 3 minutes. So,
just about done. For offshore wind turbines to be built means hardworking fishermen must surrender portions of our traditional fishing grounds. This means less opportunity for our fishermen and less opportunity for the next generation. We fear that once fishermen are forced to sell off their traditional bottom, we're at risk of selling our heritage to global energy companies. Our rural coastal communities will not exist without these stable jobs. If we lose opportunities to fish, our children will not stay here, and they will not raise the next generation of fishermen here. We ask you to support LD 101. We must hit the pause button on offshore wind development in the Gulf of Maine. We have to work together to ask some hard questions and make informed decisions on how Maine can develop this diverse and robust and renewable energy portfolio to best serve the people from Maine. If you choose not to support
I'm gonna have
LD
to stop
101,
you there, Patrice. We're now over 4 minutes, so I'm gonna have to stop you there. Are there any questions from the committee for Patrice? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. You're welcome to submit the rest of your testimony in writing.
yeah, you can read it all. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on to, we have one co-sponsor here who didn't have a chance to testify earlier, so I'm going to recognize Representative Jim Thorne.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent District 103, which is out of Carmel, Herman, and Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County. I am a co-sponsor of LD 101, and pretty much I'll make up for your 3-minute shortage. I'll be short by about 2 minutes. I just wanted to go on record as saying that I understand that this is a chance for the wind technology offshore to get the proverbial camel nose under the tent, the foot in the door, whatever it may be, and set a precedence to get into the water. And then from there, we'll see what happens. And that's just not right for the people of Maine with all that they're facing with right whale restrictions, just the way the water is warming up, the way the planet is doing its phases and so forth, and it's putting the fishermen at a disadvantage. I also serve on the Marine Resource Committee, and we advocate for the fishing industry in Maine. As a sidebar to that, I'm also on Maine's Climate Council, and that is also advocating for things that are going against fishermen. So I would just urge you to vote for LD 101 as an ought to pass bill, and let more research be done before we allow the waters of Maine to be used as a test tube. Thank you very much. I appreciate the committee's time, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I believe that concludes proponents of the bill, but I'm just going to ask if there's anyone in the waiting room who wants to speak in favor of this bill, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. If you could just raise your hands, and Jordan will let me know if there's anybody there.
It looks like there are now 6 people.
6 additional people who want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you bring 3 of them in, and then we'll go back to the against, and we'll reach the other 3 at the end.
Okay, perfect. We can start with Monique then.
Okay. I'll recognize Monique Coombs. Why don't you start your mic and go ahead?
I'm all set. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Monique Coombs. I'm coming to you today from Orr's Island, where I live. I work for the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association. Our office is in Brunswick. Our mission is to restore the fisheries in the Gulf of Maine and sustain Maine's fishing communities for future generations. Just so you know, I'm also married to a fisherman, and I have 2 kids that have their student licenses. On behalf of the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association, I'm here today to speak in support of LD 101. Maine fishermen, who have hundreds of years of experience on the water, are on the front lines of climate change, and not only are they learning to adapt to environmental shifts like fast-changing weather patterns, but they are also contending with new industries and policies that are aimed at mitigating climate change. And on top of all that, the cost of doing business is increasing as permits, quota, and fuel becomes more expensive. The coast is becoming more appealing to people less familiar with living near a working waterfront, growing both conflicts in the price of homes in Maine's traditional fishing villages. And fishermen are managing threats and incredibly restrictive and costly new rules in response to a narrative of hypothetical whale entanglements so some organizations can fundraise. I would kindly like to remind everyone today that fishermen are human beings that sometimes find themselves in precarious situations because the Gulf of Maine is ultimately the one that's in control. And they do this to bring healthy, fresh, wild proteins to our tables. Wild fish and shellfish are some of the healthiest foods that you can consume. And Maine has the opportunity to make these foods accessible to more people, to find ways to utilize the entirety of the product and decrease waste while increasing output. And seafood can feed hungry Mainers. We saw throughout the pandemic consumer interest in local seafood in the United States grow immensely. Maine fishermen are deeply concerned about the future of their small businesses. All Maine fishermen, not just lobstermen, scallopers, groundfish fishermen, herring, menhaden, bluefin tuna, and harvesters in the intertidal do not want to see development in the Gulf of Maine. And to be clear, that is what we are talking about. Not 1 or 2 or 1 or 12 turbines, but also the hundreds, if not thousands, that come after it, whether this is state waters or federal waters. Yes, we are worried about our fishing grounds because any loss to fishing grounds for even just a few fishermen will impact all the other fishermen. We are worried about our safety, and we do not feel like anyone is taking our safety concerns seriously, which is incredibly demeaning. We have no resources at our disposal to help mitigate any impacts to our businesses. We have no structure into place to support the growing number of mental illnesses amongst fishermen and their families. We have no grant programs with funding available to help us market our product. Many fishermen do not have health insurance. Many fishermen with whom I have spoken in the past few months are in tears when they tell me they don't know what else they can do. This is not just about one turbine or 12 turbines. This is about the future of Maine and its 5,000 plus fishermen and their families. All Maine fishermen and all of the industries and jobs that they help support and create. This is about local small businesses versus large foreign corporations. This is about the Gulf of Maine and whether fishermen are able to continue to share it with other current marine users, or if it becomes occupied by large corporations that are not committed to protecting it. This is moving at an incredibly fast pace during an unprecedented time in our existence, and with little regard to what honest science can tell us. We do this right, or we do not do it at all. And because it is becoming more and more clear that the governor's offshore wind development roadmap, which Patrice mentioned, is not a priority, the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association is in support of LD 101. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Jim Wooten. Jim?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Jim Watton. I'm a sixth generation commercial fisherman from Friendship. I'd like to refer to you to the testimony I submitted on behalf of Lobster Management Zone D, which I'm the vice chair of. I'm also appointed to the Scallop Advisory Council from DMR. I'm also president of the Friendship Lobster Co-op. I'd like to thank Representative Falkenham for introducing this bill and all the co-sponsors for signing on it. I'm going to keep my testimony pretty short. I'm in complete agreement with everybody who testified before me in favor of this bill. I think this issue is larger than, all due respect, is larger than this committee. It needs to go to the full legislature for consideration of all senators and representatives. This is a big issue. I got a bunch of notes here. One phrase comes to mind: don't cut your nose off to spite your face. That's what is happening here. Don't ruin the Gulf of Maine in the name of trying to preserve it and save it. That's what it comes down to for me personally. Protect the Gulf of Maine. Don't industrialize it. This is big money, big corporations, big organizations versus small communities and small businesses. We're outgunned and we know it. I just urge you to vote in favor of LD 101, pass it on to the full legislature, vote up this ought to pass, and let's let everybody in the state have a say on this. Let's let all the representatives and all the senators have a say on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And just to let you know, in the process, this has to go back to the full legislature. So we'll have time. If you have additional,
I understand that. I'd like it to go forward with an ought to pass.
Yep.
Attached to it.
I understand. And if you have additional thoughts, you can submit them at any time through our committee website up to the time we report out the bill.
I've submitted written testimony, and I'd like you to, I'm sure you will take that in consideration and view it. I hope you do.
Good.
Thank you,
Jim. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Wooten? Is that how you pronounce it? Wooten or Wooten?
Watton. Pretend it's got an A. Pretend it's got an A in it.
I was bound to get it wrong. Okay, thank you very much, Jim. We'll go on to Julie Eaton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Julie. Go right ahead.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Julie Eaton. I'm a commercial lobsterman, a captain from Stonington. I've spent the last 38 years earning my living from the ocean, as do my children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. This is not just what we do, but who we are. I'm writing today as a representative of the Maine Lobstering Union Local 207 membership. We are in support of LD 101. Our ocean's ecosystem is and has always been a fragile one. We are active stewards of our ocean. Because we spend most of our lives on the water, we possess knowledge that can only be obtained from years spent on the ocean. We notice everything on the water, observe every change and issue. For instance, did you know that a thunder and lightning storm has an effect on the movement of lobsters? Or that the wind direction affects their feeding habits? These are two very exceedingly small examples of basic knowledge that we have gained over generations. Through hard work and sacrifice, we have developed a sustainable fishery, which is the envy of the world and provides the freshest and healthiest seafood to millions of people. We believe that green energy is a good thing, but not at the cost of our ocean's well-being. Our ocean is not a science experiment. It has taken generations to achieve sustainability and balance in our waters. Once damaged, it may never be repaired. It is true that many Maine lobstermen fish in state waters. However, those same fishermen travel with the lobsters into deeper water, following the catch in the fall and winter, when the weather is the worst. Offshore windmills will pose a significant hazard to navigation and the safety of our fishermen. As a commercial diver, I have seen the destruction caused by dredging our ocean floor. It's heartbreaking. Sea creatures are killed or worse, trapped under rocks from which they cannot escape. Vegetation where life once existed, which traps carbon, by the way, is stripped from the bottom. This cannot be our future. Our ocean, our people, our fishermen deserve better. In an article by The Guardian dated April 29th by Gillian Ambrose, entitled "Ørsted Says Offshore UK Wind Farms Need Urgent Repairs," operator says it may cost $350 million over 2 years to repair cable damage caused by seabed rocks. It identifies just one issue with offshore wind. Closer to
Just to let you
home,
know, Julie,
the
you
Block
passed-
Island Wind Farm will
Julie?
have to go off.
Julie, you passed the 3-minute mark.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could conclude your
Okay,
testimony.
I'll
that
finish
would be
up.
great. Okay, thank you.
Offshore wind will hurt our fishery and ocean, our tourism, having proven so far to be more expensive, and having been proven more expensive than the power we have currently. It will hurt our people. There are better alternatives available to going green than endangering our ocean and our fishery. We ask you to stop this now before it is too late and support LD 101. Thank you for your attention to this bill. It is critically important to our fishery and the health of our ocean.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'll be available at the work session.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And I believe we're now through
Thank
10
you.
people testifying in favor. We're going back to opposition. And I'll recognize Jeff Marks from the Acadia Center first. And I understand, Jordan, just to let you know that Dan Bosley may be back.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am with Acadia Center. We're a research and advocacy organization based out of Rockport, Maine, but we do have people throughout the Northeast who are working on these issues, including offshore wind. I'm here today to testify against LD 101. I think like any new endeavor, especially energy, there's always concerns, and there are concerns regarding Maine's offshore wind industry, including whether fishing grounds or tourism may be negatively affected. However, the expected technological, environmental, economic, and workforce development benefits of Maine's offshore wind sector are incredibly compelling. The state, I believe, is taking a measured and balanced approach to this industry development. In a balanced way, Governor Mills has proposed a research array to test and research floating offshore wind technology and is coordinating with Maine's fishing industry and other critical stakeholders to study the potential economic and environmental impacts and how the state can best benefit from its ample wind resources offshore. As a measured approach, Governor Mills has also proposed a 10-year moratorium on any new wind development in state waters. If Maine is to research, develop, and deploy innovative renewable energy technologies and compete on a global scale, the state must make commitments to attract financial investment, improve the environment, and achieve energy security. Maine's offshore wind industry has emerged as a potential competitive market advantage in the energy sector, with the possibility of developing skilled labor, new technologies, new product lines, and new projects. The Maine Aqua Venice project is an example of an innovative energy technology project that has invested years and millions of dollars to research, develop, and deploy this technology. You heard Dr. Dagger earlier. That project has competed for limited federal dollars against other states and other projects and has won because it is such an innovative technology with incredible economic and energy implications for the state. In addition to the economic benefits, the environmental imperative to move forward is persuasive as well. Climate change is the most serious threat to Maine's economy and environment, and harnessing offshore wind is one way to address it and protect our state for generations to come. If we don't act now, the environmental conditions in the Gulf of Maine will do more to harm Maine's fishing industry than any wind turbine could or ever will. So thank you for taking my testimony today. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you to the committee.
Any questions for Mr. Marks from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go on to, Jeremy Payne from MREA. Jeremy, have you, whoops, there he is. Great.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee, my name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association, here to testify in opposition to LD 101. As with any retroactive approach to clean energy policymaking, it would send a gravely damaging signal to the marketplace. More than a decade ago, through the Ocean Energy Task Force and then subsequently through the Ocean Energy Act, Maine opened its doors to ocean energy companies to invite them here to potentially host their investment capital and pursue their R&D efforts. Less than 1 year ago, a joint venture was formed between RWE Renewables and Diamond Generator to partner up in support of UMaine's floating offshore wind technology. These two private companies expect to invest $150 million and create hundreds of jobs during the construction phase of the project. While it is clear to most everyone that there is a need to balance the development of offshore wind projects with other traditional marine industries, this bill aggressively seeks to halt and destroy all the important progress we've made in the last few years as a state, and how we have established ourselves as a world leader in ocean energy. So I will spare you from some of my other testimony and end right there, and happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Great. Are there questions for Jeremy from the committee? Representative Wadsworth, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Payne. Would this bill do anything to halt offshore wind development in federal waters?
No, but we all know that there has to be a pilot project to get there. Like any technology, you don't test your final design on the first day. You have to work through an R&D process to get there. So I think that's what this is. This is the stick in the spokes to testing the technology and making sure it works before you deploy a more mature technology.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Yep.
Any other questions for Jeremy? Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. I'm just gonna ask committee members. We are at about, we've been going on for about 2.5 hours. I would estimate we have about 45 more minutes, 30 minutes maybe at best, testimony on this bill before we hit the next one. Do people need a little break from Zoom, or do you want to continue on? Show of hands, how many need a break? One? Okay, then why don't we?
Trying to start a trend.
What's that?
It's trying to start a trend for our health.
Well, I am concerned about people getting Zoom fatigue, and it is
Maybe
very.
you should phrase it, how many people would like a break?
How many people would like a break? Well, I'm going to even though it's a small minority, I'm going to suggest we take a break just to give you guys some time to get away from the computer, because I am worried about the amount of time you spend on Zoom. So let's take 15 minutes and we'll pick it up with the opponents again when we get back. So we will be back exactly at 3:15. Thank you. Mute yourself and stop your video, please. Okay, great. We are back with the EUT committee. And we were on opponents to the bill. Just for our committee members' information, we have about, I would say about 10 people who will be testifying against the bill. And then I believe we have about 2 more who will be testifying in favor of the bill. Is that right, Jordan?
That's pretty close. I think there might be 1 or 2 more people who aren't necessarily on the spreadsheet who are also against. So there might be, once we get through this 10, you might want to do a last round of proponents, then 1 more round of opponents.
Okay, that sounds good. So we will start back up, and I believe we were at Monique Coombs. Is that the next person? Jeremy testifying against, and then we have Neil Goldberg.
Sorry, say that again.
I believe we had Monique Coombs testifying against, and then Neil Goldberg.
Yep. So I think Monique testified in
favor
of the bill. I believe there was just
Okay, that's just
registered, and then Neil is not currently on the Zoom, so Nick Lund would be up next.
So let's go on to Nick Lund, and then next Nick Parquet. So Nick, why don't you go ahead and testify?
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nick Lund. I work for Maine Audubon. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in opposition to LD 101 on behalf of Maine Audubon and our 30,000 members and supporters. Maine Audubon opposes this legislation because we believe that offshore wind development will help keep Maine on a path toward meeting climate goals necessary to protect Maine's wildlife and wildlife habitat. More than a century of burning fossil fuels has altered the chemical composition of our atmosphere, changing the climate we are accustomed to and throwing the natural world out of balance. Mainers are seeing these changes firsthand, as evidenced by scientifically measured 3 degrees warming trend in the state since 1895, a growing season that has lengthened by about 16 days since 1950, and a Gulf of Maine that is warming faster than almost any other water body on Earth. These changes are impacting our wildlife. Moose populations are falling as the warmer winters are permitting the advancement of deadly ticks. Traditionally, southern species are showing up in Maine woods and waters, including the Carolina wren, the black sea bass, the lined seahorse, the red-bellied woodpecker. Modeling reports from the National Audubon Society predict that if the current rate of warming continues, more than 106 of Maine's bird species will lose habitat in the state by 2050, and some, like our iconic common loon, will be pushed out of their breeding range entirely. We need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, or else Maine will no longer be Maine. The opportunity to produce such a large amount of clean, renewable energy locally cannot be ignored and deserves full study. We understand that the build out of floating offshore wind would have impacts on both environmental resources and the human use of our oceans, but we owe it to ourselves and to future Mainers to make every effort to meet our climate goals. Advancements in locally developed and deployed offshore floating wind technology will also provide employment and economic benefits to the state and will provide Maine with the opportunity to lead the nation into the future. Of course, Maine Audubon insists that any deployment of turbines in the Gulf of Maine are done so with the utmost care for wildlife. A good amount of research has been done on the impact to wildlife from offshore wind facilities. However, much of that research is outdated, applicable only to past technologies or otherwise non-transferable to making thoughtful location and management decisions in the Gulf of Maine. A great deal more work must be done to understand and plan for avoiding or minimizing impacts to wildlife from offshore wind. To date, Maine Audubon has been pleased with the state's effort to gather this information, including the state's pursuit of an offshore wind research array in the Gulf. The proposed research array on its current trajectory stands to be a critical resource for understanding how to balance offshore wind with wildlife impacts. Maine Audubon is eager to continue our work with the state to better understand the potential impacts of floating offshore wind turbines on migratory birds and other wildlife in the Gulf of Maine, and to incorporate what we learn into future siting and operation decisions. We owe it to ourselves, our wildlife, and future generations to move forward with this promising technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Lund from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Nick Parquet from Benton. Nick? There he is.
Good afternoon. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Nick Paquette. I'm testifying on the behalf of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1253, in strong opposition to LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. IBW Local 1253 was established in 1946. We have been wiring Maine with pride, integrity, professionalism, craftsmanship, efficiency, and safe throughout the electrical industry. In 1976, our apprenticeship program was founded. Since then, we have trained hundreds of men and women in the electrical industry that meets and exceeds Maine's journeyman license examination. IBW Local 1253 supports offshore wind and the economic benefits the growth of this industry presents for Maine workers. Our members in other states along the East Coast are already seeing the potential for high-paying jobs with good benefits. And Maine should not turn away this chance to be leaders in the industry with increasing demand for green energy infrastructure across the country and around the world. Atlantic states have committed dozens of gigawatts of wind energy in New York and New Jersey. Projects alone are producing approximately 30,000 direct jobs. LD 101 would be a step backwards for Maine. It would silence Maine's voice in the development and sitting of the future of offshore wind projects in the Gulf of Maine. It would result in thousands of jobs being created out of state. It would do nothing to protect Maine fishermen from wind energy projects that would gain approval from the federal government. Maine must fulfill its commitment to offshore wind because it supports a substantial future for Maine's environment and for its workers. We support LD 619 as a rational approach to offshore wind because it protects nearshore waters but ensures that Maine keeps gathering data on offshore wind in order to best inform federal decision making in the future. By proceeding to research how offshore wind can best work in Maine, we can continue to be leaders in this emerging industry. Thank you. Nick Paquette.
Thank you very much, Nick. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
We'll go on to Richard Silkman from Competitive Energy Services. Rick?
Hello. Hi, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Rich Silkman with CES, and I'm in front of you today to testify in opposition to LD 101. I've spent an awful lot of time, as you know, looking at the transition to a zero carbon economy. Others have as well in New England. And I don't know of a single study that has been able to demonstrate anything close to a transition without very significant reliance on offshore wind, and especially offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. If we're going to electrify heating, one of the things that becomes immediately apparent is that you use heat when it's cold, when it's nighttime, when it's raw, and the weather's generally lousy, is when you need the most heat. And it turns out there's no sun when you want heat. And so you need an alternative source of energy. And the best alternative source we have is wind. Onshore wind works just as well as offshore wind. The problem is that there's not enough sites onshore in order to meet the needs that we have. I mean, if you guys pass this bill, I don't think you're going to, but if you were to ever think about passing the bill, then you might as well amend it. And the amendment ought to say that you are rescinding all of Maine's climate goals, because you cannot get to zero carbon or to anything close to zero carbon in Maine without a heavy reliance on offshore wind. And Maine's not unique. Massachusetts is the same way. New Hampshire is just like that. Vermont is just like that. And so ultimately, the Gulf of Maine has to be developed with respect to offshore wind projects if we are going to get anywhere near where we need to be in order to meet our climate goals. It's necessary. So with that, I'll quit. Be happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Silkman? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Silkman, for your testimony here today. In previous testimony before this committee, you stated that you didn't feel it was realistic because of political realities to look at more hydro developed in Maine or nuclear energy developed in Maine, both of which, of course, are carbon zero emitting generation. My question is, when you see the results of what's happening with some of our green energy prospects, most especially this one for offshore wind, what do you think of the political environment that we now see in this regard? Thank you.
With respect to hydro, there just aren't that many hydro sites left. I mean, if you look at all of our major rivers where there's water, the Penobscot, the Kennebec, the Saco, and the Androscoggin, there is very little head left that can be dammed and captured for hydroelectric power. There's some, but it's very, very small, and we're maximizing the hydro benefits on those rivers. If you look at nuclear, nuclear has some potential. I mean, it always is available there. But I just call your attention to the experience that they're having now down in Georgia with the Vogtle plant. I mean, that plant is now approaching $28 billion. I mean, the cost overruns on the first 2 units were roughly 14 billion in today's dollars. The cost overruns on the second 2 units are about the same amount. I mean, there's 28 billion over that's cost overrun. That's not the cost to build. And when you look at that and you say, is that a technology that we want to bank on? I don't think the answer is yes. Now, things can change. I mean, we could get different technologies over time to develop, but they're not likely to happen in the time frame that we need to move on this, Representative, over the next 20 years. But if anybody comes up with a new technology that's better than the offshore wind, I have no doubt that new technology will be built.
Follow up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Silkman? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will go on to, go on to Rob Wood from the Nature Conservancy. Rob?
Thanks so much, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today against LD 101. The Nature Conservancy has been working for several decades with Maine's communities and natural resource users to conserve forests, reconnect rivers to the sea, and rebuild depleted fish populations in the Gulf of Maine. Climate change is now affecting those ecosystems and communities in significant ways, including wildlife species and resource users in the Gulf, where waters are warming faster than 99% of the world's oceans. Addressing climate change requires reducing our collective dependence on fossil fuels, which in turn requires the responsible deployment of a diversified portfolio of new, well-sited clean energy resources. And simply put, LD 101 would take one of these resources completely off the table for the state of Maine. LD 101 would also specifically prohibit offshore wind pilot and demonstration projects whose primary purpose is data collection and research. As Maine plots a path forward on clean energy, it's essential that we take a science-based approach, carefully balancing development to minimize impacts on Maine's communities and our environment. Offshore wind research can help the state better understand the impacts and benefits of this emerging technology. Our hope is that rather than prohibiting offshore wind, Maine will take an approach to offshore wind that is centered on inclusive stakeholder processes that seek to minimize impacts on sensitive marine habitats and minimize conflicts with marine resource users. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Wood? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll go on to Robert Burr from the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. Robert? You just need to unmute.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
It's not my first time. It's almost like my first time.
Yeah.
Senator Lawrence, thank you.
Representative Barry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Robert Burr. I reside in Scarborough. I am testifying on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4, in strong opposition to LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. The IUOE represents heavy equipment operators and mechanics in the construction sector throughout the United States and Canada. IUOE members have helped build infrastructure that moves and powers America, from bridges and skyscrapers to power plants and pipelines. For over a decade, Maine has constantly taken steps to become a national and global leader in the offshore wind industry. The state has recognized that a path promotes clean energy generation that benefits our warming Gulf, but also that this industry holds great potential for Maine's economy. Union members and businesses in other states, eastern states, from Massachusetts to Virginia, are already finding high quality, high-paying union jobs in connection with the over 22 gigawatts of commitments to offshore wind and shallow waters, with New York and New Jersey benefiting from 38,000 direct and indirect jobs in the development and construction. Maine is leading in floating turbine technology, and our members are ready to put their expertise to work to grow this industry for Maine's benefit. This bill does nothing to prevent offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine's federal waters and puts fishing interests at risk by surrendering our own interests in the Gulf to other states and the federal government. We cannot stop offshore wind in the Gulf, but we can prevent this industry and quality jobs from being exported out of state. We do, however, support LD 1619 because it represents a well-reasoned approach that protects state waters while allowing offshore wind farther out of support a significant new source of onshore economic activity for Maine and organized labor. I respectfully submit this testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burr. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Sean Mahoney from the Conservation Law Foundation.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. Conservation Law Foundation opposes LD 101 for many of the reasons that have already been stated today, and I would particularly note the testimony of Public Advocate Hobbins, Director of the Governor's Energy Office Burgess, and Dr. Silkman, who just spoke. I'd like to make two other specific points. First, there's been much discussion about this bill not prohibiting development of offshore wind projects in federal waters. Literally that is correct. But this project would prohibit any, not just the wind power generation facilities, but any associated facilities for those developments from coming onshore in Maine, because they would require permits from the Department of Environmental Protection and or Department of Ag, Conservation and Forestry, and the Public Utilities Commission if they are to interconnect to the system. So if you built a project in the Gulf of Maine federal waters, unless your cables were to travel all the way to New Hampshire or Massachusetts or north to New Brunswick, that is what you'd be left with. You'd have no ability to take advantage of the economic and opportunities and existing infrastructure in Maine. So it shuts out Maine entirely. Second, the thing that's most striking to me about today's testimony is that there really seems to be two operating sets of facts for the two sides on this bill, for those who oppose and those who are supporting the bill. And I think probably one of the most productive things that could come out of this legislation and other legislation, including the governor's proposed 10-year moratorium in state territorial waters, would be to have some way to get the sides together so that they could share in a common set of facts, because there is science and data behind much of this work. And I think that the conversation and the industry, both the fishing industry and the renewable energy industry, would benefit from that. I'm not sure where that appropriate forum would be. But I think that would be one of the more productive things to come out of the number of bills that are before you in this session. Thanks very much, and I'd be willing to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Mahoney? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go on to Tony Buxton on behalf of New England Aqua Ventus. Tony?
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for your kind patience today in hearing from so many people. I am Tony Buxton from Pretty Flaherty, representing NEAV on just legal issues that pertain to LD 101. You've heard from Chris Wiseman, who is CEO of NEAV. Put simply, LD 101 is perhaps best described as a mistake in progress. The broad desire of the bill to kill all Maine offshore wind is clear from its title, but little else. It's not clear what that means, as Mr. Mahoney has addressed it, for example, and how that would be done. Specifically, after expressing that broad desire in the title, the bill admits that it lacks specificity by directing the Land Use Planning Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and the DEP to prepare and submit legislation to achieve such a prohibition on offshore wind in the second regular session. So while LD1 is not quite a concept draft, it may be described as a concept draft with benefits. But in any event, it's clearly not complete. You've heard previously from Mr. Wiseman about the commitment that NEAV has made. I want to emphasize, having participated in NEAV's due diligence, that what this legislature said in 2019 in enacting the resolve directing the completion of the Maine Aqua Ventus contract by the PUC is important. That resolve said that Maine must be known to the world to keep its word in regard to offshore wind. LD 101 apparently would change Maine's word, as it appears to seek to prohibit issuance of permits for the Monhegan project, the NEAV project, and perhaps other aspects of offshore wind. That would create some serious contract issues, and I won't go into that. But more importantly, as others have said, it would frankly be the second time Maine had changed its word, excuse me, and it might not be reparable after that for Maine to successfully come back as an advocate for offshore wind. So this raises another red flag that I want to bring to your attention, and that is that there are other statutes not mentioned in this bill that deal with offshore wind. For example, the Finance Authority of Maine has authority to participate through its mechanisms in offshore wind financing. When a bill proposes ending the activity of a state that is so significantly intertwined in 20 years of statutes, it would only be appropriate for this committee to have all of those statutes in front of it and to consider the tapestry in its entirety before it burns that tapestry. This bill does not do that. There also is the question of whether it would prohibit or affect offshore wind outside the 3-mile limit. That clearly appears to be the intent, although it is not at all clear to me as an attorney that the state of Maine can prohibit a power line, a cable coming in from beyond the 3-mile limit to attach to the interstate electric grid in Maine. There are federal preemption issues there because the federal law protects renewable energy projects wherever they are. And there are also issues of equal protection because the Maine coast, as everyone here today knows, has numerous cables crossing it, and distinguishing this kind of cable from another may not be lawful. But At the smaller level, it is not clear whether this bill would prohibit wharves and piers, for example, that would be associated with federal offshore wind. All of that means there's so much uncertainty the bill should not become law, and we hope you will vote accordingly. We'd be happy to work with the committee in answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Tony? Seeing none, thank you. That completes our group of people who are testifying in opposition. We still have a few more to testify in favor and a few more to testify in opposition. So I'd ask those who want to testify in favor to raise your hands in the attendees room. I see 3, and actually 2, and actually 1. So if you could promote them over, 2 actually, promote them over, Jordan, that would be great. So we'll go first to Zach, and I believe it's Cliver testifying in favor. Zach?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and committee members. My name is Zach Cliver. I'm the Science Director for Blue Planet Strategies. Blue Planet Strategies uses science, law, and the power of partnership to help find strategic solutions that address the biggest threats to our world's oceans. We're based in Maine. I'm located in Bar Harbor, and today I'm speaking on my behalf. I grew up in a fishing family in Eastport, Maine. I'm a graduate of College of the Atlantic, and for 30 years I was a marketing director and the lead guide for Maine's largest boating tour company. I led over 3,000 whale watching tours off the coast of Maine. I've taken nearly 1 million people from all over the world to see the beauty of Maine's coast, islands, whales, and wildlife. A big part of my work now is in the conservation of right whales and looking for opportunities to work with the fishing industry. Just before the pandemic, Blue Planet Strategies organized and hosted a workshop in Barcelona for the World Marine Mammal Conference that was on the effects of climate change on marine mammals. We had 13 marine mammal experts from all over the world who spoke about the rapid changes that climate change is bringing and the adverse effects it's having on marine mammals. We heard of polar species losing significant habitat, temperate species expanding their ranges into the polar regions, and marine heat waves affecting reproduction and health. Climate change and ocean acidification are the 2 most important issues for me. Yet, I'm greatly disappointed with how Maine has gone about pursuing offshore wind. I think the process is critically important, and for a long time, it hasn't been a good process. It hasn't been good for fishermen, whales, or wildlife. Wildlife surveys and fisheries engagement in sighting wind should have been happening for a long time. I know what it's like to look at a horizon off the coast of Maine and see unlimited beauty in all directions, and to watch how hard our fishermen work every day. A concern is that 20 to 30 miles offshore is right where the water depth drops from 300 to 600 feet. These are the most productive waters off the coast of Maine, where the strongest upwelling takes place. It's right along these ridges and ledges that I've watched whales feeding and raising their young, and it's right there that we bring people from all over the world to watch them. This is where we have had over 100 sightings of right whales from our whale watching trips in 30 years. What is the impact of these enormous turbines on whales, especially the endangered right whale? How much?
Cliver, we're at the 3-minute mark. So
Okay,
if you
I'll
could
finish
wrap
that.
up your testimony.
Thank you. How much noise underwater do they produce? How many vessels will be on the water? What are the size of these vessels, their speed? What is the impact on seabirds? If you move ahead, I urge you to fund widespread long-term surveys offshore for whales and wildlife, and to work with fishermen to determine the very least impact. You may find that 20 to 30 miles offshore is not where you want to place turbines. I have grave concerns about the process right now, and I cannot support the offshore wind without seeing more survey science and greater engagement with fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Cliver from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Monique Coombs. Monique?
I believe that Monique Coombs might be mislabeled, potentially with a shared Zoom link.
Okay. How about Jonathan Acorn? Jonathan?
I thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and committee. My name is Jonathan Acorn, and I strongly support LD 101. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Friendship. Some of the information that I've listened to today, a lot of people hit a lot of key points. A couple things that Richard Silkman mentioned that kind of threw me off is not enough land for windmills. I feel as though the reason there's not enough land for windmills is because people don't want them. They don't think they say they're green, but I think the only green in it's money. And there's a lot of miscommunication and misleading information. And then you go to the rivers. He said there's not enough rivers for the dams. Well, right now they're trying to remove dams. Why? I mean, that's dams that are beneficial. So then pushing on to windmills in the ocean. It just doesn't make sense to me or the state of Maine. And in my opinion, the Gulf of Maine has too much to lose and not enough to gain. That's about all I have to say on it. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Acorn? Seeing none, thank you. We have somebody, is it Matt Gilly? Is that somebody who wishes to testify in favor of this bill? Could bring him in. Matt, go ahead.
You guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and other members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Commission for taking your time to hear my comment. I'm a commercial lobsterman from Harpswell, Maine. I've grown up in Harpswell. I took a different route than most of your fishermen here. My father was a fisherman, but I chose to go to college first, and I got an accounting degree. Upon realizing that I was going to be stuck in an office for the rest of my life and that my love of the outdoors was going to be severely impacted, I chose to come back to fishing, even after achieving my college degree. My love for the outdoors and my desire to be in it caused me to switch careers in my early 20s and come back to fishing. I absolutely love being outside. I love the Gulf of Maine, and I love the job that I do. I could make a lot more money being an accountant, but it's not about the money. It's about my love of the ocean and being outside. And that's all at risk because of offshore wind. That's why I speak to you today and ask you to support this. I'm going to try to keep it short and brief, whereas most of my points have already been made by other people that have spoken before me. I guess I'm just going to offer some clarification on some other points I've heard. It was stated that the Gulf of Maine, we have 38,000 square miles that we can fish in. Well, that is true. The Gulf of Maine is 38,000 square miles. About 1,800 of it is what we have to fish in. We don't fish 100 miles off the Gulf of Maine. We fish from the coast to about 20 to 40 miles off the coast. And in that 1,800 miles, we can't fish in all of it. There are parts that are closed. There are parts of bottom that we can't set traps because it's too rough and too rugged, steep banks. And we're at risk of losing a significant chunk of that bottom to offshore wind. They've tried these on land. I have a camp up in Kingsbury. I look at these windmills on the ridge above my camp, and I've heard how these windmills 10 years later are now obsolete, not generating near the power or the tax revenue that the towns were promised. They don't have the money to upgrade them, and instead they want to put them offshore. If they can't upgrade them on land, how do they expect to upgrade them offshore? I know how difficult it is to get off of land and go out to sea when it's blowing 40. And how are these going to be maintained? You talk about reducing the carbon footprint. Are they going to be using electric boats to maintain these windmills, or is it going to be diesel and gas powered boats? I've gone to all the webinars. I've gone to all the meetings. I've asked questions. We have not been included in the discussions. There have been specific lobstermen that Aquaventus has said that they will not even speak to. So for them to portray that we are being included is false. I have asked what the effect is on lobsters. They don't know. They have no studies. I've asked how they're going to determine what cable to use, because certain cables can flex only a certain amount. And how are they going to determine how much a floating turbine is going to go up and down depending on the weather and the tide? They can't.
So we're at 3 minutes, Matt.
All right. Thank you very much. I've submitted written testimony as well, and that can be reviewed. If anybody has any questions, you guys, I'm sure, have a lot to do, so I'll let you guys go. Thank you again.
Great. Thank you. I believe, is there anybody else who wishes to testify in the attendees in favor of this bill? I do not see any. We'll go back to opponents. Are there any people in the attendees room who want to testify in opposition? I see Neil Goldberg is here. Why don't you bring him over, and Grant Provost. Neil, why don't you go ahead?
All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be back. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in firm opposition of LD 101 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. Much of our testimony has already been iterated over and over today, and so I will just say that municipalities view this as an opportunity, and an outright prohibition is the wrong move. And I will add, because it really hasn't been mentioned before, but this is a preemption of municipal planning authority, and we are opposed to that as well. Happy to provide more insight, but don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you so much, and I answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Neil? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Grant Provost. Grant?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time today. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Grant Provost. I'm the business agent for Ironworkers Local 7. I rise in opposition to LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. The attempt to stifle the growth of the new green energy technology and market before it even gets underway in Maine is a step backwards, not forwards, especially taking into account it will be one where Maine is the first mover. We have the chance to not only improve our environment, but improve our economy while curbing the effects of global warming on our way to a carbon neutral Maine. These are all things we all talk about at the dinner table, things we wish for in our home state of Maine, and the things we want to be able to tell our children's children that we stood up for and not tore down. I know we have all heard this line before, but it definitely holds salt here. It is way easier to tear down an idea than to see one all the way through, especially if it brings about change. I regularly read my son a book about that topic. In the book, the idea starts as a small thing. Others make fun of it and tell the main character to abandon it. By the end of the book, the idea is full blown and is coming to fruition. On the last page, it asks what you do with an idea. You change the world. I've spoken in favor of offshore wind numerous times. One of the most important things to highlight is the creation of a just transition from fossil fuel generated power to a carbon neutral electrical grid. The 22 gigawatts of power that is slated in the southern states by 2030 is creating over 38,000 new jobs in just New York and New Jersey areas alone. Great paying union jobs where our brothers and sisters are going to work in a clean economy. States are putting up funding for the transition of workers from fossil fuel power generation to offshore wind, and in doing so are creating the next generation of working class jobs with high pay and great benefits. The states are writing PLA language in the RFPs to make sure that this work is done union or at the collective bargained wage rates. This ensures that the benefits of new technology are felt by those who build the projects, not just the developers. With floating offshore wind, Maine has a chance to be the first at something incredible. To our south, most of the states on the eastern seaboard enjoy several miles of continental shelf, allowing their wind turbines to go on fixed monopile foundations. In Maine, we have deep water, so ours will have to float. The University of Maine has designed the very first concrete hull floating.
At about 3 minutes, Grant.
Okay. Yeah. So in final, I'll say, please don't take the easy route and let this idea be torn down. Kill this bill in committee and let's start the hard work of making offshore wind a reality in Maine.
Thank you very much, Grant.
Guys, I know
Appreciate
it's
it.
been a slug. I'd answer any questions, but I'm
And
pretty
you should
doubtful in
submit your
seeing them.
testimony. You should submit your written testimony too as well. We will.
Oh,
read
I
it.
submit it. Yep. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any questions for Mr. Provost? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll go on to Beth Ahern from, I believe, the Maine Conservation Voters. Beth?
Yes, thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Beth Ahern. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Maine Conservation Voters. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear
Great.
you fine.
We are a statewide environmental advocacy organization that represents more than 8,500 members and supporters that are dedicated to protecting Maine's environment and our democracy by making conservation, climate, equity, and voting rights political priorities. We support policies that keep Maine on a path to a just transition to a clean energy future. Today, that means opposing LD 101, the proposed prohibition on offshore wind energy development. I'll highlight just two of the compelling reasons to oppose this blanket permanent ban on one of our state's most exciting economic, environmental, and community development opportunities. First, it's our contention that the Maine legislature should not support killing the opportunity to create thousands of good union jobs right here in Maine. Offshore wind, as you heard, will support hundreds of good paying jobs for Maine's labor force now as we plan, engineer, construct, and operate the floating offshore wind research array and thousands over the next couple of decades. As there is room in the 36,000 square mile Gulf of Maine for a wide variety of uses, these new clean energy jobs can coexist with heritage fishing jobs, and there's ample opportunity for the people of Maine to benefit from both. Second, Maine's climate action plan challenges us to rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, ramp up clean energy production, and decarbonize our economy. We simply can't achieve those goals, as Dr. Silkman said, in the climate action plan without offshore wind in a future where we do not meet the goals of the climate action plan. It's just too bleak to consider. We must use every tool in the toolbox to rise to the challenge. Maine Conservation Voters prefers the Mills administration's wise approach toward offshore wind, the bill you're about to hear, and urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 101. Thank you for your time and your very long attention span today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Ahern from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else in the attendees list who wants to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I will declare this hearing closed. We'll now go on to our next bill. Is Representative Berry still there?
Yes, Senator, I'm here.
Mr. Co-Chair, to take over the hearing so I can present the next bill.
Okay, I can do that. And I think everyone's clear on the procedures at this point. So I will go ahead and declare the hearing open for LD 1619. And we will first hear from the bill's sponsor, Senator Mark Lawrence.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to present an act to establish a moratorium on offshore wind power projects in Maine's territorial waters. Hearing the testimony, we all heard I think you all heard me mention that I started out, my very first job was lobstering when I was very young, 14, 15 years old, in a skiff, hauling traps by hand, going all the way up to 75 traps by the time I continued to work at it. One of the things that amazed me when I first started lobstering was the amount of junk I would drag up as part of my lobstering, the stuff that would come out of the areas that I was lobstering. And it taught me that these water bodies don't belong to any one person. They don't belong to any one industry. They don't belong to any one use. Our waters in the Gulf of Maine for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years have been used for commercial transportation, non-commercial transportation. They've been used for communication. They've been used for energy. I used to lobster right beside old tide mills that were used for energy production in times. They're used for recreation. We have a tremendous amount of recreation boats on our waters, and they're used for fisheries. And what I learned was not one fishery is the same. The lobstering industry is different than the dragging industry, is different than the clamming industry and everything else. And they all kind of compete with one another and argue about who's impacting who's. Our role as a legislature is to understand that these waters belong to everybody and to find a balanced way for everybody to use and get the most benefits out of these waters. This bill puts a 10-year moratorium on any construction or operating of an offshore wind project in Maine's submerged lands or territorial waters. LD 1619 strikes the right balance between of supporting offshore wind and the benefits that come from it. It does this by allowing federal projects to be built and deployed from our ports, and that the energy can come onto our coast to help the state meet its clean energy targets and reduce its dependence upon fossil fuels, and realize the economic benefits of these projects to the state of Maine. The moratorium would not impact the University of Maine project for floating offshore turbines off Monhegan Island, and would only apply to new offshore wind projects in state waters. From my view, it strikes the right balance. We face a tremendous threat from climate change to our fisheries. And you've heard me say before, the more we rely on oil and carbon-based energy, the more expensive it's going to get for us. When I first started lobstering, I bought a gallon of gasoline for 29 cents. It's now 10 times that amount. It has increased double the rate of inflation, and it will only go up in the future. The cost of producing energy by carbon-based resources is only going to go up astronomically. And if we want to get energy at a reliable rate, and if we want to get energy that does not destroy our environment, we have to take this step of promoting offshore wind in federal waters. I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Lawrence, thank you for this. I couldn't go without asking you at least one question. And that is, I'm wondering if you really think this bill is even necessary in light of the bill we just got done listening to, and in light of the fact that should someone decide they want to put up a few wind towers within the 3-mile limit, I would guess we would have quite a list of people coming to us to put a stop to it that have properties on the coast of Maine that enjoy the Maine scenic views and on the coast and so on and so forth. So I guess what I'm getting at is I doubt very much that we would ever see this occur anyway. And I'm wondering if you think the bill is necessary to prevent that. Thank you.
I think it is, and it's valuable as a statement about our values in state waters. And it's valuable because if such a project was proposed, we'd be right back here at the beginning, trying to do something about it. And I think now proactively, we can say that any offshore wind is to take place outside of Maine's territorial waters. It can be brought ashore on Maine, but it needs to take place outside of those territorial waters.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. And seeing no co-sponsors planning to testify, we will proceed to testimony in support of LD 1619, and we'll begin with the public advocate, Barry Hobbins. Mr. Hobbins. Are you with us?
Good afternoon. It's been a long day and appreciate the courtesy of listening to the correspondence and listening to the good debate. Mr. Chair, Barry, Chair Lawrence, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Barry Hobbins, and I'm the Public Advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1619. The Office of the Public Advocate would like to thank the Governor and Senator Lawrence for hearing the concerns of the lobstering community by submitting this bill, which will establish a 10-year moratorium on offshore wind development in Maine. The OPA believes that the greatest potential for offshore wind development is in federal waters, and this bill allows Maine to still benefit from those projects. The Aquaventus project is a perfect example of this. The development of this project by the University of Maine in cooperation with RWE Renewables and Diamond Offshore Wind, which is a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Corporation, is the first floating offshore wind research project and array in the country. And it has garnered bipartisan support here in the state. The governor said it best, I believe, in the press release on April 28th. She said, and I quote, "Maine is uniquely prepared to grow a strong offshore wind industry, create good paying trades and technology jobs around the state, and reduce Maine's crippling dependence on harmful fossil fuels. We will focus those efforts in federal waters farther off our coast as we responsibly pursue a small research array that will help us establish the best way for Maine to embrace the vast economic and environmental benefits of offshore wind." I agree with the governor. I believe that not only can wind and the fishing industry coexist, but together they could help build a stronger economy for our state. And as the governor would say, more good paying jobs and brighter and more sustainable future for our state. As I mentioned in my testimony on the last bill, in February, I submitted an op-ed piece to the Portland Press Herald and the Maine Sunday Telegram. And I mentioned in reference to the link, which you can read this, but in part, if I may say, that offshore wind development is a key component of achieving Governor Mills' ambitious climate action goals, and an outright ban on development would set Maine back for years to come. This bill strikes a balance, as Senator Lawrence says, of balancing Maine's traditional industries with responsibly developing future growth. This bill would allow Maine to see economic and environmental benefits from offshore wind in federal waters.
Barry, we are at 3 minutes.
Maine's waters for our robust maritime industries. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you on this bill. And if you would like, I will attend the work session for further discussion. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions for the public advocate? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
We're going to go on. I apologize. I had not realized that there was a legislator that did want to testify, not as a co-sponsor, but in opposition. And as we do in deference to busy legislative schedules, we want to prioritize their voice. So Billy Bob Fockingham, welcome back.
Thank you, Representative. And good afternoon again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Representative Bob Valkenham, and I am here to testify in opposition to LD 1619. Mainers have spoken loudly and effectively in opposition to offshore wind. Their voices have been heard. That is why we are here today with this bill before us. I want to make the record clear. This bill is not a compromise. This bill is a full steam ahead on offshore wind development in the Gulf of Maine. This bill is a total let them eat cake moment. This is an example of people telling the government what they want and the government telling them what they will get. This bill continues all current wind projects in state waters. It fully opens the door to complete industrialization of the waters starting at the 3 mile line. It doesn't even permanently prevent wind development in our closest waters inside 3 miles. It just kicks the can down the road 10 years. Is this temporary moratorium even a reaction to the massive public outrage over offshore wind development, or is this just a monopoly protection for Diamond Offshore Wind of the Mitsubishi Corporation? Have you ever pondered the carbon footprint of a floating wind platform? Windmills are constructed of materials heavy in petroleum and carbon heavy materials. The blades are made of fiberglass, a petroleum product. They are 175 feet in length. A single blade is almost as high as the tip of the State House. The turbine towers are made of metal and the gearbox is full of oil. The turbine set 450 feet above a floating platform. This is over 100 feet higher than the Statue of Liberty. Go look at the height of the State House that towers over Augusta. These wind turbines will be 3 times higher. These are visible for 32 miles. These 3 floating platforms that they are constructed out of are made of petroleum fiber laced concrete. The structure will weigh 10,000 tons. Finally, the anchors and moorings of steel chain will be 7 to 1 length to depth. They will dredge the ocean bottom and everything in its path with every ebb and flood of the tide. These chain links will be the size of truck beds and a foot thick. Do you know how steel is forged? It takes a coal-fired fire to get up to 1,400 degrees to turn steel into liquid. Multiply this process times hundreds, and you've got 1 anchor chain. Now multiply this process times 3, you've got 1 windmill. Now multiply that process times 240. Now you've got 180 windmill array. This is a medium-sized array. Maine people aren't stupid. We see Massachusetts trying to run clean carbon-free hydropower through our western forest to power their state. So why aren't we proposing to power Maine with that electricity? Better yet, why aren't we proposing to develop clean carbon-free hydropower from the thousands of streams and rivers in our own state? Why are the proponents of this ridiculous idea trying so hard to convince Mainers that this poor form of energy will save the Gulf of Maine when so many good, clean, carbon-free options already exist? Well, for that, let me introduce to you some of the main sponsors. Iberdrola is a Spanish multinational electric utility company based in Bilbao, Spain. Iberdrola has a workforce of 34,000 employees in dozens of countries on 4 continents. Shell Oil Company is the United States-based wholly owned subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, a transitional corporation oil major of Anglo-Dutch origins, which is amongst the largest oil companies in the world. ENBW Energy Baden-Württemberg AG, or simply ENBW, is publicly traded utilities company headquartered in Germany. As the name indicates, it is based primarily and serves the German state. Equinor ASA, formerly State Oil and State Oil Hydro, is a Norwegian state-owned multinational energy company headquartered in Stavanger. It is primarily a petroleum company operating in 36 countries with additional investments in renewable energy. Diamond Offshore Wind, a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Corporation, informally known as Mitsubishi, is a group of autonomous Japanese multinational companies in a variety of industries. RWE AG is a German multinational energy corporation headquartered in Essen. It generates trade and electricity in Asia Pacific, Europe, and the United States. The company is the world's number 2 in offshore wind power and Europe's 3rd largest renewable energy. Acre Offshore Wind has increased its ownership in Principal Power Incorporated from 20% to expected 39%. Acre Solutions is based in Oslo. Delmer Systems, established in 1968, is a worldwide leader in providing mooring services to the offshore oil and gas industry. D&V is an international accredited register and classification society headquartered in Norway. In October 2019, Green Giraffe entered a joint venture agreement with Daiwa Securities, whereby Daiwa took 50% stake in the company. Daiwa Securities Group is a Japanese investment bank. Rabobank is a Dutch multinational banking and financial service company headquartered in Utrecht, Netherlands. It is a global leader in food and agricultural financing and sustainability-oriented banking. Foley and Lardner LLP, sometimes referred to as Foley, is an international law firm started in 1842. Its terms of revenue ranked 59th of the American Lawyers' Top AmLaw 100. Dutch renewable energy forerunner Ventilines has signed as an offshore wind expertise partner for Mayflower Wind Project for Massachusetts and just opened its first U.S. office in Boston. It is based in Holland. Foreign corporations, as you have just heard me list, have a lot to gain. The people of Maine have a lot to lose. Offshore wind is a boondoggle. Do you remember Solyndra? After more than 4 years of investigation, the Inspector General's office concluded that Solyndra officials used inaccurate information to mislead the Department of Energy in its application of a $535 million loan guarantee. The report also found that there were shortcomings with the DOE's process of managing and approving the loan guarantee to Solyndra. Who is going to clean up these 10,000-ton pieces of garbage when the foreign corporations bail on them? How does the cleanup of a 10,000-ton cement structure in the ocean even happen? Is the plan for these things at the end of their life to be sunk and littered in the ocean? I can't imagine how 10,000 tons of cement, steel, and fiberglass is returned to shore. With so much money on the table, seemingly pushed at these things by our government coming from the highest office, and with the promise from made to the UN ringing in our ears, it is easy to see why so much money has flooded our state to lobby for this boondoggle. Follow the money. Reject offshore wind. This bill doesn't come close. Please vote ought not to pass on LD 1619.
Thank you, Representative Fockingham. Are there questions for the representative? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And we'll go on next to testimony from the Governor's Energy Office, back to testimony in support of the bill.
He's being beamed over currently.
Thank you. We'll give him time to rearrange his molecules.
I learned from HCIFS, they call it the wormhole.
The wormhole, okay.
Thought that fit well.
What does that make us? Does that make us worms, Representative Grahowski?
No. Go back to your Star Trek.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to brush up. All right, Jordan, I had the Governor's Energy Office listed next.
Yeah, I did too. It would appear that he got lost in transit. I don't know what happened.
Lost in the wormhole.
So
I hope he makes it out.
In that case, David Reed Miller is next. And if Dan Burgess reappears. If Dan Burgess reappears, I will let you know.
Okay, sounds good. Well, that brings us to Mr. Reed Miller. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dave Reed Miller. I live in South Portland, and I serve as the director of the Climate Center at the Gulf of Maine Research Institute. Climate change represents an existential threat to coastal communities as we know them. At the Gulf of Maine Research Institute, we support local, state, national, and global climate actions that empower coastal communities to thrive in a warmer world. In this spirit, we support LD 1619, an act to establish a moratorium on offshore wind power projects in Maine's territorial waters. This bill allows for a thoughtful, transparent, and inclusive process to determine how, where, and when Maine can benefit from the economic opportunity and climate solution that offshore wind energy presents. To be absolutely clear, process matters. Climate solutions that don't involve the communities in which they are implemented are not solutions at all. It's critically important that stakeholders representing these interests are involved early in the process of siting and developing any offshore wind project, and that their concerns are explicitly considered in any decision-making process. We are encouraged that this bill acknowledges the breakneck pace at which offshore wind energy is currently developing off America's East Coast, and that in such haste, important economic drivers and cultural institutions can be overlooked. This legislation gives us time to ensure the many and varied interests associated with Maine's coastal waters are not undermined by the hasty deployment of a rapidly evolving technology in state waters. This moratorium also poses risks. Such a decision may cede some economic opportunities related to offshore wind energy to other states along the eastern seaboard. On balance, however, we at GMRI feel that LD 1619 sends a clear, prudent signal to fishermen, developers, utilities, coastal residents, and federal policymakers at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and elsewhere. Again, process matters. In the decade to come, we have a responsibility to develop this economic opportunity in a thoughtful and inclusive way that respects existing uses and addresses climate change, the biggest long-term threat to our marine economy. Thank you for your work on this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Riedmiller. And are there questions for David? All right, seeing none. We appreciate your joining us. And we'll go on next to Mr. Burgess. I think you made it through to the other side. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. I did make it through. That was an interesting experience, but I'm happy to be on the other side. So I am joined by my colleague, Selena Cunningham, the Deputy Director of the Governor's Energy Office as well. The GEO testifies in support of LD 1619. As you know, this proposed legislation would establish a 10-year pause on development of new offshore wind projects in Maine's territorial waters. This would be accomplished by establishing a moratorium that until 2031 would prohibit state agency or municipality or other subdivision of the state from licensing, permitting, or otherwise approving the siting, construction, or operation of an offshore wind project in state waters, again, 3 miles from the coast. This pause does not apply to cables, transmission lines, and portside infrastructure that may support offshore wind generation, and importantly, does not apply to tidal, wave, or an offshore wind energy demonstration project that has been discussed, such as the Monhegan project. So as we've stated earlier, Maine is well positioned to create a strong offshore wind industry that can create good paying jobs while playing a vital role in meeting the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction requirements, of which it's important to note that our reduction goals are targeted to support U.S. and international efforts to slow global climate change, which, as you know, is already contributing to a warming and acidifying ocean, sea level rise, marine species impacts, and increased storm events. With the offshore wind industry poised to present significant economic opportunity for the state, the governor announced the state's plan to create the country's first floating offshore wind research array in the Gulf of Maine. As discussed earlier, there are details of that, and happy to talk about that process. But in recognition of the concerns raised through those conversations around siting of that project, the governor announced this legislation to establish this 10-year moratorium. And we believe that this strikes the right balance and approach between preserving state waters for valuable fishing and recreation while reaffirming Maine's priority of locating offshore wind projects in federal waters in the Gulf of Maine. And I think, as we've mentioned before, when looking at specifically lobster, up to 75% of Maine's commercial lobster harvesting does occur in state waters. And so again, I think that underlines the rationale for focusing on federal waters. We've provided in our testimony a number of different citations to both renewable energy plans, our climate action plan, economic development plan, and a few others. But in summary, the potential of Maine's offshore wind resources to provide clean energy generation for the state and region really do create significant economic benefits. And we feel that those opportunities are immense. We strongly believe that efforts must continue to be pursued with regards to pursuing offshore wind in federal waters. And this approach puts Maine in the driver's seat while protecting and placing this moratorium on state waters. So happy to take questions and appreciate the long day that everyone has put in. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burgess. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Good luck with your journey back to the other side. And that brings us to Beth Ahern from Maine Conservation Voters. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the EUT committee. My name is Beth Ahern, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for Maine Conservation Voters. Today, we are supporting LD 1619. And while it may seem at first glance out of character for an environmental advocacy organization to support any sort of moratorium for one of the most exciting clean energy opportunities before Maine, today, we do so because of our commitment to a just transition to a clean energy future. With approximately 75% of Maine's lobster population being landed in Maine's territorial waters, we see this moratorium as evidence of the Mills administration's commitment to standing up for an offshore wind industry the right way for the Maine people, for Maine's people. We admire the administration's stakeholder engagement and their prudent approach to this exciting opportunity for this state. We do want to underscore one piece of the proposed legislation for the record, as we believe it can't be reiterated too often. Section 34052 states that nothing in this subsection may be construed as limiting any regulatory approval of or the issuance of any lease or grant of any easement or any or other real property interest for utility cables, transmission lines, or portside infrastructure that may support offshore wind energy generation. A key component of any offshore wind project are the jacketed or buried transmission lines that connect the energy generating turbines to the grid. This legislation does not, nor should it, apply to any regulatory approval for transmission lines or portside infrastructure that may be connected to or support offshore energy generation. Maine Conservation Voters applauds the Mills administration's wise approach toward offshore wind. We applaud Senator Lawrence for sponsoring this legislation. We hope that you vote unanimously ought to pass on LD 1619. And written testimony was submitted under the name of Kathleen Meal, my colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions for Ms. Ahern? All right, seeing none. See you soon, and we'll proceed to testimony in favor from Grant Provost. Welcome, Grant.
Hi, thanks for having me back again today. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Provost. I'm the Business Agent for Ironworkers Local 7. I rise in favor of LD 1619 and act to establish a moratorium on offshore wind projects in Maine's territorial waters. The Intercoastal Waterway in Maine is used by many who work and recreate throughout the seasons. It is where the lobsters come to mate, molt, harden up for their fall journey back offshore. In the summer months, the state coastal waters are abuzz with lobstermen, sport fishermen, yachters, and a multitude of out-of-state visitors. The coast comes to life with an influx of tourists that jam small town roadways, angering locals as affluent individuals return to their coastal summering locations. Thus, how it has been since before E.B. White cut his teeth on Charlotte's Web, and how we have grown accustomed to the idea of the Maine coast. As I do agree, this is no place for 800-foot, 10,000-ton monolithic towers for the creation of power, no matter how green they are. In saying that, I do believe there is a place for them, just not Bucks Harbor or similar waters between Deer Isle and North Haven, where a good chunk of the country's lobster catch comes from. If they can float, we can place them where we want, and this means out to sea, where there's less action and more wind, where high seas and bad weather limit the numbers who fish the waters, where through a stakeholder involvement, we can find locations that work for all, and where we can have a viable new technology to lead Maine into the new carbon neutral future. For unlike during E.B. White's time, climate change is a more existential threat to us all, and more importantly, our children. The Gulf of Maine is one of the fastest warming bodies of water in the world, with the acidity of the water also exponentially increasing. As in southern Maine, the lobster catch is not what it once was, and the bugs are migrating to the north out of warming waters and into cooler ones. Maine is the last stop before they become Canadian lobster. Thinking also of mollusks and bivalves that don't have the good fortune to be able to walk off to cooler waters as the ones around them continue to increase in temperature. Much like my late father, they're born in Maine, they don't have plans to leave, and will be buried here. I do believe that there is something we can all agree on when it comes to our environment. We need to do what we can to protect it so that future generations can enjoy what a wonderful life one can have here. With LD 1619, I understand the attempt of the governor's energy office to say, we are not trying to change the idea of Maine or the Maine that we all love and enjoy. We are trying to change how we get our power to something that will preserve the Maine we all love for future generations. And I can appreciate that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Provost. Are there questions? Seeing none. Appreciate your testimony.
Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
You too. And I believe that some of the folks signed up to testify and support have had to leave. John Napolitano, James Valenti, and Jeff Saliba. So that will conclude testimony in support. We'll now turn to testimony in opposition, beginning with Douglas McLennan. Welcome back, Doug.
I still don't have any camera, I guess.
Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you. Why don't you just go ahead that way then?
Okay, well, I don't know what it's saying here now. The host asked you to start your video. Well, maybe I can, no. Oh, I'd like to thank the same people I thanked before for letting me speak. I just feel like we're fighting airplanes and tanks with sticks and stones on our end of this. Being a commercial fisherman, I feel that the state's pretty well represented by everybody that works for the state against what we want to do. We want to keep all this industrialization out of the ocean and where it doesn't belong to begin with. It's going to be hard to maintain, and everybody is saying how green these windmills are, when if you just look at how much energy it's going to take to just construct and deploy one and maintain it. And then we're talking about 850 square miles eventually in the Gulf of Maine. The governor has a proposed summit of 15 foreign windmill companies to meet in Bar Harbor this summer. And so we know where this is going to go. It's going to go to the industrialization of the entire coast of Maine. I listen to people say, all the environmental groups say how great this is going to be, when they have no idea the impact that this is going to cause on the ecosystems that we depend on to make a living. I'm a 10th generation fisherman. My forefathers came on the second ship after the Mayflower and settled in Jonesport, Maine. And I live now in the mid-coast. We've spread out hundreds of families. We all made livings from the ocean. And it's just, to me, it just boggles my mind that all of these environmental groups are just so behind this windmill when we have no idea what it's going to do to the environment or the species that live in the Gulf of Maine. This bill was put forth on the same day the LD 101 was brought out, and it's a direct cancellation of LD 101 in my eyes by the governor and by the people that support this, to just snuff out any attempt by the fishermen to conserve our way of life. That's how I feel this is taking us. I do support no windmills in the Gulf or inside 3 miles, but this also does away with any it ensures cables will be allowed to be run through the state. I can't believe the opposition that the Western Maine corridor is getting when the Gulf of Maine is such a vast ecosystem compared to a small 60 or 300 acres of woods for totally green hydroelectric power. I don't know. I just feel like we're fighting a losing battle, but I got to say what I got to say. I feel we have to say something, and who knows where this will end up. But if you just looked at what it takes to put a windmill in place and maintain it, they are not as green as everybody thinks they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McLennan. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will go on to testimony from Jason Joyce. Welcome back, Jason.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little soft, so just speak up right to the microphone. And
Well, I get the earbud in here. Hang just a second. I'll throw another one in.
hey, actually, I can't hear you much at all. Maybe you have a headset on or something.
How about now?
Well, we'll make do. We'll just listen very carefully.
How about that? How's that?
It's kind of quiet, but I can hear you.
All right. Well, I'll try not to yell. Maybe I'll start yelling and you'll tell me to be quiet anyway. Jason
Go ahead.
Joyce, Jason Joyce, Town of Swans Island. I'm not speaking as a selectman now. I'm speaking as a lobster fisherman here because the town never took a position on this bill because it never showed up until 5 days ago. And this is to Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and the members of the Distinguished Utility, Energy, and Technology Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Pretty much speaking very bluntly, this is the people who are opposed to LD 101. All the things that they say this is going to do is what LD 101 would do. And everything that this is supposed to do are the people who are proponents of offshore wind. If they want to save, if they want to hand a 10-year death spiral to Edward Siders, who spoke earlier, he's 11 years old. When he's 21, guess what? He can try to go find another job. And I just think that's by this being titled as something, well, this 10-year moratorium, 10 years goes by pretty bald-faced fast. If you're my age and older, you realize that. And this young person's future, as well as the future of our industry, to say in 10 years' time, where you've already admitted 75% of the lobsters are caught, now we can industrialize inside the 3-mile limit. This bill right here, I don't mean to insult the fellow that introduced it, but it's got the exemptions that exempt the cables coming in, and it exempts the project on Monhegan, which we are against. And I think by the title of it and what it's trying to do, what they're saying they're trying to do, is completely disingenuous, and it completely goes against what they say they are doing. And those of us in the fishing industry, we recognize that. And I'm just opposed to. I hope that your committee votes against this. Again, it's handing a 10-year death sentence to this industry, and I think it's disgusting. That's all I've got to say, but I'll take any questions if anybody wants to take a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thanks again for joining us. And we'll go on to Monique Coombs. Welcome back.
Hi, and of course my dogs are deciding to bark at the FedEx guy while we're doing this, so apologies if you hear them.
That's how FedEx times their deliveries. It's when you're going to testify.
Like, are you in a Zoom call? Is it important? Let's go.
Yeah.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. Hello again, Monique Coombs. I'm on Orr's Island. I work for the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association based out of Brunswick, and I am a fishing family. On behalf of the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association, I am here today to oppose LD 1619. While we appreciate the governor taking this small step, we do not believe this gives the fishermen and Mainers the time or space necessary to truly engage in this process before major changes occur in the water. While a lot of the value of Maine lobsters lies in state waters, the data shows, as someone else has mentioned, that lobsters are moving further offshore. And as aforementioned in testimony LD 101, we think we should do this properly, or we should do it, we should not do it at all. Therefore, MCFA stands opposed to LD 1619. I just want to add to that, that's all I had written for this. I feel like I'm both left speechless through this whole process, as well as full of quite a bit of concern and frustration, as my colleague and friend Jason Joyce pointed out. I think it's incredibly difficult to comprehend as a fisherman's wife, as a friend of fishermen, as somebody who's lost fishermen to the sea. I can't quite comprehend how people in their rolly chairs inside of offices are trying to explain how the ocean works to people that sit in captain's chairs in boats in the middle of the Gulf of Maine and have thousands of hours of experience with the ocean and how uncontrollable it is. This is not just about fishing grounds. It's not just about the ecosystem. It's about the ocean and putting these huge structures in the water, whether it's within 3 miles or outside of 3 miles. The other thing I'll note is that while, within 3 miles does support part of the lobster industry, it continues to put all of our eggs in the lobster basket, which Maine has been incredibly good at for the past couple of decades. It does not take into consideration the bluefin tuna fishermen, herring fishermen, menhaden fishermen, scallopers, or any of the diverse fisheries that Maine has. And so as lobstermen are perhaps losing opportunities in the lobster business, they will be denied further opportunities in other fisheries that could be potential lucrative business and good for the state of Maine. It is incredibly short-sighted, some of these conversations, and we're negating the nuance that needs to happen in conversations about climate change if we truly want a future where we're adapting, mitigating, and solving for climate change. And these conversations continue to miss the nuance. And just to reiterate what Patrice said in the previous testimony, we have been to meetings with the governor's energy office. We have had fisheries work sessions. We actually asked the DMR to have a meeting with every single zone and not just D, E, and F, which were initially impacted. And we were told no initially without some urging from some fishermen. I think they're finally going to have Zone C's meeting tomorrow or next week sometime. So this is not without efforts from the fishermen. This is a severe lack of communication and education and data coming from the developers. And I believe there was a representative prior that had asked how far the turbines are going to be above the sea. And the answer is 80 feet. So the turbine off Monhegan from the last paper that we got, apparently to the top of the turbine will be 740 feet. To the middle little thing in the middle of the blades will be 400 something feet, which only leaves about an 80-foot space between the turbine and the water. So hopefully that answers whatever legislator had that question. If you have any other questions for me, happy to answer.
Great, thank you, Ms. Coombs. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your joining us and sticking with us today. That, I believe, concludes testimony in opposition to the bill. We will now go on. Well, maybe there's one other testimony in opposition, actually. Let me just check. Jordan, I see Julie Eaton has raised her hand, and also Matt Gilly. So let me go ahead and ask people, if you are a participant that is interested in testifying in opposition to the bill, go ahead and raise your hand now, and we'll finish testimony in opposition, then go on to Mr. Dogger, either for or against. All right, so Ms. Eaton, are you with us? So we had a few late additions to testimony. Julie Eaton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. This whole technology thing, you know.
Okay, one other thing, if you can turn on your video, that would be great. Down in the lower left. Great.
There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't planning. Senator Lawrence and Representative Barry and distinguished members of this committee, I wasn't going to testify on this bill, and I am testifying on my own behalf. But I think that there are some misleading things that you need to be aware of. First of all, as a very proud member of the Maine Lobstering Union, I can tell you that we already have good paying union jobs out on the ocean. I'm very concerned that if this bill passes and these companies know that they have to stay 3 miles off, that they're going to build on the 3 mile line, which means that we'll all see them. Of course, they're going to build on the 3 mile line. This is most cost effective, right? Who would want to build out further if they don't have to? I know that it's very expensive to lay this power cord, this line, this whatever it is. If you guys are hell-bent on doing this, and I do not support this at all, and never will. We hear all this talk about pushing the windmills out to the 20, 40 miles offshore. Our lobster zones that Representative Hutchins was talking of earlier go to the 40-mile line. That's as far as we can go. Why don't you put them there? Why would you disrupt a fully functioning, sustainable industry? For what? I just don't understand. I feel so threatened, devastated by this whole thing. And many, I'm not the only one. Obviously, you've heard today, our industry is up in arms about this. I don't understand, if you're really going to take a stand, why this is limited to 10 years. Make it permanent. You know, we feel like we're really being thrown under the bus here. I guess that's all I have to say, and I appreciate you guys listening. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. But for God's sakes, please think long and hard about this. You know, this could do irreparable damage to us that we will never recover from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. And considering that you didn't prepare your remarks, you did remarkably well. You came in at exactly 3 minutes. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for joining us. And we'll go on to, I think Matt Gilly was the next to raise his hand. Mr. Gilly, are you with us?
Yep. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and other members of the committee. Good to see you again. I'm like Ms. Eaton. I just heard about this bill. I wasn't quite prepared to testify, but I am going to testify in opposition of it. I share a lot of the sentiments that were said before me. This, quite frankly, just feels like a slap in the face. Me and my wife just 4 days ago purchased our first home in the town I grew up in Harpswell. We did that under the understanding that I'm going to be able to continue to lobster to pay for said home. Harpswell is the oldest town in the state right now. It has a real problem keeping young people. One thing that keeps young people in the town is lobstering. We need 10 years is nothing. I have 30 years to pay for my house. I need more. I'm not a federal guy. I don't have a federal permit. I plan on getting one, but if I've got 10 years to make my money in state waters, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make enough in that time. What Julie said, I have a good paying, bought a house. I just bought a new boat a year ago. What is wrong with my good paying job? I just feel I've listened to countless people representing billion-dollar organizations speak for this bill, against the last bill, and you've heard individuals speak in opposition of this bill and in support of the previous bill. You folks represent individuals, not corporations. Please remember that. We're individuals begging you for a chance to continue the most sustainable fishery in the world. Thank you very much, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gilly. Any questions for Matt? All right, seeing none, thanks for joining us. And up next is Patrice McCarron. Welcome back, Patrice.
Thank you. I thought I had registered for this. I apologize. I just wanted to lend my support to the opposition of this bill. I want to thank Representative Falkingham for so passionately stating the concerns of the fishing industry, the environmental concerns, the economic concerns. and particularly some of the trust issues that we're having, thinking about what this partnership we will have on the water with these global energy companies will mean. I wanted to share one example of some of the poor communications that have made fishermen so suspect of what offshore wind will mean for our state and the challenges of working with these companies who really don't understand Maine's people or culture. Diamond Energy is the developer from Monhegan. They're going to be the partner with the state for the research array. They just conducted a survey of the cable route from Monhegan. They asked fishermen to remove their gear from a center line of the survey. They told them to remove it 15 meters either side. And then 3 weeks later, ultimately told them that they should in fact move it 1/4 of a mile from either side. Fishermen had a peaceful protest. They did basically a lobster boat parade from Monhegan to Booth Bay. Everybody who was there said it was just an amazing experience to be a part of, something that they were very proud of. Their right to free speech, they can oppose this. In response, the developer went to the Portland Press Herald and publicly accused lobstermen of purposely putting gear in the path of the survey. The next day, they accused lobster boats of intimidating the survey boat, a 40-foot boat, intimidating a 250-foot boat. Marine Patrol went out and counted buoys, and they counted 250, which is far fewer than the 453 buoys that the developer claimed. So it's very petty, but it doesn't strike me as a company who's trying to work with fishermen. I'll end by saying that fishermen reported that the vessel itself was operating outside the survey tracks, and we actually mapped that data and have included that in our testimony on LD 101. And you can see very clearly, they did not communicate the survey route well. They blamed fishermen for putting gear in the survey route, but they themselves actually operated the survey vessels for a significant amount of time, far outside where they told fishermen they were going to operate. So, fishermen are not trusting the developer. This has been a very, very difficult conversation. And for those reasons, we are just really scared about what this is going to mean for our fishery. I really urge you, if there's anything you can do in the compromise column, please ask the state to do the roadmap for offshore wind before we move forward with any commercial development. I think fishermen, at a minimum, deserve to have answers to those basic questions. So thank you.
Thank you. And are there questions for Ms. McCarron? Representative Foster, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I minimized the screen instead of hitting the raise hand button. And thank you, Ms. McCarron, for your testimony. I'm wondering, you mentioned that you'd like to see a roadmap prepared by the state for the future of this offshore wind. Could you give us an idea what you would expect for detail? Because I have found that there's very little detail from an engineer's perspective in what the state has planned for pretty much anything to do with the green energy that we're going to have in the future. So I'm wondering if you would give us an idea of what you would like to see or what your organization would like to see for detail in that roadmap that you spoke of.
Sure. Well, the state's received $2 million, and we've been extremely frustrated that none of it has been spent, and they insist on moving forward with the lease. At a minimum, we would really like a good look at what Maine's vision is for its renewable energy portfolio. How much of that needs to be offshore wind? What is the build out that we're looking for offshore wind? Because the state picked a spot. They didn't consult the fishing industry. We weren't part of the mapping exercise. And then we were asked within this little blob, which spot is least offensive to you? That's very frustrating. We have a lot to say about where that should go. And how do we say where the best spot is when we have no idea what the grand scheme is for the offshore build out in Maine? We are very concerned about the environmental impacts. I don't know how much of that can be answered before you start, but as several speakers have said, there have been a lot of floating offshore developments around the world. And I think there's probably some important information that we could bring to Maine to inform our conversation before we start to build. We just want to be cautious. Our entire fishing industry is dependent upon the health of this ecosystem. It is an industrialization of it, and we just want to be sure that our kids have a place to work in the fishing industry. But my start would be, let's just outline what the build out is so the fishing industry can wrap its head around how we go about minimizing that on our fishing industry. We'd certainly rather not see it at all. But we are literally flying blind at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarron. And I just want to confirm, are you testifying in opposition to this bill?
Yeah, have I flip-flopped because I keep getting them backwards? I'm in opposition to LD 1619, yes. Thank you.
Got it. So I just want to be clear, if for some reason, because you testified earlier in support of LD 101, if the legislature and governor did not pass LD 101, would you still be in opposition to this bill?
We would. I mean, honestly, at this point, we feel that the fishing industry needs to stand together. We want the public to know, we want our legislators to know that offshore waters are just as important to Maine's fishing industry as inshore waters. And we want the same care and caution to be taken wherever we decide to build this out. And that work needs to be done regardless of whether it's within 3 miles or out at 40 miles. And a lot of the information that we get just doesn't add up. Like a person from Diamond said, well, if Maine doesn't allow us to cable to shore, we'll go to Massachusetts. Yet we were told distinctly that they can't really put the research array further than 20 miles out because it's cost prohibitive. So which is it? We really just need some basic information, some facts to go on. We are taking a particularly hard line on this because we really feel it's important to say we have at least 1,200 lobstermen working in federal waters and countless other fishermen who are prosecuting different fisheries. And as Monique said, we're in a vulnerable position being all lobster, and we need to preserve those options and go in eyes wide open, no matter where we're going to put these things.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Patrice? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. And I think there is one more opponent to the bill, although I'm not 100% sure. Virginia Olson, we saw your hand up and just wanted to check if you were one of those wishing to testify in opposition.
Yes, actually, I do oppose the Maine Lobstering Union opposes LD 1619. And basically, the girls have said all of my concerns. I agree with both Monique and Patrice, and they basically covered all of my concerns. One of the things that really stood out for me, and Monique covered it, was the comments earlier coming from all of the different agencies that seem to know exactly what we as fishermen needed. And I don't recall seeing a whole lot of them in a lot of the meetings that we've been in and the answers that we haven't received. And I certainly know from the hours that we spend on the boat that we know exactly what it is that we do need and don't need in the industry. And offshore wind is just not something that the Gulf of Maine needs right now. And we need this body to help support us going forward. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate you joining us. And that concludes testimony in opposition. We will now proceed to testimony neither for nor against, but wishing to offer information or perspective. And we'll begin with Habib Dagher. Welcome back, Habib.
Thank you very much, Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, members of EUT committee. I'm Habib Dagher, Director of the Composite Center at the University of Maine. And one thing I'd like to do is thank the state for really taking a very rational approach to move forward and to allow this industry to move forward in a crawl before you walk, walk before you run approach. We've been doing work on offshore wind and collecting data and scientific information for about 13 years right now in the state of Maine. There's a lot of data. We've talked to a lot of people. And all we're doing right now is putting one turbine off Mohegan Island. And then the state wants to take the next level and to put up to 12 turbines in an area that we can all agree on. And the state's been doing a lot of work to try to figure out what that area may or may not be at this stage of the game. One thing that maybe can bring us all together is the fact that the best winds are farther offshore. in offshore wind. So the farther you get from the shore, the better winds get to be. So actually developers have a good reason to go where the wind's better. So going 25 or 30 or miles offshore is much better than being 3 miles offshore. And then the majority of the fisheries occurs closer to shore. So I think this is where this bill really makes a lot of sense. If we prohibit fishing where offshore wind in the areas where fishing takes place in the highest density and allow offshore wind farther offshore, that's exactly what this bill does. So I commend the state for moving in that direction and thank Senator Lawrence for pulling the bill forward. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we will proceed to testimony from Jeremy Payne.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director with the Maine Renewable Energy Association. I know it's been a very long day, so I will keep this exceptionally short and sweet. I just want to mention one item for you all to think about, which is that some states have chosen to make room for island communities to pursue creative energy solutions to meet their needs. So as part of this, you may want to consider inserting some language examining some sort of size exemption to allow for a single turbine or a small project that serves an island community so that those types of projects can still move forward so long as they meet, of course, all the regulatory requirements. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? So you're speaking about floating turbines, not the type that are on the Fox Islands right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, appreciate you joining us, and we'll go on to Neil Goldberg with Maine Municipal Association.
Good evening. I'm sorry, Representative Berry and Senator Lawrence, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Again, my name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony neither for nor against LD 1619. After our LPC convenes, I look forward to offering amended testimony. But at the moment, I just want to point out that this bill does serve as symbolism that offshore wind is not dead in Maine. And really for our communities, it means that they are going to make the needed investment into the workforce, which is going to be great for Maine as an economic development opportunity, as well as will attract investment into our coastal communities, seaports, and harbors. And so while this moratorium is going on, there are positive opportunities for Maine, and we'll be able to protect our heritage industries at the outcome of the 10-year pause. So if it must be done, so be it. It's a necessary evil. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. And just for the record, when does the LPC next meet?
On the 13th.
Got it. Okay, so 9 days or so. All right.
Yes.
We'll look forward to hearing more at that time. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will go on to testimony from Sean Mahoney. Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you, members of the committee for the long day. I'm with Sean Mahoney with the Conservation Law Foundation. We're neither for nor against LD 1619. And I'd like to speak to two things today. The first is that obviously the bill is intended to address the concerns of the lobster community, and I think that there are some in the community who appreciate the effort and intent of the bill, even though we haven't heard too many folks today. But that doesn't mean there aren't people who don't appreciate this. And we also appreciate the practical reality that the likelihood of building offshore wind projects within 3 miles of the coast in the next 10 years is very unlikely, and thus don't oppose LD 1619. However, we do have concern with this practice of moratorium that the state has had over the last 10 or 15 years. We had some with onshore wind under the prior administration. We had a revocation of a long-term power purchase agreement. We've got this moratorium that's coming in now that creates an unstable environment as a matter of Maine for renewable energy. And the concern is that, you know, LD 1619, like the prior moratorium, can serve as precedent for groups with economical or recreational or aesthetic interests at stake to try and seek a moratorium to slow down development of clean energy in Maine. And we just can't afford that in the face of the climate crisis and in the face of our obligations under the Climate Action Plan. So while as a practical matter, we don't think 1619 changes much, we are concerned with what it represents. So we're neither for nor against the bill. We strongly support the efforts off Monhegan, as well as the research array, and look forward to working on those projects and others to build Maine's clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Mahoney? All right, we appreciate your joining us. And if there is anyone else in the attendee section that is hoping to testify, please raise your hand. We've gotten through my list, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. So it looks like that will conclude our hearing on LD 1619. And that also concludes our work for the day. Thank you all for joining us. It was a very long day. Hard to believe that we started at 9 a.m. And as my co-chair has been advising us throughout this session, Zoom fatigue is a very real thing. So I hope you all get outdoors and move your bodies. I know I plan to do that. So Senator Lawrence, is there anything else that you wanted to say before we wrap up for the day?
Nope. I think hug your dog, take your cat, hug your cat, do something, get away from the computer.
Good advice. Excellent advice. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow for some additional work.